Welcome to Sleepy Tales, a place where myths, legends, and timeless fairy tales are told slowly and softly to help you gently fall asleep. Before we begin, I'd love for you to share where you're from and what time it is where you are. It's always fascinating to see how far these stories travel. And if you enjoy relaxing stories, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you never miss a night of our peaceful tales. Now settle in, relax, and drift off to tonight's bedtime story. In a grand castle atop a lonely hill, 12 princesses slept behind locked doors each night. But by morning, their shoes were worn through as if they had walked 1,000 miles. No one knew where they went, and the king's worry grew with every dawn. Whispers of magic, hidden passages, and secret dances floated through the kingdom, daring anyone clever enough to uncover the truth. It was a mystery that promised great reward, or certain danger, and only a brave and curious soul could hope to follow the princesses into a world of shimmering halls, sparkling rivers, and enchantment beyond imagination. This is the story of the 12 dancing princesses. Once upon a time, in a land where the mountains met wide rivers, there lived a king who ruled a vast and beautiful kingdom. His castle stood on a high hill, its walls of stone shining pale in the morning sun, its towers reaching toward the clouds as if to touch the sky itself. The king was a fair man, wise in matters of law and clever in matters of state. But despite all his wisdom, he carried a worry that no counsel could cure. The king had 12 daughters. They were a sight to behold, each one beautiful in her own way. Their hair shimmered in gold and chestnut. Their eyes sparkled like morning dew on leaves, and their laughter could echo through the castle halls like music. People said that no painter or poet could ever capture their beauty. Yet, for all their charm, there was a mystery about them that no one could understand. The princesses lived in the highest wing of the castle. Each night, after the sun had set and the stars appeared in the dark sky, they would vanish from sight. Not in a way that frightened the castle guards or caused alarm. They simply went to their rooms, retired to their beds, and appeared to sleep like any other daughters of a king. Their soft breaths rose and fell with the quiet rhythm of the night, their blankets tucked neatly around them, their hands folded upon their chests. And yet, each morning, when the king came to see them awake, he would notice something strange. The princesses' shoes, which had been polished and perfect the night before, were worn through at the soles. Sometimes the heels were gone entirely. Sometimes the leather was rubbed thin, as if the shoes had been dragged along the ground. No matter how many new pairs he bought, the same thing happened. The shoes were never the same from one night to the next. The king asked the princesses where they went. He asked gently at first, with the calm voice of a father concerned for his children. "Where do you go when you sleep?" he would inquire, hoping they might tell him a simple answer, perhaps a secret game, or a nightly stroll through the gardens. But the princesses would only smile, a quiet, knowing smile, and say nothing. The king, wise and fair though he was, felt a chill in his heart. Each morning he watched them as they moved through the halls, and each morning the mystery grew heavier. He examined their rooms, searched the castle for hidden passages, even questioned the guards and servants. Nothing explained the worn shoes. Nothing gave him a clue. The princesses went to bed as usual, and in the morning their shoes betrayed a secret they would not speak. The king grew anxious. At first, he thought the princesses were playing some childish game. Perhaps they were sneaking through the castle corridors at night, racing each other, spinning through hidden rooms he didn't know existed. But the more he observed, the less sense it made. No one could move so far and so fast in the deep hours of the night without being heard. The servants were careful sleepers, the guards vigilant, yet not a single sound was ever reported. As nights passed into weeks and weeks into months, the king's worry turned into frustration. He began to lose sleep, pacing the castle halls, his eyes heavy with thought. What secret could his daughters hold that he could not see? Were they enchanted? Was there magic in the castle that even his eyes could not perceive? The kingdom, which had always been peaceful, felt small and uncertain under the weight of this mystery. Finally, in a moment of determination, the king summoned all who sought fortune, adventure, or fame. He announced that anyone who could discover the secret of the princess's worn shoes would be richly rewarded. The reward, he said, would be marriage to one of the princesses and all the wealth of the kingdom. Yet, he added a stern warning for those who might fail. If the secret was not revealed, if the truth remained hidden, the punishment would be death. The castle was alive with whispers after the proclamation. Knights polished their armour in hopes of being chosen. Young men from distant lands travelled toward the King's Hill, each eager to uncover the mystery and win a princess for a bride. The corridors echoed with speculation, the halls thrummed with excitement, and the gardens were filled with visitors curious to see the legendary daughters. But the princesses themselves seemed unconcerned. Each night they went to their chambers, smiled at one another behind closed doors, and went to sleep as if they had no fear, no care, and no intention of revealing anything to anyone. It was as though the castle itself held its breath, waiting for some secret to rise from the shadows. The people of the kingdom whispered of enchantment, of invisible bridges, of hidden worlds beneath the earth. Some believed the princesses had learned magic from wandering spirits, or that they had found a path to a secret garden no one else could enter. Others thought that perhaps they were spirits themselves, not entirely human, moving through the night like mist or dream. No one knew, and no one dared ask too closely, for fear that a question asked too boldly might vanish with the wind. And so the nights continued, each more mysterious than the last. The moon would rise, casting pale silver light over the castle towers. The stars would twinkle in the sky, as if winking at the king and his perplexed mind. In their chambers, the princesses slept, and when dawn came, the soles of their shoes were once again worn and weary. The king, though troubled, remained hopeful. He knew that someone, somewhere, might succeed where he could not. He knew that the secret, however well hidden, could be uncovered with courage, cleverness, or perhaps a touch of fate. But for now, the mystery hung like a shadow over the castle halls, gentle yet insistent, magical yet unsettling. And the 12 princesses, the shining jewels of the kingdom, continued their nightly journeys in silence, leaving only the worn shoes behind as proof of wonders unseen. The kingdom waited. The travellers approached, the whispers continued. The moon rose, the stars danced, and the princesses slept, each one smiling softly, as if they already knew the story that was about to unfold. But the king, the people, and the world beyond the castle walls did not. The secret of the 12 dancing princesses remained just that, a secret shimmering in shadow, waiting for the one who could finally uncover it. The story of the 12 princesses' secret spread far beyond the walls of the castle. Travellers carried the tale from village to village, and whispers of worn shoes and nightly dances reached even the ears of those who lived in distant lands. It was in one such land, along a quiet river bordered by green hills, that a young soldier heard of the mystery. The young man was clever and curious. He was not the tallest nor the strongest, but he had sharp eyes and a keen mind. He liked to notice small things, how leaves bent with the wind, how birds behaved before a storm, and how footsteps echoed on stone floors. These skills had served him well, and he believed that he might be able to solve a problem that others could not. When he learned of the princess's secret, he decided that he would journey to the castle on the hill and try his luck. Before he set out, the young soldier met an old woman along the forest path. She had hair white as snow and eyes that glimmered like distant stars. She watched him closely, as though she could see into his very thoughts. When he mentioned the princesses, she nodded slowly. "You are clever," she said, her voice soft but firm. "But the secret you seek is hidden by more than doors and locks. You will need help." From beneath her cloak, the old woman produced a small item wrapped in soft cloth. When she unwrapped it, the young soldier saw a delicate cloak, woven with threads that shimmered like morning dew. "This cloak will hide you," the woman explained. "Wear it, and the princesses will not see you. But beware, the secret is delicate. Move with care, and let your eyes and ears guide you more than your hands." The soldier took the cloak with gratitude, feeling its strange lightness and warmth. He tucked it carefully into his bag and promised the woman that he would honour the gift. She smiled, nodded, and then vanished into the forest as silently as she had appeared. At last, the soldier arrived at the castle. The high walls, polished towers, and winding halls were more magnificent than he had imagined. Guards watched him closely at the gates, but he explained that he came to try his luck at uncovering the princess's secret. The king, hearing of his cleverness and courage, welcomed him and warned him of the stakes. Success would win him a princess and riches. Failure would bring death. That night, the young man prepared carefully. He wrapped himself in the magical cloak, which seemed to flow around him like liquid silver, soft and invisible to the world. He sat quietly in the hall, listening to the distant ticking of the castle's great clock, waiting for the hour when the princesses would leave their beds. He didn't have long to wait. Soon, soft footsteps whispered along the corridor, light and rhythmic. 12 pairs of slippers moved across the polished floor, and the soldier noticed that the princesses were unusually careful. They did not speak, did not laugh, and didn't make a sound that would disturb the slumbering guards. It was as if they were walking on clouds. He followed at a safe distance, careful to let the cloak conceal him. The princesses moved with a grace that seemed otherworldly. They descended the grand staircases, passed through quiet halls, and opened a hidden door behind a tapestry. The young soldier's heart quickened. He had never seen a door in the castle that was unknown, and he wondered where it might lead. Through the door, a narrow passage stretched into darkness. The air smelled faintly of flowers and of something clean and cold, like a hidden spring. The young soldier's curiosity grew. He followed the princesses down the passage, step by careful step. The walls of the corridor shimmered faintly, as if they were alive with quiet magic. His ears picked up soft music, distant but clear, like a harp played by invisible hands. The passage opened into a grand hall, filled with light that seemed to have no source. The soldier froze for a moment, unsure whether he had stepped into a dream or a world beyond his understanding. The hall was filled with mirrors that reflected not the castle above, but a landscape of glowing trees, silver streams, and delicate bridges made of crystal. The princesses, unaware of being watched, moved with elegance, their gowns sparkling in the strange light. Their feet barely seemed to touch the floor as they twirled and danced, moving in harmony with music the soldier could not see being played. He noticed that the hall was endless. Every step the princesses took led to another sparkling corridor, another shimmering archway. The music shifted, soft and lively, carrying them from one enchanted room to another. Candles floated in the air without holders, casting gentle light on walls covered in climbing vines of silver leaves. It was unlike anything the soldier had ever imagined. Even as he watched, he realized that the princesses' shoes were worn from this endless dance. Their soles caught on the sparkling floors, the edges of crystal bridges, and the smooth stones of magical gardens hidden within the halls. They moved tirelessly, as if drawn by a force stronger than curiosity or play. They smiled, sometimes at one another, sometimes at the lights above, but never at the soldier. They did not know that someone followed, and this gave him both relief and tension. He felt that one wrong move could shatter the enchantment or reveal him before he understood the full secret. Hours seemed to pass, though the soldier knew it was only the depth of night. He took careful notes in his mind. The number of arches, the patterns of light, the way the floors changed from silver to crystal to soft moss. Every detail mattered. He realized that the princess's secret was not simply that they danced. It was that they entered a world entirely hidden from the ordinary castle. A world of magic that existed beneath the veil of the ordinary night. The soldier's mind raced with possibilities. Who had made this hidden place? Why did the princesses come here every night? Could it be magic? Or was it a blessing from the spirits of the land? He wondered whether anyone else had seen it before, whether past travellers had failed because they were too bold or too careless. He moved slowly, letting the cloak cover him, letting the wonder of the hidden world sink into his senses. The princesses continued their dance, each step precise yet fluid. Their laughter, soft as a breeze, rose and fell with the music. They were not frightened. They seemed free and alive in a way that made the soldier's heart ache with admiration. He realized that their secret was not just the passage or the hall, but the joy of the dancing itself. A joy so powerful it could not be explained in simple words. The night pressed on, and the first hints of dawn appeared as faint silver at the edges of the hidden hall. The soldier knew that soon the princesses would return to their rooms, as silent as they had left. He had to follow them carefully, or he might lose the path forever. He noted the final arches, the soft music fading into quiet, and the last glimmers of magic in the walls. At last, the princesses retraced their steps, leaving the grand hall and returning to the corridor that led to their bedrooms. The soldier, hidden by the cloak, followed without fear. He felt a thrill of triumph. The secret was not fully revealed yet, but he had seen enough to understand the pattern, to sense the magical rhythm of the hidden world, and to know that he would return. As the first light of morning touched the castle towers, the princesses returned to their beds. Their shoes, though worn from the secret night, now seemed ordinary again in the quiet of the morning sun. The soldier, careful not to disturb anything, slipped away to a corner of the hall and removed the cloak. He breathed deeply, feeling the tension and wonder of the night still clinging to him. He knew that he had begun something extraordinary. The secret was vast, magical, and full of beauty. And though he had only glimpsed its edges, he understood that the rest would demand patience, courage, and careful observation. The princesses slept, the castle remained silent, and the young soldier prepared himself for the nights yet to come, certain that he had found a path that no ordinary person could follow. The young soldier had never seen anything so extraordinary. As he followed the princesses through the hidden corridors, he realized that the passage was only the beginning. The castle above was real, familiar, and orderly, but beneath it lay a world that seemed spun from dreams. Each step led him deeper into magic, into a place that shimmered with colours that could not exist in the ordinary sunlit world. The hidden world opened with a soft hush, as if the walls themselves were sighing in relief at the presence of the princesses. The first room was wide and circular, the floor covered with tiles that glowed faintly beneath the princesses' feet. Crystal chandeliers floated in the air, though they held no flame. Light glimmered from nowhere, reflecting off walls studded with stones like tiny stars. The music that accompanied the princesses' dance was clearer now, soft yet lively, as if played by invisible hands. The princesses moved with perfect grace. They twirled and spun, their skirts brushing against the shimmering floor, their feet lifting and landing without sound. Their laughter rose and fell like wind chimes, blending with the music in a harmony that filled the hidden hall. The soldier, hidden in the corner, could hardly breathe. He felt as though he had entered a dream, a world created for wonder alone, a world meant for joy and freedom. Beyond the first hall lay a corridor lined with columns of sparkling stone. Each column reflected light differently, some golden, some silver, some pale green, and all seemed alive, as if they pulsed gently with the rhythm of the princesses dancing. Between the columns, streams of water flowed without edges, silver and clear, catching the light in patterns that shifted with each step. The princesses hopped across the streams, their movements delicate yet precise. The soldier noticed patterns in the dance. Each princess had her own rhythm, a subtle difference in the way she moved, yet together they created a larger harmony. They formed circles, crossed lines, and spun in sequences that seemed impossible for 12 people to remember. Yet they did, moving as if guided by memory and magic combined. The soldier realized that the hidden world itself seemed to respond to their dance. The light followed them, sparkling more brightly when they twirled, dimming when they paused, as if the world celebrated their presence. In the next hall, the soldier saw a lake. It was not a lake of ordinary water, but of liquid silver, calm and perfect as glass. The surface reflected the princess's movements, duplicating each twirl and leap in slow glowing ripples. Trees of crystal grew along the lake's edges, their branches curving in arches overhead. Small lights flickered among the branches, like tiny lanterns, and the princesses danced between the trunks, as though the forest itself guided them. Everywhere he looked, the soldier found wonders. There were bridges of moonlight floating just above the lake, leading to doorways framed by gems that shone like eyes. Flowers with petals of sapphire and ruby bloomed in impossible patterns along the edges of crystal rivers. Music continued to flow in the air, rising and falling with no visible source. The soldier felt that every sense was filled. Sight, sound, touch, and even a faint smell of jasmine and rain combined into something that could only belong to this hidden world. The princesses never noticed him. The cloak kept him invisible, and he stayed in the shadows, moving carefully. He watched them laugh softly, sometimes pointing to a jewel on the floor or a reflection in the lake, as if sharing a secret with the world itself. The soldier realized that the magic was not only in the place, but in the princesses. They belonged to this hidden world in a way no one else could, moving through it naturally, as if they had been born to dance here. He noticed the way the halls changed. Some floors were smooth, shining like glass. Others were soft, like moss underfoot, warm and springy. The walls shifted in colour and texture as the princesses passed. Stones would glow when they stepped nearby, and the faintest touch of their hands on crystal pillars made tiny sparkles leap into the air. Every detail mattered, and the soldier memorized it carefully. He could see the routes they took, the secret arches they passed, the small changes in the environment that only appeared when the princesses moved through. Hours seemed to pass, though the soldier could not tell if it were 1 hour or 10. Time felt different here, as if the ordinary rules didn't apply. He walked slowly, cautious not to step where the princesses might see a shadow or hear a sound. His heart pounded not with fear, but with awe. The hidden world was alive in a way that the castle above could never be, a place of joy and beauty and unspoken wonder. At the end of a long hall, he saw another magical hall, larger than the first. Here, the floor was made of polished sapphire tiles that glowed with an inner light. The walls were adorned with gold filigree that twisted and turned like vines, and crystal fountains flowed in gentle arcs, spilling tiny diamonds into clear pools. The princesses formed a circle and began a new dance. Their movements were faster now, more intricate. They leapt, spun, and crossed paths in a pattern so complex that the soldier's mind could barely follow. As he watched, he realized that each night's dance was not random. The princesses followed a rhythm, a map of the hidden world, moving from hall to hall, through lakes and gardens, in a sequence that only they could perform. The music, the lights, the magic, all were part of the pattern, a secret designed for them alone. The soldier understood that this was why their shoes were worn. Every night they travelled far more than any ordinary person could imagine, yet they did it with a grace that made it seem effortless. Even as he observed, the soldier felt a quiet happiness. This hidden world was not meant to be taken or conquered. It was a place of wonder to be seen, understood, and respected. He could imagine why the princesses never spoke of it, why they smiled and said nothing when asked. Some secrets were too delicate for words, too beautiful for explanation. They existed simply to be, and the princesses were their keepers. The night wore on, and the first pale hint of dawn appeared far above in the ordinary castle. The princesses began to retrace their steps, moving carefully back through the halls they had crossed. The soldier followed, noting each turn, each shimmer, each pattern of light, knowing that he now held knowledge that no one else could. The secret was vast, enchanting, and awe-inspiring, and he had glimpsed enough to understand its rhythm and beauty. As the princesses returned to their bedrooms, stepping softly onto the ordinary castle floors, the hidden world faded behind them. The soldier remained for a moment, gazing at the last sparkle of light that lingered in the walls, and then he slipped quietly away, the cloak still concealing him. He knew that the secret was not fully solved, but he now had a map in his mind. A path, a pattern, a story of wonder that he could follow. When he returned to a hidden corner, he removed the cloak and let the ordinary world return to his senses. The castle above was silent and still, the princesses asleep, their shoes worn, but the magic of the night still echoing faintly in his mind. He felt a thrill of both curiosity and awe. The hidden underground world was real. It was alive. And he, clever and careful, had begun to uncover its wonders. The young soldier had been careful, and his patience was beginning to pay off. Nights passed in quiet observation, each journey into the hidden underground world, allowing him to understand more. He did not rush. He did not try to touch or alter anything. He moved as if he were part of the shadows themselves, letting the magical world reveal its secrets slowly, one step at a time. The princesses continued their dances as before, unaware of his presence. They entered the hidden corridors, their feet moving lightly over the glowing floors, their laughter soft like wind through silver leaves. They passed through halls of crystal and bridges of moonlight, through gardens of gem-studded flowers and fountains that flowed with liquid diamonds. Every detail mattered. The soldier memorized each turn, each archway, each spark of magic. He knew that if he could tell the king what he had seen, the proof would need to be perfect and undeniable. The enchanted dancers, too, revealed themselves in more detail as the soldier watched. In some halls, he saw ghostly figures spinning alongside the princesses. These figures shimmered in the same light as the magical floors, translucent and delicate, as if they were reflections of the princesses themselves. They moved in perfect harmony, completing steps the princesses seemed to anticipate without thinking. The soldier realized that the hidden world was alive, responding to the dancers. almost as if it had been created for them and them alone. Trees of silver and gold arched over the crystal lakes, their branches heavy with leaves that glimmered with a light that shifted from blue to green to pink. Birds with feathers like glass perched on the branches, chirping faintly as the princesses danced past. Streams of water glowed softly beneath arches of stone and crystal, flowing in patterns that seemed impossible, yet perfectly natural. Each detail added to the magic of the world, a place beyond the ordinary where time and sound moved differently. The soldier noticed that the princesses followed a strict pattern. Each night, they moved through the same halls in the same order, as if guided by memory or instinct. They crossed the sapphire floors, skipped over floating bridges, danced around lakes, and twirled beneath enchanted trees. He saw the small signs that guided them, a glimmer in the floor marking a turn, a sparkle on a branch signalling a new path, a faint note in the music that told them where to step next. This was not random. Every detail mattered, and the secret depended on this order. He watched as the princess's movements became more intricate in the deeper halls. Here, the music seemed to rise from the very walls, soft and clear, carried by invisible hands. The princesses twirled in precise sequences, their skirts brushing against crystal fountains and glittering flowers. Their laughter mixed with the music, a quiet song that filled the enchanted space. The soldier felt a thrill as he memorized each movement, knowing that every step, every turn, and every glance was part of the proof he would bring back to the king. In one chamber, the hidden world reached its greatest beauty. A wide hall opened before the soldier, its floor a smooth mirror of silver. Crystal columns rose to the ceiling, their surfaces catching the light in endless reflections. Rivers of glowing water flowed through the hall in gentle curves, carrying small orbs of light like floating lanterns. The princesses danced along these rivers, sometimes leaping across them, sometimes spinning in circles as if the currents themselves carried them. The soldier realized that even the environment moved with the dancers. The hall, the rivers, and the trees were all alive, responding to the joy and grace of the princesses. He followed carefully, never stepping where he might be seen, letting the cloak cover him completely. He noticed how the music shifted in pitch and rhythm as the princesses moved. Certain notes only appeared when a princess passed a specific point. Small lights flickered and vanished, only to appear again in the next hall. The hidden world seemed like a living puzzle, one that only the princesses could navigate. Yet the soldier could see the logic behind it now. The patterns that repeated each night, and the signs that guided the dancers through a magical maze. As dawn approached, the princesses began to retrace their steps. They moved quietly back along the bridges and through the corridors, their laughter softer, their movement slower as the night's energy faded. The soldier followed, careful to remember every turn and mark of magic. He realized that the secret of the worn shoes was not simply the distance they travelled, but the hidden world itself, a place of wonder and enchantment that no ordinary person could imagine. The shoes were evidence of their nightly journey, proof of a world beyond ordinary sight. When the princesses finally returned to their bedrooms, Stepping softly onto the familiar floors of the castle above, the soldier knew that he had seen enough. He had observed every hall, every river, every enchanted tree. He had memorized the path, the patterns of the dance, and the magic that made the world move. He knew that he could leave the hidden world with confidence, ready to report to the king without fear of error. But he did not leave immediately. One last look was necessary. He paused in the corridor leading back to the final hall, gazing at the faint shimmer that lingered in the walls, the soft glow of crystal and silver, and the quiet music that still floated through the air. He felt a mix of relief and awe, relief that he had uncovered the secret without being discovered, awe at the beauty and complexity of a world so carefully hidden. He understood why the princesses had smiled and said nothing when asked. Some wonders were too delicate to speak aloud. At last, he slipped back through the passage to the ordinary castle, taking care to step quietly on the floors that led to the king's chambers. The cloak remained tucked carefully in his bag. The first rays of sunlight spilled through the tall windows, casting warm light on the polished stone floors. The princesses slept peacefully, their shoes worn from the night's dance, and the soldier felt the satisfaction of knowing the truth, ready to share it. The king was waiting. The young soldier entered the grand hall, bowing respectfully. He spoke carefully, describing the worn shoes, the precise movement of the princesses, and the existence of the hidden world. He spoke of the enchanted halls, the silver rivers, the crystal trees, and the mysterious music. He described the dancers who followed the princesses and the patterns that guided their nightly journey. The king listened, eyes wide, mind racing with wonder and disbelief. When the soldier finished, the king's face shone with relief and admiration. The secret was no longer a shadow over the kingdom. The worn shoes, the mysterious knights, and the vanished princesses were all explained. The danger of failing had passed. The soldier had observed with care, respected the magic, and brought back proof that no ordinary person could have discovered. The young man's heart was light. The suspense of the nights had faded, replaced with quiet satisfaction. He had entered a world few could even imagine, seen its wonders, and returned with knowledge that would bring rewards and honour. The secret of the 12 dancing princesses, once so hidden and mysterious, was now ready to be revealed. The king sat in his grand hall, his fingers drumming lightly on the polished table, the story of the young soldier echoing in his mind. For so long, he had worried about the worn shoes, the silent halls, and the mystery that had haunted his nights. Now, after years of puzzlement, the truth stood before him, described in careful detail by the clever young man who had observed the princess's secret with patience and respect. The soldier spoke of the hidden world beneath the castle, of crystal halls and silver rivers, of enchanted trees that shimmered with light, and of music that seemed to come from the walls themselves. He described the 12 princesses dancing in perfect harmony, their laughter mingling with magic, their steps following a pattern no ordinary mind could understand. He spoke of bridges of moonlight, gardens of jewelled flowers, and fountains that poured liquid diamonds into clear pools. The king listened, eyes wide, his heart beating faster with each word. When the soldier finished, silence fell over the hall. The courtiers held their breath, the guards stood perfectly still, and even the sunlight streaming through the tall windows seemed to pause in the air. The king looked at his daughters, their heads bent politely, their hands folded in front of them. He felt relief flooding through him, replacing the worry that had weighed on him for so long. "I see now," the king said slowly, his voice calm but full of emotion. "You have not lied, and you have not played tricks. This secret world, this hidden place of magic and joy, it belongs to you, my daughters. You have been careful, and you have protected it well. No punishment is needed, and no anger remains in my heart." The princesses looked up, their faces brightening. Relief and happiness shone in their eyes. They had feared punishment, perhaps even confinement, but the king's words eased the weight from their hearts. They had only wanted to dance, to enjoy the magic that called to them each night, and now they were free to continue without fear. The king turned to the young soldier. "You have done more than any of my knights or advisors could do. You have observed carefully, remembered every detail, and returned with the truth. You have proven yourself clever, courageous, and respectful of the magic you encountered. For this, I offer the reward promised: marriage to one of my daughters, along with all the wealth and honour of the kingdom." The soldier bowed deeply, his heart beating with pride and humility. He did not take the reward lightly, knowing that the princesses were more than their beauty. They were guardians of a world far beyond ordinary understanding. He accepted the king's offer, knowing that his life had been changed forever, not just by the promise of wealth or marriage, but by the wonder he had witnessed beneath the castle. The chosen princess, the eldest among the 12, stepped forward. She had watched the young man with quiet curiosity during his visits, sensing his respect and care. She smiled, a gentle, warm smile, and extended her hand. The soldier took it, feeling the connection of trust and understanding. Together they would step into a life filled with both ordinary joys and the extraordinary memories of a hidden world that had once seemed unreachable. The other princesses, too, were happy. The king declared that the magic of the hidden world would no longer need to be kept a secret from the palace. They could dance openly in the future, celebrating their freedom without fear of punishment or misunderstanding. At night, the castle became a place of quiet wonder, where the princesses moved freely, their shoes no longer a source of mystery, but a symbol of joy and grace. The young soldier, now a prince by marriage, took time to walk with the princesses through the castle halls. He marvelled at the magic that still lingered in the corners, in the shimmer of the walls, and in the faint echoes of music that seemed to come from nowhere. He understood that the secret world beneath the castle was not something to be controlled or owned, but a place to respect and remember. It had taught him patience, observation, and the importance of wonder. The kingdom, too, benefited from the resolution. Word of the secret world spread slowly, but only to those who could appreciate it. Villagers and travellers spoke in whispers, not out of fear, but out of respect for the beauty and magic of the princesses' nightly dances. The palace became a place of inspiration, where ordinary people could imagine a world beyond the walls, a world of wonder waiting just beneath the surface of reality. Over time, the princesses continued their nightly dances, but now they did so with a sense of freedom that had been absent before. The hidden world remained magical and alive, shimmering in silver and crystal, sparkling with liquid light and enchanted music. The soldier watched from the palace above, or joined them sometimes, careful never to disturb the delicate rhythm, learning the joy of moving carefully and observing fully. Each night, the halls and gardens reflected the happiness and freedom of those who walked them, and the kingdom thrived in quiet harmony. The king, watching his daughters and the young soldier, felt a quiet pride. The mystery that had caused him so much worry had ended not with punishment, but with understanding. He had learned that curiosity and care could uncover the truth without causing harm, and that magic, though hidden, could bring joy to those who respected it. The worn shoes, once a source of anxiety, were now a memory of wonder, proof that even the smallest signs could point to extraordinary secrets. In the end, the kingdom settled into peace. The princesses danced openly in the light of day or beneath the moon at night, and the magic of their secret world continued to sparkle in hidden corridors and crystal halls. The young soldier, now prince, learned the language of enchantment through observation and patience, sharing in the quiet joys of the princesses' lives. The king, wise and fair, understood that some mysteries were meant to be discovered carefully, with respect, and that their revelation could bring happiness rather than fear. And so the story of the 12 dancing princesses came to its gentle close. The hero had succeeded, not through strength or force, but through careful observation, respect, and courage. The princesses were free to dance, to laugh, and to live fully. The kingdom was filled with wonder and joy, and the magical world beneath the castle continued to shimmer, a reminder that beauty and enchantment could exist in places unseen, waiting for those with patience and careful eyes. The castle, now quiet under the morning sun, reflected the happiness of its inhabitants. The king, proud and relieved, walked the halls knowing that his daughters were safe, joyful, and free. The princesses, shining with the light of magic and love, twirled in their chambers and corridors, their laughter a melody that would linger in the castle for years to come. And the young soldier, now part of this enchanted family, carried the secret in his heart, a treasure of wonder and memory, forever changed by the hidden world he had uncovered. The moral of the story was clear, gentle, and fair. Curiosity, patience, and careful observation could uncover great wonders. Respect for magic, joy, and freedom allowed mysteries to be revealed without harm. And those who approached the unknown with humility and care could find not only reward, but understanding, connection, and delight. Thus ended the tale of the 12 dancing princesses, a story of mystery and magic, of courage and respect, of joy discovered in hidden worlds, and of hearts rewarded for care and cleverness. The worn shoes, once a sign of worry and confusion, became symbols of wonder, and the kingdom lived on in quiet happiness, a place where the extraordinary and the ordinary could meet in harmony and grace. In a kingdom of cold stone castles and shadowed forests, a child was born whose beauty would awaken envy, provoke cruelty, and draw death itself to her cradle. Her life began with tragedy and ended with betrayal, yet she survived where others could not, carried through danger by courage, loyalty, and the unexpected kindness of strangers. In a world where mirrors speak the truth, poisons lurk in the sweetest fruits, and evil wears many faces, one girl's story defies the darkness that seeks to destroy her. This is the story of Snow White. Once upon a winter's day, a queen sat by her window, sewing. Outside, the snow fell in heavy, silent flakes, blanketing the world in white. Her window was framed in black wood, dark as polished ebony. As she worked, her needle slipped and pricked her finger. A single drop of blood fell onto the snow on the sill. The queen looked at it closely, the deep red against the pure white, framed by the black window. The colours struck her so sharp and clear that she spoke a wish. She wished for a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as ebony. It was a wish made lightly. Yet, wishes have power when spoken from the heart. In time, her wish came true. She bore a daughter, and the child's skin was pale as snow, her lips red as blood, and her hair dark as ebony wood. They named her Snow White, but joy does not always last. The queen, weakened by childbirth, did not live long. Her death came quietly, like the fading of a candle, and the king was left a widower with a newborn child. He mourned, but kings cannot mourn forever. A queen's seat may be empty for a short while, but not for long. So it was that the king married again. The new queen was strikingly beautiful, but beauty was only the surface. Beneath it lay pride, coldness, and a hunger to be admired. She carried with her a strange mirror, framed in shining metal, unlike any other. This mirror was no ordinary glass. It was enchanted, bound to her by secrets best left untold. When she stood before it and asked who was the fairest of all, the mirror never lied. At first, the mirror told her what she wanted to hear. She was the fairest in the land. She delighted in this answer, for beauty was not simply her gift. It was her crown, her shield, her very sense of worth. To be less than the fairest was, to her, worse than death. Snow White grew in the shadows of her stepmother's rule. She was gentle, quiet, and kind. Her beauty was not sharp or proud, but soft and natural, the kind that grew without effort. As the years passed, she blossomed into the very vision her mother had wished for. Skin white as snow, lips red as blood, and hair black as ebony. The queen's eyes, sharp and watchful, did not miss this change. Each morning she asked her mirror the same question, and each morning it gave the same answer. She was still the fairest. But there came a day when the mirror's words shifted, and with them the queen's heart. When she asked, the mirror replied that Snow White was fairer still. The word struck her like a knife. Beauty, the one thing she prized above all else, was slipping from her grasp. To another, it might have been a passing sorrow, a vanity that could be endured. But to this queen, it was unbearable. Envy grew in her like a sickness, twisting her thoughts. At first, she tried to ignore it, telling herself that Snow White was only a child. Yet the mirror never lied, and each time she asked, the answer was the same: Snow White was now the fairest. The Queen's pride turned sour. She began to look at the girl differently, her smiles tighter, her words sharper. What once had been polite distance became coldness. What had been coldness became hatred. Snow White, young and innocent, did not understand. She felt the chill, but could not name its source. She went about her days quietly, unaware of the storm gathering over her. The Queen's jealousy deepened, poisoning her heart. Beauty, she believed, belonged only to her. Snow White's face was a threat, her very existence an insult. The Queen thought of the girl not as a stepdaughter, but as a rival. And rivals in her mind could not be allowed to live. The king, who might have protected Snow White, faded into silence. In some tellings, he died. In others, he simply vanished from the story, as kings often do when they are not needed. What mattered was this. Snow White was alone, with only the cruel Queen to watch over her. The Queen waited, planning. Envy sharpened into hatred, and hatred sharpened into resolve. To her, there was only one solution. If Snow White lived, the Queen's beauty would always be second. If Snow White died, then once again the mirror would answer as it should. It is a strange thing, the way envy consumes the soul. It does not rest, it does not forgive. It grows, like weeds in a garden, choking out everything else. The Queen had wealth, power, and a crown. Yet none of it mattered. All she could think of was Snow White's face, Snow White's lips, Snow White's hair, each feature a reminder that her own glory was fading. And so the Queen began to plan a death. Snow White, still young, still pure, had no idea. She lived quietly, moving through the days with gentle steps, her beauty growing brighter each season, unaware that it had become her curse. The Queen, meanwhile, sharpened her thoughts like knives. She would speak no word of it yet, for poison works best when hidden. But in her heart, the decision was made. Snow White would not be allowed to live much longer. The story of Snow White begins not with love, but with blood. It begins not with kindness, but with envy. And as envy grows, so too does the shadow it casts. The mirror had spoken, and its truth could not be undone. The Queen was no longer the fairest of them all. And so, with each passing day, jealousy sank its claws deeper into her, until hatred was all that remained. This is how the story truly begins, with a child born of snow and blood, and a queen whose heart grew darker than ebony. The days of innocence were ending, though Snow White did not yet know it. Soon, the Queen's hatred would rise from thought to action. And when it did, Snow White's life would change forever. The Queen's envy didn't stay silent for long. Hatred, once planted, grows quickly. It feeds on every thought, every glance, every reminder of what has been lost. The Queen looked at Snow White and saw only her rival, her doom, her shame. At last, she called for a huntsman. He was a man of the forest, rough in manner, skilled with knife and bow. The Queen spoke to him in a voice that carried no warmth. She gave him an order that would stain his soul. He was to take Snow White deep into the forest, far from the castle walls, and there he was to kill her. The Queen was careful in her command. She did not wish to hear that Snow White had simply been abandoned. She wanted proof. She told the huntsman to cut out Snow White's lungs and liver and bring them back to her. Only then would she believe that the girl was gone forever. The huntsman bowed his head. He didn't argue, for to argue with the queen was to invite death. But as he walked away, his heart grew heavy. He had killed many animals in the forest. He had taken life before. Yet this was no animal. This was a child, innocent and unarmed. Still he obeyed, as servants must. Snow White, unaware of her fate, followed him into the forest. She trusted, for she was young and had no reason yet to doubt. The trees grew thick around them, blocking out the sun. Shadows stretched long across the ground. The silence of the forest pressed down on her, broken only by the distant cry of birds. The huntsman slowed his steps. His hand went to his knife. He looked at Snow White, at her pale face and wide eyes. She was no enemy, no beast. She was only a girl, guilty of nothing except being more beautiful than her stepmother. When the moment came, he could not do it. His hand trembled. His knife stayed in its sheath. He fell to his knees and told her to run. Run deep into the forest, he said, and never return. If she stayed, the queen would not rest until she was dead. Snow White did not understand, but fear overtook her. She ran, her feet stumbling over roots, her breath sharp in her throat. The huntsman, left alone, sought another way to fulfill his cruel order. A boar crashed through the undergrowth, wild and fierce. The huntsman struck it down with his blade. He cut out its lungs and liver, still warm, and placed them in a box. These he carried back to the queen. The queen received them with a cruel smile. She wasted no time. She had them salted and cooked, and she ate them with satisfaction, believing she was consuming Snow White's very flesh. In her mind, she was certain. The girl was dead, her beauty destroyed, her rival gone. But Snow White still lived. Far away, deeper into the forest, she wandered alone. The trees pressed close, their branches twisted like claws. The light faded as evening fell. Every sound made her heart race. The rustle of leaves, the crack of a twig, the distant howl of a wolf. She had never been so far from home, never been so alone. She walked until her legs trembled. Fear and exhaustion weighed heavy on her, but she dared not stop. Night in the forest was no place for a child. At last, through the dark trees, she saw a small clearing. In the clearing stood a house. It was not large, but neat, with smoke curling from its chimney and a door just her height. She crept closer, uncertain, but hope stirred in her heart. The door was unlocked. She stepped inside. The house was strange, but tidy. There was a table with 7 little plates, 7 little cups, and 7 little knives and forks. By the wall stood 7 little beds, lined up in a row. Everything was small, as if made for children, yet arranged with care. Snow White, weary and hungry, could not resist. She tasted a bite of bread from one plate, a sip of wine from one cup. She was careful not to empty any completely. Then, her strength failing, she lay down across the beds, trying each in turn. One was too short, another too hard, but at last she found one that fit her well enough. There, she curled up and fell into a deep sleep. Outside, the forest darkened fully. The house grew quiet, its small rooms filled only with the sound of her breathing. She did not know whose home she had entered. She did not know if they would welcome her or cast her out. All she knew was that for the first time since leaving the huntsman, she felt safe enough to close her eyes. Back in the castle, the queen was satisfied, certain her rival had been destroyed. She asked her mirror once more, proud to hear the word she expected, that she was the fairest of all. But mirrors bound by magic do not flatter. They do not bend for lies. Soon, the truth would return to her in a voice that could not be silenced. Snow White was not dead. She was sleeping in the house of strangers, unaware of the lives she was about to change and the danger that would follow her still. The Queen's plan had failed once. But envy, once it takes root, does not die so easily. As the night deepened, the owners of the little house returned. They were not children, though their small size might have suggested so. They were dwarfs, 7 in number, miners who worked deep within the mountains, seeking gold and precious stones. Their lives were hard but steady, their days filled with labour, their nights with simple order. When they entered their home, they noticed at once that something was different. The table, though carefully set that morning, had been disturbed. A bite of bread was missing here, a sip of wine gone there. Their little beds were out of place as well. Each one tried, until at last the 7th was occupied. There lay Snow White fast asleep, her dark hair spread across the pillow, her face pale in the candlelight. The dwarfs gathered around her, whispering among themselves. Who was she? Why was she here? At first they were suspicious. Strangers were rare in the forest, and rarer still in their home. Yet the sight of her stirred pity in them. She was young, weary, and alone. When she woke, she told them her story as best she could. The loss of her mother, the cruelty of her stepmother, the huntsman's mercy, and her wandering through the forest until she found their house. The dwarfs listened carefully. They were not quick to trust, but neither were they cruel. In the end, they agreed she might stay with them, on one condition, that she keep their house in order. She was to cook, clean, wash, and mend. In return, they would give her shelter and safety. Snow White agreed, grateful for their kindness, and so her new life began. The days passed peacefully at first. While the dwarfs worked in the mountains, she tended to their little home. She cooked their meals, swept the floors, and kept the place bright. In the evenings when they returned, the small house was warm and welcoming. For the first time in her life, Snow White felt she belonged. But peace does not last in dark tales. Far away in her castle of stone, the queen still stood before her mirror. Confident, she asked the familiar question, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" She expected the mirror to confirm what she already believed, that she was the fairest, that Snow White was gone, her beauty eaten and destroyed. But the mirror never lied. It told her the truth. Snow White still lived. Snow White was still fairer. The queen's face twisted with rage. The huntsman had deceived her. Snow White had escaped. Hatred burned hotter than before, and now it was sharpened by humiliation. She had eaten the flesh of a beast, believing it to be her rival's, and had been made a fool. She swore then that if she wanted Snow White dead, she would have to do the work herself. The queen was clever, skilled in arts not meant for kind hands. She disguised herself so thoroughly that no one would know her. She dressed as a poor peddler, carrying laces and ribbons to sell. Her beauty was hidden under rags, her pride under a mask of humility. In this form, she set out into the forest and found the little house. Snow White, alone while the dwarfs were away, greeted the peddler without fear. The queen spoke sweetly, offering her bright ribbons. Snow White admired them, and the queen insisted on lacing one around her waist. But the queen pulled it tighter and tighter until Snow White could not breathe. She fell to the floor, her face pale, her body limp. When the dwarfs returned, they found her lying as if dead. Shocked, they loosened the laces at once, and breath returned to her. She opened her eyes, dazed but alive. They warned her sternly not to open the door to strangers. She promised, but innocence is easily deceived. The queen returned to her castle, certain her plan had worked. She asked her mirror again, but once more the answer was the same. Snow White still lived, and Snow White was still fairer. Her rage knew no limits. Again she disguised herself, this time as an old woman selling combs. She hobbled to the little house and offered a comb to Snow White, who at first refused. But the queen's words were soft, persuasive, and Snow White's curiosity won. She let the woman place the comb in her hair. The comb was poisoned. As soon as it touched her scalp, the poison spread through her veins, and she collapsed once more. When the dwarfs came home, they found her lying cold and still, but they noticed the comb, drew it from her hair, and at once life returned to her. Again they warned her, never open the door to anyone. Again, she promised. And again the queen returned to her mirror, and again the mirror betrayed her. Snow White lived. Snow White was fairer. By now the queen's hatred had grown into obsession. She would not fail again. She prepared a final trap, one that even the dwarf's care could not undo. She disguised herself as a farmer's wife, carrying bright, rosy apples. Some were safe. One was poisoned. She went to the house once more. Snow White, remembering the warnings, hesitated. She told the woman she dared not open the door, but the queen was patient, cunning. She cut one apple in half, ate the safe half herself, and offered the poisoned side through a window. Snow White saw the woman eat without harm. Believing the fruit to be safe, she took a bite. The poison worked at once. She fell to the ground, her lips still red, her skin still white, her hair still black as ebony, but her body cold, her breath gone. When the dwarfs returned, they could not wake her. They untied her laces, they combed her hair, they searched for tricks, but nothing helped. Snow White lay still, as if in death. The queen returned to her mirror, and this time, at last, it spoke the words she longed to hear. She was the fairest in the land. The dwarfs, meanwhile, wept. They had grown to love the girl who kept their home and shared their lives. They could not bury her, for she looked as though she still lived, her beauty untouched by death. So they made a coffin of glass, clear on all sides, and placed her within it. They set it in the forest, where the sunlight could fall upon her face, and they kept watch. Snow White, the child of snow and blood, now lay in an endless sleep. But her story was not finished. Snow White did not rise. The dwarfs tried all they could. They unlaced her dress, they combed her hair, they searched her body for signs of trickery. But the apple's poison was deep, and no effort could undo it. She lay still, her chest unmoving, her lips parted in silence. The dwarfs wept. They had warned her, begged her, but innocence had left her open to deceit. Now their little home, once filled with light and warmth, seemed hollow. Their companion, who had cooked and cleaned and brought laughter into their evenings, was gone. They could not bring themselves to bury her. Most bodies grow cold, then pale, then decay. But Snow White did not change. Her skin remained soft and white, her lips still red as if painted, her hair dark and shining as polished ebony. She looked not dead, but sleeping, a deep, eternal sleep from which she could never wake. Because she looked so lifelike, they built her a coffin of glass, bound with gold. Through the clear walls, her beauty could be seen by any who passed. They placed the coffin in a clearing of the forest, where the light of the sun and the glow of the moon could fall across her face. Around it they planted flowers, as though to soften the cruelty of her fate. Each day the dwarfs came to sit beside her. They watched over her as they once had in life. They spoke to her as though she might hear, though she never answered. Their grief did not fade. Seasons turned. The leaves of the forest shifted from green to gold to bare, and then grew green again. Snow covered the ground, melted, and returned once more. Yet Snow White did not change. She remained as she had been on the day she bit the poisoned apple. The dwarfs began to believe she would never decay, that she had been touched by some strange magic. Word of her spread. Travellers who passed through the forest heard whispers of a maiden in a glass coffin, preserved as if untouched by time. Some came out of curiosity, others out of reverence, but all left with hushed voices. They looked upon her pale face and wondered at the tragedy. A life cut short, beauty trapped in endless stillness. Some said she was a warning, a lesson about envy and pride. Others said she was a miracle, proof that death could be defied. But for all their words, Snow White remained the same, silent and unmoving, caught between life and death. The dwarfs guarded her with loyalty, but their sorrow was heavy. They could not leave her, nor could they move forward. They were bound to her, as if her endless sleep had trapped them as well. The queen, in her distant castle, was satisfied. Each day she asked her mirror who was the fairest, and each day it told her what she wished to hear. Snow White was no longer her rival. The queen believed her triumph was complete. She walked proudly through her halls, her vanity unchallenged. But beauty preserved is a dangerous thing. For though Snow White's voice was silent, her face spoke louder than words. The forest remembered her. The flowers leaned toward her coffin. The seasons passed, but she remained unchanged. She was not buried, not forgotten. She endured. And so her story was not finished. One day, strangers again passed through the forest. They heard the tale of the maiden who did not decay, and they came to see her for themselves. Among them was a prince, young and proud, who had wandered far. When he reached the clearing and saw the glass coffin, he stopped. He gazed upon Snow White's face, pale as snow, lips red as blood, hair black as ebony. She seemed asleep, as though she might open her eyes at any moment. Her beauty struck him not as living, but as eternal, a perfection that could not fade. The dwarfs told him her story. Her mother's death, her stepmother's cruelty, the huntsman's mercy, the queen's trickery, and the poisoned apple. They told him she had lain there for many seasons, unchanging, and that they would guard her until time itself crumbled. The prince listened, but his heart stirred in ways the dwarfs did not expect. He did not see her as dead, but as something more, something his life would not be complete without. He begged them to give her to him, to let him take the coffin to his castle. At first, they refused. She was their companion, their sorrow, their duty. But the prince pleaded, not with threats, but with reverence. He said he could not live without looking upon her, that her face had bound him. At last, moved by his words, they agreed. They lifted the coffin from its resting place and prepared to follow him on the journey. And as they carried her, something strange began to stir. The forest had held her in silence for so long that even the wind seemed to hush when it passed over the glade where Snow White lay in her glass coffin. The dwarfs had watched over her, tending her resting place with care and sorrow. Days passed, seasons changed, yet she did not decay. She remained as she had been on the day the poisoned apple struck her down, pale as snow, lips red as blood, hair black as ebony. It was then that a prince arrived. He had heard whispers of a girl preserved in the forest, whose beauty no time could touch. He was not drawn by wealth or by duty, but by something more ancient and irresistible, the longing for what seemed impossible. When he saw her, lying silent and perfect, he was struck by awe. She looked asleep, yet not lifeless, like a vision pulled from a dream, delicate and eternal. The dwarfs were wary, but the prince's words carried sincerity. I cannot leave her here. She belongs to life, not to shadows. Let me carry her to my castle, and I will guard her with all that I have. After much hesitation, they agreed. Carefully they lifted the glass coffin, carrying it along the forest path. The prince walked slowly, cautious of roots and rocks. But as they moved, a sudden jolt shook the coffin. Snow White stirred. The poisoned apple's piece, lodged in her throat, dislodged with the motion. A gasp escaped her lips. Her eyes opened, wide with confusion. At first she did not understand where she was, why the forest seemed to fade around her, why the dwarfs and the prince knelt, staring in awe. Then memory returned, the huntsman, the forest, the queen, the poisoned apple. Fear surged, but she was alive. She was breathing. She was free. The prince helped her from the coffin. Her legs were unsteady, but her spirit was strong. He brought her to his castle, where she was tended and fed, and slowly life returned to its ordinary rhythm. Snow White was cautious, her innocence tempered by experience, but she began to smile, and her voice returned. Preparations were made for a wedding. Snow White, once a child of snow and blood, now stood as a young woman who had survived death itself. Her beauty remained, but it was now joined by wisdom and a quiet strength that could not be poisoned, laced, or trapped. Far away in her castle, the queen asked her mirror again, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror's surface shimmered and the truth shone forth. "You are fair, my queen, but Snow White, the bride, is fairest now." Rage burned hotter than fire in the queen's heart. Her envy had already driven her to cruelty, but now it had brought her shame. Snow White lived, and she would become queen. The queen could not bear it. She disguised herself and attended the wedding, hoping to find a way to undo her rival's triumph. But fate had its own justice. Snow White, now strong and cautious, was protected by the prince and by the justice of those who had suffered her cruelty. The queen was recognized. Her disguises were useless, her malice exposed. The punishment was swift and fitting for the evil she had done. Iron shoes were heated until they glowed red, and the queen was forced to wear them. She danced until she fell, screaming until the flames claimed her. There was no pity, no mercy, only the fulfillment of justice long delayed. Snow White's story had reached its end. The girl who had been targeted by envy, poisoned by deceit, and left for dead was now alive, married, and free. She ruled with kindness and wisdom alongside the prince, never forgetting the dangers that beauty and innocence could draw. The dwarfs, who had protected her, were honoured guests in the castle, their loyalty remembered and rewarded. And so, Snow White's tale closed not with fear, nor with cruelty, but with a justice hard earned. The evil queen was gone, her malice ended, her vanity destroyed. The girl of snow, blood, and ebony hair became a woman of courage, of patience, and of quiet triumph. The forest, once a place of fear, became a memory, a place where life and death had touched, where innocence had been tested, and where beauty had been preserved. Travellers would whisper of her story for generations, of the girl who slept, who survived, and who ultimately outlasted envy and cruelty. Snow White lived on, not merely as a symbol of beauty, but as a reminder that strength and kindness could endure beyond death, beyond fear, and beyond the shadows cast by those who wish to see others fall. Her story ended, as all stories of darkness and survival must, with balance restored. Evil was punished, innocence prevailed, and life continued, richer for the lessons learned in its telling. Long ago, in a land where magic was strong, and fate was more powerful than kings, a baby girl was born after many years of waiting. Her parents loved her. The whole kingdom celebrated her. But one mistake at her birth brought a terrible curse. Her life became a path of danger, silence, and long sleep, while the world outside changed and forgot. Still, her story lived on, wrapped in thorns and whispered as legend until the day hope returned. This is the story of Sleeping Beauty. In a faraway land, there once lived a king and queen who had everything a ruler could wish for: power, riches, castles of stone, and loyal subjects who honoured them. Yet for all their treasures, their hearts carried a hollow space. For many years they longed for a child, but none was given to them. The great halls of the palace remained silent, with no small footsteps, no laughter to echo against the marble floors. Every prayer to the heavens seemed unanswered, and every hope that flickered was quickly dimmed. But fate, slow and heavy though it seemed, eventually moved. At last, the queen gave birth to a daughter. She was a child of extraordinary beauty, and her tiny cries carried more joy into the kingdom than the ringing of bells ever could. Her skin was fair as fresh snow, her eyes deep and bright, her lips red as a wild rose blooming among thorns. The people of the land rejoiced, for their ruler's sorrow had ended, and they celebrated the newborn princess as a sign of blessing. The king, overcome with happiness, declared that no expense should be spared in honouring the birth of his daughter. He ordered a great feast, one so grand that even the oldest folk in the land would remember it as the greatest of their time. Nobles from distant realms were invited. Musicians filled the air with bright tones, and tables bent beneath the weight of golden dishes, spiced meats, honeyed fruits, and the finest wines. Most important of all, the king invited the wise women of the kingdom. These were not ordinary women, but ancient keepers of knowledge, half seen in shadow, half present in light. Some called them fairies, some called them spirits, but all respected their gifts. There were 13 wise women in the realm, each with powers that touched the threads of fate. Yet when the king prepared the feast, he had only 12 golden plates made, for the royal treasuries held no more of the precious metal, and none thought it wise to offer a lesser plate to one of such high power. Thus 12 were invited, and one was left uncalled. The great day arrived, and the feast began. The wise women, robed in strange and shimmering garments, came forward to bless the child. One by one, they laid gifts upon her life. Some gave her beauty, others gave her kindness, others wisdom, grace, and the ability to charm all who looked upon her. The air shimmered with their words, as though the future itself bent to their will. Each blessing was like a jewel laid upon the child's head, and the king and queen glowed with pride and gratitude. But as the 12th wise woman finished her gift, a hush fell over the hall. The 13th wise woman, the one left uninvited, appeared suddenly in the midst of the feast. No one had called her, yet she came, as if the slight against her had drawn her from the shadows. She was not gentle like the others, nor kind in her expression. She wore no smile, and her eyes were cold as iron. The guests trembled. The king and queen, realizing their mistake, grew pale, but it was too late. The 13th woman spoke not with joy, but with bitterness. She leaned over the cradle, and her words poured like venom into the air. She declared that when the princess reached her 15th year, she would prick her finger on a spindle and fall down dead. The hall shuddered with fear, the queen wept, and the king's heart sank into despair. The guests cried out in shock, but no one could take back the curse, for it had been spoken by one who held sway over fate itself. Yet before the dread could root too deep, the 12th wise woman, whose gift had not yet been given, stepped forward. Though she could not undo the curse, she could soften it. She proclaimed that the child would not die, but instead fall into a deep sleep, lasting 100 years. After this long span of time, she would be awakened not by her own strength, but by another who would come when the hour was ripe. Thus the curse was tempered, but not erased. The princess's future still bore the shadow of doom, and no one in the hall could shake the weight of it. From that day onward, the king and queen guarded their daughter with anxious care. She was named Briar Rose, for she was as lovely as a rose, yet surrounded by thorns of fate. Her cradle was woven with silk, but no riches could protect her from what had been spoken. Every step of her childhood carried both joy and dread. The people loved her, for she was gentle and beautiful, but whispers always followed her name, whispers of the curse, whispers of the spindle, whispers of the 100 years that might yet come. The king, determined to fight fate itself, issued a royal command that every spindle in the kingdom be burned. He sent his servants into the villages, the farms, and even the poorest cottages. Wheels were smashed, flax was cast aside, and fires rose high into the night sky as the old spinning tools were destroyed. No one was permitted to spin, no thread was to be made, and no spindle was to be kept hidden. For the king believed that by force he could prevent what was foretold. But fate is a patient weaver. It does not yield to command, nor does it bow to the will of men. Though the fires burned bright, and though the wise women had given their blessings, the shadow of the curse remained, waiting. Briar Rose grew, each year more graceful than the last. She was the pride of her parents and the jewel of the kingdom. She laughed among flowers, she sang like a bird, and she carried herself with a light that made others love her without cause. Yet beneath all this brightness, the unspoken truth lingered. On her 15th birthday, the curse would find her. And so the kingdom waited, caught between joy and fear. The king and queen smiled at their daughter, but behind their smiles lay dread. The people praised her beauty, but in their hearts they whispered of spindles and blood. Time moved forward, as it always does, bringing with it the hour that could not be avoided. For no matter how strong a wall is built, fate finds its way through the cracks. Briar Rose grew as if she were touched by sunlight each day. Her childhood passed gently, her body strong, her face fairer with each year. Wherever she went, people whispered of her beauty and grace. She was gentle of spirit and kind in nature, and there seemed to be no flaw upon her. Those who met her carried her image with them, as if her very presence were a blessing. The king and queen, though weighed down by fear, took comfort in her happiness. She laughed often, and her laughter filled the palace halls. She walked in the gardens and spoke softly to the birds that gathered near. Servants adored her, and common folk longed to catch sight of her whenever she passed. She was the kingdom's light, though many never forgot the shadow that lay across her fate. The king, desperate to shield his daughter, had long ago made a great order. Every spindle, every spinning wheel, and every tool of flax and thread was to be destroyed. His men swept through villages and towns, into poor huts and grand houses alike. Spindles were seized, piled in heaps, and cast into fire. Smoke rose in great columns across the land as the old tools burned to ash. In their place, silence spread. The art of spinning, once the daily rhythm of women's lives, was driven into memory. No maid spun by the hearth, no mother taught her child the craft. The whir of the spindle became a sound of the past. And still, though the fires had burned bright, fear lingered. People knew that fate is not so easily tricked. A curse spoken by one who holds power is not erased by command. Yet the king clung to hope that vigilance would keep his daughter safe. The years passed quickly. Childhood gave way to maidenhood, and Briar Rose grew tall, graceful and strong. She moved with a lightness that seemed almost unearthly, as if some secret air lifted her above the weight of the world. Yet she did not grow proud. She spoke kindly to all, from nobleman to servant, from rich to poor. Many hearts dreamed of her, but none dared to speak of it. Still, time is a silent hunter, and it waits for no king or queen. The dreaded day drew nearer, for curses move with the turning of years, and the 15th birthday approached as surely as winter follows autumn. The king and queen, though outwardly calm, watched the days with heavy dread. They ordered even greater watchfulness, commanding that no strange objects be brought into the palace. Guards patrolled the halls, and servants were warned. Yet for all their effort, the curse was not one that could be locked outside the gates. On the morning of her 15th birthday, the castle was filled with a strange quiet. The sun shone bright over its towers, yet within the walls a heaviness seemed to rest. Briar Rose, unaware of what fate had prepared for her, walked through the palace with the carefree curiosity of youth. She wandered further than she had before, her steps leading her into halls seldom travelled, into stairways that twisted upward and downward, into corners of the castle that even the servants rarely saw. Her feet carried her higher and higher, until she came to an old stairway that wound like a serpent toward a forgotten tower. The stones were dusty, the air stale, yet she felt a strange pull. She climbed without hesitation, her hand brushing against the cold walls as she ascended. At the top of the stairway she found a small, heavy door. It was rough with age, its wood darkened by time. She pushed it open, and inside the narrow room she saw an old woman bent over a spinning wheel. Her hands moved with steady rhythm, pulling flax into thread. The wheel hummed softly. A sound long vanished from the rest of the kingdom. Briar Rose had never seen such a thing before, for the art of spinning had been erased from her world. She stepped closer, curious, her eyes wide at the strange sight. The wheel turned, the spindle gleamed faintly in the dim light. The old woman looked worn and ancient, her back bent, her face hidden in shadow. She spun without pause, as if she had been waiting. Briar Rose watched, entranced by the motion of the spindle. It seemed to call to her, whispering silently through the still air. She reached out her hand, drawn as though by unseen threads. The moment her finger touched the spindle's sharp tip, it pierced her skin. A single drop of blood welled up, bright against her pale hand, and at once, as if the curse had been waiting in silence all these years, she fell. Her eyes closed, her body grew heavy, and she sank into a deep and heavy sleep. The spindle slipped from her hand, rolling softly across the floor, its work complete. Briar Rose lay upon the ground, her face calm, her chest rising and falling as though she merely dreamed. Yet it was no ordinary dream. It was the sleep of 100 years, spun and sealed by the curse of fate. The room grew still. Dust hung in the air. Outside the tower, the castle seemed unaware for a moment of what had come to pass. Yet the curse had only begun its work. The sleep of Briar Rose was not hers alone to bear, for the spell was bound not just to her, but to the kingdom itself. Through the halls, the chambers, and the courts, the curse stretched like a shadow, reaching its hand into every corner of the castle. The curse did not end with Briar Rose. It was not meant to touch only her, for such spells are not so small. When her finger met the spindle, and she fell into her heavy sleep, the shadow spread outward, silent but swift, carrying through stone and air, through bone and blood. In the great hall, where the king sat with his queen, a sudden heaviness came upon them. Their voices faded, their eyes closed, and their bodies grew still upon their thrones. The courtly nobles around them sank where they stood, their fine robes folding around them as they fell into slumber. Servants dropped their trays and pitchers, yet they did not stir again to gather them. Guards slumped at their posts, their swords sliding from limp hands. In the kitchens, fires burned bright for a moment, crackling and spitting as pots boiled. But then even the flames, touched by the curse, lost their strength and sank into embers. The cooks fell asleep over their work, spoons slipping from their fingers. In the stables, horses bent their heads and closed their eyes, their breathing slow and deep. Dogs curled upon the ground and did not rise again. Even the doves upon the roof tucked their heads beneath their wings and entered the same dream-bound stillness. The castle became silent. No footstep, no breath of work, no cry of child or sound of beast disturbed the air. Every living thing within those walls had been caught in the same deep sleep as Briar Rose. But the curse was not finished. Around the castle grounds, at the very edges of the walls, something began to grow. From the soil rose a hedge, first thin, then thick, twisting with thorn and briar. The branches climbed over one another, weaving themselves tighter with each passing day. The thorns were sharp as knives, black and cruel. They stretched higher than the tallest towers, wider than the castle walls, until the once proud palace was hidden behind a prison of living wood. The hedge grew stronger as the years passed. Each season added another layer of cruel thorns, another barrier of twisting vines. It was no gentle rose hedge, though the princess bore the name of Briar Rose. This was a hedge that cut, tore, and strangled. Birds that tried to nest within it bled upon its thorns. Animals that brushed against it fled, wounded and afraid. The people beyond the castle saw the change with fear. At first, they whispered of the strange sleep that had fallen over their rulers, though none could see within the hedge. Then they whispered of the thorns, how they seemed to grow higher each year, and how no blade could cut them down. Soon the whispers turned into stories, and the stories became legends. It was said that a beautiful princess lay within, untouched by time, sleeping until fate should wake her. Many young men, bold and eager for glory, listened to these tales. Princes from far-off lands, knights of restless ambition, wanderers hungry for fame, all heard the story and thought themselves destined to break the curse. One by one they came, They rode with shining armour and sharpened swords, hearts full of hope. They stood before the hedge, proud and fearless, and forced their way into the briars. But the hedge was not made for men to pass. Its thorns wrapped around them like cruel hands, tearing at skin, cutting through armour, binding them in its grasp. Many were pierced, many were trapped, and many never returned. The hedge seemed to drink their strength, swallowing them whole until no trace was left. The people spoke of these failed adventurers with hushed voices. Some claimed that the hedge was alive, that it fed on the blood of those who dared approach. Others said the curse itself grew stronger each time someone tried and failed, as though it mocked the hope of men. And so the legend darkened. The sleeping princess became not only a dream of beauty, but also a warning of death. Parents told their children to stay away from the hedge, to keep far from the cursed land. Travellers gave the place wide berth. The castle, once a proud centre of life, became a place feared and abandoned. Yet the story could not be silenced. The idea of a maiden lying untouched for 100 years stirred imaginations. The promise of breaking the curse and winning both the princess and the kingdom was too bright to be ignored. And so, even though many had perished, others still came. The hedge stood ready year after year, its thorns sharper, its vines denser, its silence heavier. Time does not move the same for those who sleep as it does for those awake. Inside the castle, Briar Rose lay as still as the day she fell. Her beauty did not fade, her body did not age. She seemed only to dream, untouched by hunger or sorrow. Around her, the king and queen, the servants and guards, the animals and birds, all rested in the same unbroken stillness. Dust gathered on tables, yet food did not spoil. Cobwebs stretched across corners, yet no creature stirred. The castle was frozen in time, held in the grip of the curse. Outside, however, the world changed. Seasons turned, winters gave way to springs, and summers to autumns. Generations rose and fell. The hedge grew taller, thicker, and darker. The castle, now hidden entirely, became little more than a tale told by old voices to young ears. Some believed the story was nothing more than fancy, a caution against pride or a warning about angering fate. Others believed it with trembling devotion, certain that the princess still lay sleeping, waiting for one brave enough to reach her. But none who tried succeeded. The hedge claimed them all. And so the years rolled on, carrying the world further and further from the day of the curse. Yet within the castle, nothing changed. Briar Rose lay still, her face calm, her breath quiet, her body as if carved from perfect marble. She remained untouched by time, as though the 100 years were but a single night. The curse had been laid with careful design. It was not a simple death, nor a quick ruin, but a waiting, heavy slumber. It bound not only the princess, but every living thing within the walls, and even the castle itself. The hedge, dark and cruel, stood guard, a living wall against all who might disturb the silence. And so the kingdom slept, year after year, while the world outside forgot and remembered, doubted and believed, feared and desired. The story lived on, for stories are as enduring as curses, and both wait patiently for their appointed time. For though 100 years may seem endless, even a curse has an end. Time is a patient master, slower than stone and deeper than the sea. For the world outside the cursed castle, days came and went. Seasons burned and froze, kings rose and fell. New villages were built, and old ones crumbled. Children were born, grew, and grew old in turn. 100 years is long enough for one lifetime to pass into dust, and then for another to follow. Yet within the castle, time stood still. The king and queen slept upon their thrones. The servants lay where they had fallen, the guards at their posts, the cooks at their pots, the dogs curled on the floor. Briar Rose, fairest of all, lay in her chamber as she had from the first moment, her chest rising and falling in the deep rhythm of enchanted sleep. No wrinkle touched her skin, no line of age marked her face. The spell held her as if the world outside no longer existed. Outside, however, the story did not die. It lived on, whispered from parent to child, from elder to youth. The tale of the sleeping princess in the castle behind the hedge became both a wonder and a warning. Many had tried to reach her and had never returned. The hedge of thorns stood higher than ever, darker and sharper than before, drinking the blood of the reckless and swallowing the bones of the bold. But as the 100th year drew near, something in the air began to shift. Legends may stretch and twist with time, but curses keep their measure. The 100 years, long as they seemed, were not endless. They had a beginning, and they would have an end. Far from the cursed land, a young prince heard the story. He was not the first, nor the strongest, nor the most famous of those who had listened to the legend. But he was young, and the story stirred something in him that would not let him rest. He heard of the hedge that no blade could cut, of the men who had perished trying to pass, and of the princess said to sleep behind its walls. His heart filled with both wonder and resolve. He set out to see for himself. His horse carried him through fields and forests, through towns where the story was told with trembling voices. Some warned him to turn back, to avoid the hedge that devoured all who came near. Others laughed, saying the princess was nothing more than a tale to frighten children. Yet the prince rode on. At last he reached the land where the hedge rose against the sky. It was vast, a wall of living thorns so thick that no light seemed to pass through. The branches twisted around one another like serpents, their thorns black and long as knives. It looked less like a hedge than a fortress, one built not of stone, but of hunger and malice. Many before him had tried to force their way in, and their bones lay hidden in its grasp. The prince dismounted and stood before the hedge, his sword ready at his side. He expected to fight his way forward, to struggle against the cruel vines. But as he stepped closer, something strange happened. The hedge didn't clutch at him. The thorns did not pierce his flesh. Instead, the branches began to draw back, slowly at first, then more quickly, twisting away as if obeying a command older than memory. A path opened before him, clear and straight, leading deep into the heart of the hedge. He looked behind, and the branches closed again, sealing the way he had come. But ahead, the road remained open, as though the hedge itself had been waiting for him. For the 100 years had ended. The curse had reached its appointed span. and now its weight began to shift. The prince, though he did not know it, had not come by chance. He had come at the exact hour when the spell allowed passage, when fate itself bent to the appointed time. He walked forward, his steps steady, though a silence pressed against him. He passed through the hedge and came at last to the grounds of the castle. The sight before him was strange and heavy. The gardens, once filled with life, were overgrown yet not wild. Weeds had risen, flowers had drooped, yet everything seemed paused, as though frozen at the edge of decay. The air was still, without bird or insect. No wind stirred the leaves. No sound broke the silence but his own footsteps. He walked further and entered the castle gates. There the silence deepened. The guards leaned against their walls, their eyes closed, their swords slipping from their hands. In the courtyards, servants slept in heaps, pitchers and baskets fallen beside them. In the great hall, nobles and courtiers slumped upon benches, unmoving, as if the feast had never ended. The king and queen lay upon their thrones, still and pale, yet not dead. Their chests rose with slow, steady breaths, as though they merely dreamed. The prince's heart quickened. He passed through the hushed corridors, up the stairways, past the kitchens where cooks lay over their pots, past the stables where horses rested without stirring. Every room was the same. Bodies lying as if carved from stillness. Lives caught in the moment the curse had fallen. At last he climbed the tower stairs. His steps echoed in the silence, though no one stirred. He reached a door at the very top, heavy and plain, and pushed it open. Inside lay Briar Rose. She was as beautiful as the stories had promised, though no words had prepared him for the sight. Her face was calm, her skin pale as ivory, her lips red as the wild rose for which she had been named. Her golden hair spread across the pillow, shining even in the dim light. She breathed slowly, deeply, as if she were only resting after some long day. The prince stepped closer, and time itself seemed to grow heavier around him. He knew, without knowing why, that this was the moment the story had carried him toward. The curse had ended its span. The hedge had opened. The castle had revealed its secret. And here lay the sleeping princess, waiting. She looked alive, more alive than anything else in that still place. Radiant even in sleep, untouched by the years, she seemed less like one bound by a curse than like a figure held in eternal peace. The prince leaned over her, his heart pounding in his chest. The 100 years had run their course. Time, that quiet and merciless master, had completed the circle decreed by the curse. When the prince leaned down over the sleeping girl, it was as if all of fate had been waiting for this one moment, the hour when endings and beginnings pressed against each other like two edges of the same blade. He kissed her lips gently, and at once the spell that had bound her loosened. Briar Rose's eyes opened, calm as if she had merely woken from a long and pleasant dream. Her breath rose softly in her chest, and her gaze moved across the chamber. The dust had not touched her beauty, nor had time marked her with its usual cruelty. 100 years had passed, yet she seemed as untouched as the morning she had fallen asleep. But it was not only she who stirred. Across the castle, in chambers and halls, in kitchens and stables, life began again. The king and queen lifted their heads, uncertain at first why they had nodded off at so strange an hour. The servants rubbed their eyes, reaching again for dishes left unfinished. The fire in the hearth flickered up once more, flames leaping from embers that had waited a century to breathe. The horses stamped in their stalls, shaking off a century of stillness, and the dogs stretched and barked as if waking from an ordinary nap. The strangest thing of all was how none within the castle felt the weight of years. They did not know that a century had vanished, for to them time had stopped, frozen at the moment the spindle drew its drop of blood. Outside, the world had changed beyond recognition. Inside, nothing had shifted at all. The prince alone knew the truth, for he had heard the tale in the villages and seen the thorn hedge that had stood like a wall between the castle and the world. He looked at Briar Rose and saw not only her beauty, but the depth of the story that had kept her apart from the living for so long. She, though, blinked at him as though he were simply the first face she saw upon waking, neither more nor less extraordinary than the sunshine falling through the window. Soon, the king and queen, bewildered by this new visitor, were told of what had passed in their absence. They learned that 100 years had truly gone by, though their bodies and minds did not feel it. The kingdom they had once ruled had long since been forgotten, swallowed by time's endless turning. Their friends, their allies, their neighbours, none remained. Their court was gone, their world vanished, and only the legend of the sleeping princess had preserved their memory. Yet they did not despair. Perhaps it was because the weight of time had not pressed itself upon them. Perhaps it was because in the very moment of waking there was no room for grief, only wonder. Or perhaps it was because, deep within, they understood that the curse had always promised this: not death, but endurance. The prince and Briar Rose walked through the castle together. Each room was filled with those who had just woken, picking up their tasks where they had left them. They seemed content to continue, as though time itself had obeyed the rhythm of their sleep. The world outside was lost to them, but within these walls, life resumed. Soon after, the prince asked for Briar Rose's hand in marriage. There was no long courtship, no years of proving or testing. Their fates had already been bound together, written in the curse and softened by mercy. The wedding was held in the Great Hall, a place that had waited 100 years to host such a feast. The wise women were not summoned again, for their work had long been completed, and none dared tempt fate with further gifts or curses. The feast was simple compared to the grandeur of the celebration at her birth, but there was a quiet joy in it that no one forgot. The tables groaned under fresh bread, roasted meats, and wine that had never soured in its casks. Laughter filled the air, and though none spoke of it aloud, each person carried the silent knowledge that they had been spared from true death. Afterward, life in the castle continued. The thorns that had once been impenetrable walls withered and fell away, leaving the path open. Travellers and villagers came to see the place that had slept a century, and though many doubted the truth of the story, all who looked upon Briar Rose felt its shadow, She carried in her face the unbroken line between sleep and waking, between what is lost and what endures. Yet the story does not end with glittering crowns or thunderous triumph. For though the curse was softened, it was never erased. It lingered like the memory of a wound, a reminder that fate cannot be refused, only endured until its hour is finished. Briar Rose lived her life beside the prince, and the two were bound together by both love and the strange miracle of her awakening. They did not escape destiny, they merely lived within its terms. The people of the land spoke of it often, telling their children how a princess once pricked her finger on a spindle and slept for 100 years. They spoke of the thorns that strangled brave men, and of the prince who came at the appointed hour. Some told it as a story of hope, others as a warning about the weight of curses. All agreed, however, that the tale was proof of what no king, queen, or wise woman can undo: the workings of time and the certainty of fate. And so, Briar Rose became both legend and queen, walking always with the knowledge that her life had been shaped by forces greater than herself. Her beauty remained, her kindness spread, and her memory endured long after. But the true heart of her tale was not her slumber or her marriage. It was the truth that even in darkness, life waits. Even in silence, time moves. And even in curses, there may be a hidden mercy. Thus ends the story of Sleeping Beauty, not with fireworks, nor with endless joy, but with a quiet reminder. Fate cannot be avoided, yet it may be endured. Once upon a time, though not in the warm and gilded halls of kings, but in the plain and narrow streets where simple folk made their homes, there lived a husband and wife. They were not remarkable people, nor particularly fortunate ones. Though fortune was seldom generous in those days, their lives were bound by modest means, and their days moved along quietly, one into the next, with little promise of change. Yet behind their humble dwelling stood something far greater than their lot in life. A walled garden that belonged to a woman feared by all who whispered her name. She was no ordinary woman, but one steeped in arts and mysteries that no priest would bless and no honest villager would approach. Some called her a sorceress, others muttered of witchcraft. Whatever her true nature, her power was certain, and her wrath more certain still. Her garden, thick with herbs and plants both medicinal and deadly, was tended not by mortal hands, but by forces unseen. No one dared climb its walls, for to trespass there was to invite ruin. And so the garden, lush and green even in winter, lay untouched and inviolate, except by the woman who ruled it. The wife, however, knew little of this in the beginning, for her mind was occupied by another matter entirely. After long years of waiting and sorrow, she found herself with child. With that knowledge came both joy and a strange heaviness of spirit, for her body, which had so long been barren, seemed to have awakened not only to life, but to longing. Day by day, her appetite grew peculiar, until at last her heart was seized by a single craving that consumed her thoughts. She desired rampion, the tender leaves of which she had once glimpsed in the forbidden garden beyond their wall. At first, she tried to put aside the thought, as one might push away an idle fancy. But the image returned to her mind each time she closed her eyes. The green rampion leaves, gleaming with dew, their freshness so near and yet so utterly beyond reach. Each morning the craving grew heavier, like a stone pressing upon her chest. She withered under it, not for lack of food, but for the lack of that particular plant, and her face turned pale and sorrowful. The husband, seeing this decline, grew fearful. He pleaded with her to eat what they could afford, to take comfort in what was at hand. But she only turned her face away, whispering that unless she could have the rampion, she felt she might die. In her eyes burned not the whimsy of desire, but the desperation of need, and it filled him with dread. For what man could stand by while his wife and unborn child wasted away before his eyes, undone by a hunger that could not be satisfied? Thus, with the weight of necessity pressing against his better judgment, the husband made a choice. One night, when the moon hung low and the village lay silent, he crept to the wall of the sorceress's garden. He climbed with trembling limbs, each movement marked by the thought that discovery meant ruin. But he told himself he would be quick. Just a handful of rampion, no more. Surely no one would notice. Surely no one would care. Within the walls, the garden spread before him, uncanny in its beauty. Plants grew with unnatural vigour. Flowers gleamed as though lit from within, and the rampion lay nearest the wall, as if placed there by fate itself. He gathered a few leaves and hurried home, his heart pounding louder than his footsteps. His wife received the rampion as though it were a gift from heaven, and when she tasted it, her face lit with relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. For a moment, all seemed well, yet cravings are seldom content with being fed once. The very next day, the wife longed for more, her desire stronger than before. The husband, though troubled, could not deny her, for the shadow of sickness seemed to gather when she was deprived of the rampion. Again at nightfall he climbed the wall. Again he plucked the leaves. Again he returned unnoticed. But on the third night, fate caught up with him. As he lowered himself into the garden, he felt the air shift, cold and heavy, and before him stood the sorceress. Her eyes glowed faintly, like embers banked in ash, and her presence seemed to darken even the moonlight. She demanded to know why he dared to trespass in her sacred ground, and what manner of man thought himself bold enough to steal from her hand. The husband, trembling as one already condemned, fell to his knees and begged for mercy. He confessed that his wife, heavy with child, had seen the rampion and desired it so greatly that she could not live without it. He spoke of her suffering, of his helplessness, and of his desperate wish only to ease her burden. The sorceress listened in silence. She might have cursed him, might have struck him dead where he knelt, yet she did not. Instead, she looked past him, as if measuring not the man, but the consequence of his theft. Her lips curved into something neither smile nor frown, but an expression of grim conclusion. At last, she said he might take as much rampion as he wished, for she had no use for it herself. But mercy is never free, and her price was one no mortal would willingly pay. When the child was born, she declared, it must be given over to her. It would be hers to raise, hers to shape, hers to claim as payment for the trespass. The husband, struck with horror, dared to protest, but the words withered on his tongue. The sorceress's gaze was iron, and her promise of retribution should he refuse was heavier still. In the end, he bowed his head, as if the choice had been his all along, though in truth it was none. He agreed, and with that vow, the bargain was sealed. He returned home in silence, carrying the rampion his wife craved, yet carrying also the weight of his oath. He placed the leaves before her, and she ate them eagerly, unaware of the shadow that now hung over her household. The garden had given them what they sought, but at a cost neither of them could yet reckon. And so the days passed, and the child within her grew, not knowing it was already promised, not knowing that the world it would soon enter had already been claimed by another hand. When the hour of birth arrived, the husband and wife rejoiced for only a fleeting moment. For scarcely had the child drawn her first breath than the door of their humble dwelling opened without knock or sound of footstep, and the sorceress stood within. She did not need to remind them of their vow, for promises made in desperation cling heavier than chains. Without hesitation, she gathered the newborn into her arms, and the mother's tears fell in silence, powerless to keep what had already been promised. The sorceress named the child Rapunzel, after the plant that had kindled the craving and sealed her fate. It was a name chosen not in affection, but in remembrance of the bargain. A constant reminder that what is desired often bears a cost. From that day forward, Rapunzel belonged not to the poor couple, but to the woman of the walled garden. Rapunzel grew under the sorceress's stern care. In her earliest years, she knew little of cruelty, for she was well fed, clothed, and guarded against harm. Yet hers was no ordinary childhood. She was not allowed to play among other children, nor run freely in the fields, nor know the gentle voices of those who might have loved her. The sorceress was her only teacher, her only companion, her only authority. Her word was law, and her silence heavier still. As the years passed, Rapunzel's beauty became clear to all who saw her, though few ever did. Her hair, fair as spun gold, grew longer and thicker with each season, flowing like a river of sunlight. Her face bore the bloom of innocence, though shadowed by solitude. Her voice, when she sang, filled the air with such sweetness that even the stern heart of her keeper softened, though only for a moment. When Rapunzel reached her 12th year, the sorceress, fearing the child's beauty might one day attract the eyes of men, resolved to hide her away where none could reach her. She chose a tower deep within the forest, a strange and lonely structure built without door or stair. It rose high above the trees, its walls smooth and unbroken, with only a single window at the top. Into this tower Rapunzel was carried, and there she was left to dwell. The tower was unlike any dwelling meant for life. No path led to it, no threshold welcomed the footstep of friend or guest. It was a prison more than a home, though it gleamed fair in the sun and stood proud among the branches. From its window, Rapunzel could see the wide world, the endless green of the forest, the birds that wheeled freely above, the rivers winding silver through the land. But sight was all she was allowed. Touch, companionship, and freedom were denied her. The sorceress alone had means to enter the tower. When she wished to see Rapunzel, she would stand below and call for her hair. Then Rapunzel, whose golden tresses had grown to extraordinary length, would let them fall like a rope from the high window. the sorceress would climb hand over hand, ascending the living ladder she herself had fostered, until at last she reached the chamber above. There she would remain as long as she pleased, and when she descended, the tower was once more sealed from the world. Thus began the long captivity of Rapunzel. Each day was much like the last, marked by stillness and sameness. She awoke with the dawn, her chamber brightened by the early sun. She sang to pass the hours, her voice carrying through the forest like the cry of a bird unseen. She tended her long hair, which demanded more care than any garment. She gazed from the window, watching the seasons turn, the leaves budding, ripening, and falling again, while her own life remained unmoving. The sorceress visited often, though her presence brought no comfort. She instructed Rapunzel in the use of herbs and the weaving of cloth, in the reciting of verses and the keeping of silence. Yet she gave no answer to the child's questions, no stories of the world beyond, no promise of companionship. She ruled with cold authority, shaping the girl not with kindness but with command. Loneliness grew within Rapunzel, though she could scarcely name it. She spoke to the birds that alighted on the windowsill, to the wind that rustled the trees, to her own reflection in the glass of a water basin. She sang not only for the joy of singing, but because the silence pressed too heavily otherwise. And though she did not know what she lacked, she felt the emptiness like an unhealed wound. The tower itself seemed to conspire in her captivity. Its walls did not echo, but swallowed sound. Its stones remained cool even in summer, and the air hung heavy with stillness. The forest below grew wild and tangled, so that even if she could escape the high window, no clear path awaited her. She was as much bound by solitude as by stone. The sorceress, meanwhile, was content. She had secured Rapunzel away from the reach of the world, hidden her beauty from all eyes but her own. She took pride in her work, in the obedience she demanded and received. For her, the tower was proof of her power, both to claim what she desired and to guard it from any rival. And so the years unfolded. Rapunzel grew from child to maiden, and her hair, her beauty, and her voice only deepened in wonder. Yet with each passing season, her solitude grew heavier, until it seemed the very songs she sang were not her own, but the voice of her longing given shape. The forest listened, the birds circled nearer, and even the leaves stirred at her laments. But no ear, human or kindred, had yet heard them. Rapunzel remained alone, her days counted only by the rising of the sun and the climbing of the sorceress up her golden braid. She was a prisoner, not by iron or chain, but by enchantment, fear, and obedience. The world beyond the forest lay vast and open, but for Rapunzel it was as far away as the stars. And thus the tower stood silent, a monument to both beauty and captivity, waiting for the day when stillness would be broken. The tower stood for many years as it always had, silent among trees, unseen by most who passed through the forest. Few hunters strayed so deep, and fewer still dared to linger near that lonely place. For the presence of the sorceress was felt even when she was absent. The air seemed heavier there, the shadows deeper, the silence uncanny. And yet, fate has a way of guiding footsteps where they are not expected. One day, a young prince rode hunting in that forest. He was not unlike other men of his station, fond of the chase, eager for discovery, but he carried with him the restlessness of one who sought more than sport. When the hunt scattered, he wandered farther than his companions, his path twisting among the trees, until at last he came within hearing of something strange. It was a song, clear and pure, unlike any voice he had heard. It drifted down from above, threading through the branches like a silver thread. The prince reined his horse and listened, transfixed. The melody was not meant for him, nor for any ear, yet it held him as though it were a call. He looked about, and at last his eyes rose to the tower. There, high in the window, he glimpsed a figure, a maiden with hair shining like gold in the sunlight, her face lifted as she sang into the still air. The sight pierced him with wonder, but also sorrow, for he saw at once that the tower had no door, no stair, no means by which a mortal might reach her. She seemed as distant as the moon above, bound by stone and height. He lingered until the song faded, but he did not call to her, for he knew not how to bridge the impossible distance. At last he turned away, but her voice remained with him like an echo in his heart. Day after day, the prince returned to the forest. He circled the tower from afar, listening, watching, waiting. He saw no one come or go, only the maiden at her window. Yet patience rewarded him, for one evening, as the light waned, he spied another figure moving through the trees, the sorceress herself. He watched as she drew near the tower and stood below the window. Then, in a voice sharp and commanding, she called upon Rapunzel to let down her hair. The prince stared in astonishment as the golden braid fell from the window, heavy and gleaming like a rope of sunlight. The sorceress grasped it firmly and climbed, hand over hand, until she vanished into the chamber above. The prince marvelled, but he kept his distance, for he knew the danger of being seen. When the woman descended again and disappeared into the forest, he lingered long into the night, considering what he had witnessed. The next day, when the sun touched the tower once more, the prince approached boldly. He stood at the base of the stone wall and called in the same manner he had heard before. At once the long braid fell, and his heart leapt. With trembling hands he grasped the golden rope and climbed. The stones scraped his palms, and the height turned his stomach. But he didn't falter. When he reached the window, he pulled himself into the chamber above. There he found Rapunzel, wide-eyed with astonishment. Never before had any man stood in her tower. She shrank at first, uncertain whether to fear or welcome him. Yet when he spoke gently, explaining that he had been drawn by her song and wished only to behold her, her fear softened. For though she had known only the sorceress, she felt in him no cruelty, only wonder. From that day forward, the prince returned often. Each time he called, the golden braid descended, and he climbed into the hidden chamber. Rapunzel, who had known nothing of companionship, welcomed him with a joy she had not known she could feel. They spoke long into the hours, sharing thoughts, stories, and dreams. The prince told her of the world beyond the forest, the rivers, the towns, the castles, the people. She listened as though each word were a treasure. In turn she sang for him, her voice carrying not into the void, but into ears that cherished it. Yet even in joy there was danger. The prince came only when the sorceress was absent, and each meeting carried the risk of discovery. They spoke in hushed tones, glancing often toward the window, listening for the sound of footsteps below. Still, the risk seemed small compared to the happiness they found in each other's company. As the visits grew frequent, so did their bond. Rapunzel, who had once filled her days with silence, now waited with eagerness for the sound of his call. The prince, who had once sought adventure in the hunt, now found his greatest prize in the hidden tower. In their hearts grew a hope neither dared name aloud at first, that their lives need not remain as they were. At last, Rapunzel spoke of escape. She had no knowledge of roads or paths, no skill in crossing the wild forest. But she knew her hair could not forever bear the weight of their meetings, nor could secrecy endure. The prince, moved by her courage, promised to find a way. He devised a plan to bring with him each visit a length of silk thread, from which Rapunzel might weave a ladder. Bit by bit, the ladder would grow until at last she might descend from the tower of her captivity and walk freely into the world. It was a bold plan, and yet fragile, for each thread carried with it the chance of discovery, each meeting the possibility of ruin. Still, the thought of freedom gave Rapunzel new strength. She sang with more joy, though her voice trembled at times with the weight of hope. The prince, too, felt both the sweetness of their bond and the shadow of the danger it carried. So the days passed, each visit a secret flame against the cold stone walls, each meeting a defiance of the sorceress's will. Rapunzel and the prince wove not only the ladder, but the fragile fabric of a future they longed for. Though it hung ever on the edge of peril, the tower, once only a place of silence and solitude, now held a secret life within its walls, a hidden joy, a dangerous hope. The forest around it kept their secret for now, the birds and leaves carrying her songs no farther than the prince's waiting heart. Yet even the strongest secrets cannot remain veiled forever, and the shadow of discovery lay always just beyond the window. The days of secrecy, like all fragile things, could not last. Though Rapunzel and the prince had been careful, their hope grew bold, and with boldness came the faintest slip, the smallest word that revealed too much. It was not treachery that undid them, but innocence. For Rapunzel, who had known only the sorceress's harsh visits before, didn't think of how to guard her joy. One day, as the sorceress climbed the golden braid and stepped into the tower chamber, she noted the girl's face alight with happiness, her songs carrying a new lilt, her movements touched with expectancy. The sorceress, sharp-eyed and suspicious, questioned her sternly. Rapunzel, caught unprepared, answered without guile. She spoke of how her gown grew tight around her waist, how her life in the tower no longer seemed as lonely, how she had found comfort that the sorceress had never offered. In an instant, the sorceress understood. The flush of Rapunzel's cheek, the brightness of her eye, the careless words, all betrayed her. Rage flared within the sorceress, not only for the disobedience, but for the intrusion of another into what she claimed as hers alone. The tower, once her secure dominion, had been breached, and Rapunzel's heart, once bound in solitude, had been given away. Without hesitation, the sorceress seized the golden locks that had so long been both Rapunzel's pride and her prison. With cruel hands she cut them near the scalp, and the shimmering braid fell to the floor, severed and lifeless. The sound of the shears echoed in the chamber like the tolling of a bell, final and merciless. Rapunzel, shorn and trembling, could only watch as the sorceress gathered the long braid and coiled it in her grasp. But the punishment did not end there. The sorceress, with no pity for tears or pleading, took Rapunzel away from the tower. She led her through dark forests and barren paths, far from any road or village, until at last they came to a desolate wilderness. The land was harsh, the soil dry, the air filled with thorn and rock rather than green or flower. There she abandoned Rapunzel, heavy with child, alone to fend for herself among the empty spaces of the earth. The sorceress departed without backward glance, leaving the girl to despair and survival by what means she could find. The tower, meanwhile, stood as silent as ever, but now it held no maiden at its window. The sorceress had no intention of leaving it unwatched. She coiled Rapunzel's severed braid and fastened it to the iron hook by the window, letting it dangle down the tower's wall like the living hair once had. There she waited, her heart dark with malice, for the return she knew would come. It was not long before the prince arrived, eager as always to see his beloved. He rode through the forest, his heart light with anticipation, carrying another length of silk for the ladder they had been weaving. Reaching the tower, he called as he always did, and to his delight the braid fell down. He grasped it eagerly and climbed, his thoughts filled with visions of Rapunzel's smile, her voice, her gentle presence. But when he pulled himself into the chamber, it was not Rapunzel who greeted him. The sorceress stood there instead, her eyes cold, her mouth twisted in triumph. She mocked his foolishness, told him of Rapunzel's banishment, and revealed the severed braid that had deceived him. The words struck him like blows, and despair overwhelmed him. Before he could speak further, the sorceress advanced. Her presence pressed against him like a storm. In horror and grief, the prince stumbled backward, searching for escape. Yet the chamber offered none. His only path was the window through which he had climbed. Driven by anguish, he turned and leapt. He fell from the great height, crashing into the thorn thicket that grew wild at the tower's base. The cruel branches tore his flesh, and the thorns pierced his eyes, blinding him with their sharpness. He lay among them in agony, robbed not only of sight, but of the hope that had led him to the tower. When at last he rose, bloodied and broken, the world was darkness before him. The sorceress, satisfied with her vengeance, looked down upon him but offered no aid. She let him stumble from the place, blind and bereft, and vanished into the forest once more. The tower, empty and silent, returned to its lonely vigil. So it was that Rapunzel was cast into the barren wilderness, her golden hair shorn, her future uncertain. The prince wandered in blindness, his eyes destroyed, his heart heavy with despair. Their secret joy had been uncovered, their plans undone, and the price of defiance was paid in suffering. The forest, which had once carried their songs and sheltered their meetings, now bore only silence. The tower, once a place of hidden joy, became again a prison of emptiness. And the sorceress, whose wrath had torn their bond apart, remained unchallenged in her power. Thus the tale, which had once seemed filled with hope and daring, now lay shrouded in sorrow. Rapunzel and the prince, torn from each other, wandered separate paths of exile and grief. The consequences of their defiance lay heavy upon them both, and the shadow of despair stretched long across their fates. Yet fate, though cruel, is seldom finished with its work after one turn. What had been broken was not ended, though it lay scattered like shards of glass upon the ground. The wilderness held its trials, the darkness its lessons, and somewhere in the distance, another part of their story waited to be told. In the wilderness, where Rapunzel had been cast, life began again, though it was harsh and stripped of comforts. The barren stretch of land where she first found herself gave way to plains and forests as she wandered, carrying her sorrow like a shadow. She was no longer the cloistered girl of the tower, whose only view was sky and stone. She was now a woman pressed into survival, forced to know hunger, thirst, and the endless silence of desolation. Yet she carried within her a secret that grew with the days, for the prince's visits had not been without consequence. In time, twins were born to her, a boy and a girl. They arrived without witness or midwife, ushered into the world by a mother who had no guidance but instinct, no shelter but the trees, no comfort but the rhythm of her own breath. She held them close against her breast, finding in their small, warm bodies a reason to bear the solitude. Where once her hair had been her only remarkable possession, now she possessed something greater. Life that had sprung from her loneliness, companions who would not abandon her. Though the wilderness was unforgiving, Rapunzel did not falter. She gathered roots, foraged berries, and sought streams where the water ran clear. The children grew under her care, their laughter a fragile melody that carried across the empty stretches. She had been raised in confinement, taught only what the sorceress had seen fit to allow. But motherhood sharpened her resilience. It was as though every cruelty done to her had been turned into an unwilling lesson in endurance. Far away, the prince who had once climbed her golden hair wandered without direction. The fall that had cast him among the thorns had taken his sight, leaving the world around him in perpetual night. Yet he lived, though he scarcely cared to. His days were an endless march through forests and valleys, guided only by his memory of her voice and the hope, thin as a thread, that he might hear it again. He begged for food when his strength failed him, or gathered what little the wild would yield. His garments wore to rags, his body grew gaunt, and his spirit dimmed. Yet the thought of Rapunzel lingered, keeping him from surrender. Every bird's called, every rushing stream seemed to carry an echo of her song. He followed such echoes, though they often led him astray. Years passed this way, Rapunzel with her children, weaving survival out of hardship, and the prince stumbling blindly, refusing to yield to despair. Neither knew the other's fate, yet their suffering curved toward reunion, as though some unseen hand guided them still. It was on a day like any other, with the sky heavy and grey, that the prince's wandering brought him near the place where Rapunzel lived. His feet carried him across familiar ground, though he did not know it, and his heart stirred with a feeling he could neither name nor resist. He heard a sound on the wind, not the call of a bird, nor the rustle of leaves, but the faint, unmistakable lilt of a human voice. It was a lullaby, simple and unadorned, sung to soothe restless children. Yet to the prince, it was more than a song. It was the sound that had haunted his dreams and sustained his waking misery. He staggered toward it, his body trembling with recognition, his blindness no barrier to the truth his heart already knew. Rapunzel, unaware of his approach, sang to her twins as she rocked them in her arms. When she saw the figure stumbling from the trees, worn and broken, her voice faltered. For a moment, she thought him a phantom of memory, a cruel trick of longing. But as he drew closer, she saw the truth written in his bearing, in the lines of his face. Though time and hardship had changed him, she rushed to him. The children pressed against her sides, and he reached out, hands groping for what his eyes could no longer give him. She took those hands into her own, guiding them to her face, her tears falling freely. And it was then, as sorrow and joy mingled in her weeping, that a miracle unfolded. Her tears, warm and unbidden, touched his sightless eyes, and the darkness lifted. The thorn's cruel mark was undone, and he saw her clearly, not as a memory or dream, but in the living present. He beheld her hair, still long though shorn of its former glory, her face marked by hardship, yet radiant with life, and at her side the children who bore his blood. In that instant, the years of wandering and exile seemed as nothing. The world had been emptied of hope, only for it to return in fullness. Together they embraced, the prince holding her and their children close, his sight restored, his heart unburdened. Gratitude overcame despair, and for the first time since the tower, they were not captives to another's will. They were their own. The journey did not end there. With newfound strength, the prince led Rapunzel and the twins from the wilderness, guiding them toward his kingdom. When at last they arrived, the people received them with astonishment and joy. The prince, once lost and broken, returned not alone, but with a family forged through trials. In his halls, Rapunzel knew a life she had never dreamed possible. Rooms not of stone, but of light. Days not of solitude, but of companionship. The children thrived, their laughter filling spaces that had long stood silent. The prince ruled with a gentleness tempered by suffering, and Rapunzel, though scarred by the past, found healing in love that endured every cruelty. Thus their story, marked by hunger, blindness, exile and grief, ended not in despair, but in restoration. The sorceress's power had shaped their fates, but it had not broken them. In the end, it was not spells or walls or punishments that endured, but the quiet, stubborn strength of love and endurance. For every tower has its crumbling stone, and every exile has its end. And in the clearing of the wilderness, where a lullaby once carried on the wind, there remained only silence, for those who had suffered there had found their way home. In a land where kingdoms shone with gold, but cruelty hid behind fine clothes, there lived a girl whose life was full of sorrow, patience, and quiet strength. She slept in ashes, faced harsh words and cruel hands from those who should have loved her. Magic came to her not as a fairy tale trick, but as a reward for her goodness, guiding her through darkness, tears and betrayal toward a fate that no cruelty could change. This is the story of Cinderella, also known as Aschenputtel. Once, in a quiet village surrounded by fields and deep forests, there lived a kind man, his gentle wife, and their only daughter, Cinderella. She was a bright-eyed child, always ready to help, always quick to smile. The family was not rich, but their home was filled with peace and warmth. Her mother often told her that goodness was a treasure no one could take away. But time, as it always does, brought sorrow. The mother fell ill, and no remedy could save her. Her face grew pale like winter frost, and her breath came thin and shallow. One evening, when the girl sat beside her bed, the mother took her hand and told her to stay good and kind, no matter what the world brings. Her voice was soft, and Cinderella promised through tears. Not long after, her mother's eyes closed, and the house became very still. The father and daughter buried her beneath the shade of a hazel tree at the edge of the garden. Each day, the little girl went there alone. She would sit by the grave and cry until her tears sank into the soil. Even in rain or snow, she came to speak to her mother in whispers, asking for comfort that only memory could give. The seasons turned, and Cinderella grew taller, though her heart stayed tender. Her father, wishing to fill the silence that had settled in the house, decided to remarry. He thought a new wife might bring warmth back into their lives, but he was wrong. The woman he chose was proud, cold, and cruel. She had 2 daughters from her first marriage, and though they were beautiful in face, their hearts were twisted with jealousy and spite. From the moment they arrived, the peace of the house vanished. The woman looked at Cinderella with dislike. She saw in her the goodness and quiet strength that her own daughters lacked. And so she began to find fault in everything the girl did. At first, the chores came one by one, sweeping the floors, washing the dishes, tending the fire. But soon, the tasks grew endless. The stepmother made her clean the rooms from dawn to night, polish the shoes, fetch the water, and pick the lentils from the ashes. The 2 stepsisters sat nearby, mocking her, calling her dirty and useless. The father, though he saw the cruelty, turned away. He told himself it was better not to interfere, and so the girl learned to bear it quietly. When the work was done, she had nowhere to rest but by the hearth. The cinders stained her face and hands, and the sisters laughed, calling her Aschenputtel, the girl of ashes. The name stuck, as cruel names often do. Still, she stayed gentle. She spoke little and never complained. Her kindness didn't fade, though no one thanked her for it. When her chores were over, she would sit by the fire, staring into the glowing embers until sleep came over her like a fog. Each morning she rose before the others and went to her mother's grave. The hazel tree there had grown taller by now, its branches reaching toward the sky. She knelt by the mound of earth, brushed away the leaves, and spoke softly to the mother she missed so dearly. Her tears fell upon the ground, feeding the roots. It was the only place she felt safe. Years passed this way, the house heavy with cruelty and silence. One day, the father prepared to travel for business. Before he left, he asked each of his daughters what gift they would like him to bring home. The 2 stepsisters smiled sweetly and asked for fine things, pearls, jewels, and rich dresses. When it was Cinderella's turn, she did not lift her eyes. She said only that she wished for the first branch that brushed against his hat on his way home. The father nodded, not understanding, but promised to remember. On his journey, he bought the jewels and silks that the stepsisters wanted. And on his way back, as he rode beneath a hazel tree, one low branch swept against his hat. He broke it off and kept it for his daughter, just as she had asked. When he returned, he gave the gifts. The stepsisters were delighted, turning their new treasures in the light. But Cinderella took the hazel branch with quiet gratitude. She went to her mother's grave and planted it in the soil beside the headstone. Every day she watered it with her tears, and the branch took root. It grew quickly, strong and green, as if fed by something deeper than water alone. The little tree became her secret companion. Whenever she knelt beneath it and prayed, a white bird came to rest in its branches. The bird's feathers shone softly, and its eyes were bright and knowing. Whenever Cinderella made a wish, the bird would shake its wings, and whatever she asked for would fall gently to the ground. Sometimes a silver thread, sometimes a grain of hope. She never wished for jewels or gold. Most days she asked for small things, the strength to keep going, or the peace to fall asleep without crying. The world around her remained unkind. The stepsisters grew more demanding, their laughter sharper. The stepmother watched with cold satisfaction as Cinderella worked until her hands cracked and her back ached. Still, the girl did not complain. She learned that silence could be a shield. At night, when the house was quiet, she would sneak outside to the grave. There, beneath the moon, the hazel leaves shimmered silver. The bird would come soft as breath, and the world would feel gentler for a while. It was said in the village that the man's daughter had strange luck, that no matter how much she suffered, she never grew bitter. People whispered that her mother's spirit must watch over her, guarding her from harm. Perhaps it was true, for though she had no finery, no comfort, and no kindness from those who shared her roof, she had something none of them did, a heart that still believed in goodness. And while the stepmother and her daughters slept soundly in their warm beds, Cinderella would sit by the ashes, her eyes half closed, the faint glow of the fire flickering across her face. She would think of the hazel tree, of the bird's gentle wings, and of a love that death could not erase. The house might have forgotten her worth, but the earth had not. The soil beneath the grave remembered every tear she shed. It was patient, waiting for the day when the quiet girl covered in ashes would rise, and her goodness would no longer be hidden in the dust. But that day had not yet come. For now she remained by the hearth, unseen and unpraised, the cinders her only company, a daughter of sorrow, a child of hope, and a keeper of a tree that listened. News spread across the land that the king would hold a great festival lasting 3 days and 3 nights. It was said that his son, the prince, was to choose a bride, and all maidens of good family were invited to attend. The announcement reached even the farthest corners of the countryside, and soon every household was filled with talk of dresses, jewels, and dreams of royal favour. In Cinderella's home, Excitement flared like a fire. The two stepsisters could speak of nothing else. They spent days before the mirror, arguing over fabrics, ribbons and lace. Their mother praised them endlessly, telling them that one of them was certain to catch the prince's eye. The thought made them crueler than ever. Cinderella helped them prepare, brushing their hair, sewing the hems of their gowns, and cleaning their shoes until they shone. They ordered her to lace their corsets tighter, to fetch them combs, to find misplaced earrings. She obeyed quietly, though her heart ached. When at last everything was ready, the stepsisters stood before their mother, glowing with pride. Their silks rustled as they moved, their hair glittered with borrowed ornaments. Cinderella stood nearby in her grey dress, her hands raw from work. The laughter of the others filled the room like fawns. She asked timidly if she might go to the festival too, just to stand at the doorway and watch. The stepmother turned toward her with eyes sharp as glass. She said that such a dirty creature belonged among ashes, not among noble folk. The sisters laughed, tossing words like stones. They asked her if she had a gown fit for a king's hall, or slippers not blackened by soot. Cinderella said nothing. She helped them into the carriage and watched it roll away, the sound of wheels fading into the distance. The house grew quiet, empty of voices but heavy with echoes. When she could bear the silence no longer, she went to her mother's grave. The evening air was cool, and the hazel leaves trembled softly above her. She knelt on the earth that had known her tears since childhood and whispered her wish. Her voice was barely a breath, asking only to see the festival, not to be admired, not to be chosen, only to go. The white bird appeared almost at once, gliding down through the branches. Its feathers shimmered like moonlight. It shook itself gently, and from the sky fell a gown of silver and gold, finer than anything she had ever seen. The fabric caught the fading sunlight and seemed to hold it there. Along with it came slippers spun of silk and silver, so light they looked like air. Cinderella thanked the bird softly. She changed out of her ragged dress, washed her face and hands, and stood for a moment in disbelief. Her reflection in the still water of the garden basin was that of another person, a figure too bright to be real. Yet it was her. When she arrived at the festival, no one recognized her. The crowd turned to watch her pass, whispering about the mysterious maiden who seemed to shine. The prince himself came forward, drawn to her as if she were made of starlight. He asked her to dance, and she moved gracefully beside him. Throughout the evening, he spoke to no one else. His eyes followed her, even as the musicians changed their songs and torches burned low. But before the last note was played, she slipped away. The prince sent guards to follow her, yet she vanished before they could see where she went. She had run down the palace steps, through the garden, and across the field until the lights behind her grew faint. Reaching her home, she climbed into the dovecote behind the house, a small wooden structure where the birds roosted. She crouched inside, her heart pounding, feathers brushing against her hands. Moments later, her father returned from the festival with the prince's men, who were searching for the golden maiden. They asked if any girl had entered the house. The father said no, though he wondered quietly where the birds were stirring so wildly. They looked inside the dovecote, but it was empty. For while they searched, Cinderella had slipped out the back, changed into her old grey dress, and gone to sit by the hearth. The cinders dusted her hair and face, hiding every trace of magic. When her stepsisters came home, they spoke excitedly of the beautiful maiden at the ball, the one who had danced only with the prince. They said her gown was brighter than the stars. Cinderella listened silently, feeding the fire so that her face stayed hidden in the shadows. The next day, the festival continued. The house filled again with noise and vanity as the sisters dressed for the second night. Cinderella brushed their hair and fastened their jewels just as before. They mocked her again when she showed interest in going, and again they left her behind. When the sound of their carriage faded, she went to the hazel tree once more. She knelt beneath the branches, her tears falling like rain. "Shake and rustle, little tree," she whispered. "Throw down something beautiful for me." The white bird came again, as faithful as ever. This time it dropped a gown even lovelier than the first, woven with silver that shimmered like frost and gold that gleamed like sunlight. The slippers were lighter still, so delicate they barely left a mark on the ground. She dressed quickly, feeling once again that quiet magic that came not from spells, but from love remembered. She made her way to the festival, and the crowd parted as she entered. The prince saw her immediately and smiled, for she seemed even more radiant than before. Again, he danced only with her, refusing every other hand offered to him. The court watched in wonder, whispering questions that had no answers. The prince tried to hold her attention, to ask her name, but before the music ended, she slipped away as suddenly as she had come. This time, she ran even faster, for the prince had ordered his guards to be ready. She crossed the garden and reached home with the last of her strength. But instead of the dovecote, she climbed into the pear tree that grew behind the house. Its leaves hid her well. When her father returned, the prince's men came again, asking if the mysterious maiden might be there. The father, thinking of the rustling leaves, offered to cut down the tree, but the prince refused. The branches swayed gently, and no one saw the figure hidden among them. By the time they left, Cinderella had already returned to the hearth, her golden gown tucked safely away, her face once more marked by ashes. The sisters came home late, speaking endlessly about the royal ball, their envy sharp as knives. The prince, they said, had eyes only for the same golden maiden. No one else could compare. Cinderella said nothing. She listened quietly as the fire crackled, her thoughts far away beneath the hazel tree, where a white bird slept under the moonlight. She did not know that the festival had one more night to come, and that the final gown the bird would bring would change everything. By the time the third day of the festival arrived, the kingdom was already full of talk about the mysterious maiden. No one knew her name, where she came from, or where she disappeared to each night after the festival ended. Some said she was a princess from a faraway land. Others whispered that she was a spirit, come from heaven or from under the earth, too bright to remain among mortals. But no one guessed the truth, that she was the same girl who slept in ashes and wore torn clothes by day. Cinderella, quiet and hidden as always, heard her stepsisters speak of the festival every morning. They spoke of the prince, who had danced with the golden maiden each night and ignored all others. They spoke of her shimmering gown and her grace. The stepsisters were jealous, yet they longed to see her again, each believing perhaps she could copy her beauty if she only looked closely enough. Cinderella waited until they'd left for the final night. Her heart beat quickly, though she did not know why. Perhaps it was hope, perhaps it was fear. The first 2 nights had been more than she had ever dreamed of, yet they were dreams that ended too soon, and she had returned to her ashes and wooden shoes before dawn. She knew this would happen again, and still she could not stop herself from wishing for one more night of magic. She went to her mother's grave, as she had before, and stood beneath the hazel tree that grew from the branch she had planted. The leaves glimmered faintly in the evening light, and the white bird was already waiting on one of the branches, as if it had known she would come. Cinderella looked up through her tears and whispered her wish, to go again to the festival, not as a servant but as herself, even if only for one last night. The bird shook its wings, and from the sky drifted a gown brighter than all before. It was woven of gold and silver, shining like sunlight breaking through clouds. Every thread caught the light. Every fold gleamed like a flame. The shoes were golden, lighter than silk, delicate as glass. For a long moment, Cinderella only stared, for she could hardly believe they were meant for her. Then she dressed herself, her old rags falling away like shadows at dawn. When she stepped into the festival hall, all talk ceased. The crowd turned, and the prince, who had been waiting for her, came forward at once. He took her hand as though it belonged to him already. No one dared ask her name any more, for it seemed she was beyond question or doubt. She looked like she had stepped out of a dream, and everyone watched her in awe. The prince danced with her and no one else. The music filled the hall, but for him there was only the sound of her footsteps and the shimmer of gold when she turned. He asked her no questions, for he feared she might vanish if he spoke too much. He only knew that he could not lose her again. As the night went on, Cinderella began to feel uneasy. She had promised herself to leave before the festival ended, but this night was harder than before. The prince's eyes followed her wherever she went, kind but determined, as if they were already bound together by fate. The music slowed and the candles burned low, and still he did not let go of her hand. But when the clock struck midnight, she pulled away and ran. The prince called after her, his voice echoing across the marble hall. He had prepared for this moment. He had ordered the servants to spread pitch across the palace steps, so that if she tried to flee, she would not escape him so easily. Her golden gown shimmered as she fled down the steps, but her feet were too light, too quick, except for one step. Her slipper stuck fast in the pitch, torn from her foot as she ran into the darkness. The prince reached the door only in time to see the shimmer of her dress disappear beyond the gates. He bent down and lifted the slipper. It was so small and delicate that it seemed more like something shaped by light than by human hands. He turned it in his fingers, and it caught the glow of the torches gleaming like the sun in his palm. He swore he would not rest until he found the maiden whose foot fit this tiny shoe. Meanwhile, Cinderella fled home through the night, barefoot, holding her gown up so it would not drag in the mud. When she reached her father's house, she slipped into the kitchen, changed quickly into her grey rags, and covered her hair in soot. She hid the gown behind the chimney, where no one would find it, and sat again by the hearth, her face darkened by ashes. Her heart was still racing, but it was not only from the run. It was from the feeling that something in her life had just changed, though she could not yet name what. Her stepsisters returned later, full of stories once again. They spoke of the golden maiden who had come for the third and final night, more beautiful than ever before. They spoke of the prince's desperate attempt to hold on to her, of the slipper that had been left behind. They laughed at the thought of anyone being so foolish as to lose a shoe, but they were secretly hopeful, for the prince had declared that he would marry only the woman whose foot fit the golden slipper. The next morning, the prince set out through the kingdom with his servants. He carried the slipper in a velvet cushion, and wherever he went, he asked every maiden to try it on. But none could wear it. Some had feet too long, others too wide, others too small. The prince would not give up. He believed that whoever had danced with him under the golden lights must exist somewhere, waiting for him. News of his search spread quickly. When it reached Cinderella's home, her stepsisters prepared eagerly. Each was certain that the slipper would fit her foot perfectly. They practiced walking gracefully, sitting politely, pretending to be shy and noble. Cinderella watched quietly from the corner, saying nothing, her hands folded in her lap. Outside, the hazel tree stirred in the wind, and the white bird rustled its wings, as if it already knew what would happen next. The golden slipper shone like a promise, waiting to reveal its truth. And somewhere deep in the ashes, Cinderella's heart began to tremble, not with fear, but with the faint, daring hope that perhaps the end of her sorrow was drawing near. The prince rode again through the countryside, carrying the golden slipper that had been left behind, determined to find the maiden who had danced only for him. When he arrived at Cinderella's house, the family hurried to prepare. The two stepsisters dressed themselves in their finest, each certain that the shoe would fit and that they would become the bride of the prince. Their mother oversaw every movement, her eyes cold with calculation, her mind focused on ambition and power. The eldest stepsister was the first to try the slipper. Her foot was too large, and the shoe would not close. Determined to deceive the prince, she resorted to drastic measures. She took a knife and cut off her big toe, forcing her foot into the slipper despite the pain. Blood seeped into the golden shoe, staining it, but she concealed her suffering behind a forced composure. When she presented herself to the prince, he believed the slipper fit and prepared to take her away. As the carriage moved past the hazel tree by her mother's grave, two white birds descended from the branches. They sang a sharp, urgent song, calling attention to what the prince could not yet see. Their cries warned him that the shoe was filled with blood, and that the true maiden had not yet been found. When he looked closely, he saw the red stains and realized the deceit. The eldest stepsister was returned, humiliated and in pain, her plan undone by truth itself. Next, the second stepsister attempted the slipper. Her toes fit, but her heel was too large. She too was guided by the stepmother to take extreme measures. She cut off a portion of her heel and pressed her foot into the shoe, forcing it to fit. Blood flowed freely, hidden only by her careful movements. Once again, she appeared to match the slipper, but as the carriage passed the hazel tree, the two white birds flew down and repeated their warning. Their cries revealed the truth. The shoe was filled with blood, a deception meant to trick the prince. He halted the attempt, returning the second stepsister to the house. The prince's determination did not falter. He had seen the two false brides and knew that the true maiden must exist. The father, uneasy but compelled, called for Cinderella. She rose from her place by the hearth, her grey dress marked with ashes, her hands rough from work. She stepped forward calmly, unnoticed by the stepsisters, who still mocked her quietly, believing that she could never match the golden shoe. Cinderella approached the slipper with quiet certainty. She cleaned herself at the basin, washing the soot from her face and hands, letting her pale skin reflect the morning light. She lifted her foot and placed it gently into the golden slipper. Unlike her stepsisters, the shoe embraced her foot perfectly. There was no pain, no trickery, no blood. It fit as if it had been made for her alone. The prince recognized her immediately. The quiet, ash-stained girl who had been hidden from the world now stood before him, radiant and true. The stepsisters stared in disbelief, realizing that all their schemes, their pain, and their cruelty could not overcome the rightful match. Their mother's carefully constructed plan collapsed completely. Outside, the hazel tree stirred in the wind. The white birds called again, this time in soft, melodic tones, signalling approval. The truth had been revealed. The girl of ashes, the one who had been patient, gentle, and kind despite every cruelty, was the rightful bride. Her goodness and perseverance had endured, and now they were rewarded. The prince lifted Cinderella from her place by the hearth and led her away. The stepsisters were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the power of a heart that endured suffering without malice. The mother stood frozen, realizing that no amount of scheming or violence could substitute for honesty and virtue. Cinderella's old life, marked by cinders and sorrow, was left behind. The golden slipper, the symbol of truth and purity, had found its match. The white birds returned to the hazel tree, their wings brushing the leaves, as if whispering blessings over the girl who had grown stronger in silence and sorrow. The household settled into an uneasy quiet. The stepsisters no longer mocked, for they understood, in a way words could not convey, that they had been defeated by something far greater than beauty or pride. Cinderella's triumph was not merely in the fit of the slipper, but in the quiet resilience that had guided her through every hardship. The prince, holding the slipper and observing the girl who had worn it with ease, knew that no other maiden could compare. The search that had spanned the kingdom was complete. The golden shoe had chosen rightly, revealing a heart that had remained pure and a soul that had never yielded to cruelty. And in the quiet moments, when the sun fell over the countryside and the shadows grew long, the white birds sang their final song for the day. Their voices carried a simple message meant for anyone who might listen. Truth and goodness endure, even when hidden beneath ashes and sorrow. Cinderella remained calm, aware that her life was changing, but not yet certain of everything the future might hold. The golden slipper had found its rightful owner, but the story was not yet complete. There were still the steps to take, the ceremonies to endure, and the final transformations to come. Yet for the first time in her life, she knew that she would not be forgotten, and that her suffering had led her to this moment of recognition and justice. At last, the prince recognized the quiet, ash-stained girl as the golden maiden who had appeared at the festival. He saw not only the brilliance of her gown that had once shone under the candlelight, but also the strength and gentleness she carried in every movement. No words were needed to affirm what had already been proven. She was the one who belonged to him, the one the golden slipper had chosen. The prince led her from the house, away from the shadows of soot and cruelty, and into a life that would be entirely transformed. As they travelled, the white birds of the hazel tree followed them, their wings cutting softly through the air. They hovered beside the carriage, flitting from side to side, circling above, their feathers catching the sunlight. The birds sang a melody without words, an endless song of approval and blessing. They had witnessed Cinderella's trials, her patience, and her tears, and now they bore witness to her triumph. The kingdom prepared for the wedding with great anticipation. The halls were adorned with gold and silver, banners fluttered from every tower, and the streets were lined with people eager to glimpse the girl who had endured so much yet emerged victorious. The stepsisters, dressed in silks finer than ever before, hoped to catch the queen's favour. They smoothed their hair, adjusted their jewels, and rehearsed smiles that were meant to charm, though none of it would succeed. On the day of the wedding, the church was filled with light and colour. The prince stood beside Cinderella, whose gown, now woven of golden threads and silver lining, reflected the morning sun in quiet brilliance. Her face was calm, her hands folded, her eyes steady and bright. She carried the memory of the hazel tree, the white bird, and her mother's grave within her. Those memories had guided her through suffering, and now shaped her presence as queen. The stepsisters approached slowly, hoping to walk beside the bride, to find a place near her, and perhaps to catch the attention they had once sought at the festival. Pride still clung to them, though it was thin beneath the tension of expectation. They smiled at the crowd, pretending innocence, yet their eyes betrayed envy and lingering resentment. As they drew closer, the two white birds from the hazel tree flew down from the rafters. They came without warning, swift and purposeful. In a single motion, their beaks struck, one after the other, and each stepsister lost an eye. Shock and terror overtook them, and the church fell silent in awe and fear. Their cries echoed through the hall, though no one dared approach the birds, which perched once more on the beams above. The stepsisters staggered from their places, blinded in one eye, but they tried to continue. The birds followed as they left the church, swift and merciless. Another swift movement, and their second eyes were taken, leaving the two women completely blind. From that moment onward, they would see the world only through touch and memory, a punishment exacted for their cruelty and deceit. The birds returned to the hazel tree, their work complete, singing softly as if to soothe the earth after justice had been delivered. Cinderella, now queen, did not rejoice in cruelty. She did not celebrate vengeance, but she understood the quiet truth of the birds' actions. They had ensured that honesty and goodness were honoured, that deception could not prosper, and that her suffering had meaning. She carried no bitterness toward her stepsisters, only an understanding that their hearts had chosen darkness, and they would live with the consequences of their own choices. The wedding proceeded with solemnity and grace. The prince and Cinderella took their place at the altar, and the kingdom witnessed the union of two lives shaped by fate and quiet strength. The bride's gaze was steady, yet her thoughts lingered on the hazel tree and the white bird that had guided her. She remembered the tears she had shed, the prayers whispered into the wind, and the cinders that had once been her only bed. All of it remained within her, not as sorrow, but as a memory of endurance. In the weeks that followed, the queen visited her mother's grave often. The hazel tree stood tall, branches swaying in the wind as though in recognition. The white bird rested there, always vigilant, reminding her that her life was built not on wealth, gold, or fine gowns, but on the patience and goodness she had maintained despite every cruelty. The memory of her mother's guidance, given long before the world had turned harsh, remained her compass. As queen, she ruled with kindness, but with quiet wisdom. She never forgot the trials of her youth, and she honoured the lessons they had taught. Her people saw her as gentle yet firm, radiant yet unassuming, and they followed her not only for her beauty or her position, but because her life had proven that enduring goodness held weight in the world. The stepsisters, blind and humbled, lived the rest of their lives in quiet caution, aware of the consequences of their own pride and cruelty. They became shadows of what they had hoped to be, their vanity stripped away by the merciless truth the birds had delivered. The stepmother, too, learned in silence that control and manipulation were powerless against the natural justice that followed honesty and virtue. Cinderella's reign was marked by this quiet truth. She did not forget the cinders of her youth, nor the blood that had stained the golden slipper through her stepsister's deceit. She did not forget the small, unwavering bird that had delivered her wishes, nor the hazel tree that had grown from a single branch planted in grief. She carried these memories with her always, as reminders that suffering could be transformed into strength, and that kindness and patience had power that no cruelty could overcome. The story concludes not with a dream, nor with fleeting triumph, but with enduring truth. Cinderella, once a girl of ashes and sorrow, had risen to a place of honour, guided by quiet goodness and the blessings of the white birds. Her heart remained soft yet resolute. Her spirit remained humble yet unyielding. She would always remember the grave, the tree, and the bird, symbols of a world in which patience, kindness, and truth were stronger than any malice or envy. And so, the girl who had endured ash, blood, and tears became queen. She lived not in fantasy or illusion, but in the quiet, unwavering reality that goodness endures, unbroken by cruelty and steadfast against deception. The golden slipper, the hazel tree, and the white birds remained as witnesses to the life she had earned. A life built on patience, virtue, and the enduring power of a heart that never lost its way. The kingdom flourished, guided by a queen who had been tested and found true, and the story remained in memory as a quiet lesson. That virtue, even in the darkest of times, is rewarded, and that the shadows of ashes and sorrow can give rise to light and life, steadfast and eternal. In a world where greed weighs heavier than honesty and desperation breeds dangerous bargains, there lived a poor miller who thought a single lie might make him look important. That lie, harmless on his tongue, set into motion a tale of impossible demands, dark magic, and a sinister little man who thrived on broken promises. From spinning straw into gold, to wagering the life of a newborn child. This is the grim story of Rumpelstiltskin, where every choice carries a price, and no deal with the shadows ever ends without blood, tears, or fear. Once, long ago, there was a miller who lived in a small village at the edge of a forest. He was not a wealthy man, but he wanted others to believe that he was clever and important. His mill stood tall by the river, with its great wooden wheel turning day and night, grinding grain for the townsfolk. The miller's trade gave him enough to live on, but never enough to satisfy his pride. He wished to be known as more than a man who simply ground wheat into flour. The miller had a daughter, a kind and quiet young woman. She worked hard, carrying sacks of grain, sweeping the mill floor, and baking bread when there was nothing else to do. Her life was simple, and she asked for little. But her father's restless vanity would soon disturb this quiet life in a way she could never have imagined. One day the miller found himself standing before the king. The king had come to visit the village, his eyes ever watchful for signs of wealth he might claim for himself. The miller, eager to catch the king's attention, bowed low and began to speak with flattery. He praised the king's wisdom, his strength, his glory. But words alone did not feel enough. The miller wanted to offer something so impressive that the king would see him as valuable, perhaps even reward him. And so, with foolish pride, he spoke a lie. "My daughter," the miller said, "is no ordinary girl. She has the gift of spinning straw into gold." At these words, the king's eyes sharpened. Gold was the one thing he desired above all else. He had soldiers, castles, and land, but gold was never enough. It could always be counted and always be spent. To think that a simple miller's daughter could make more of it, out of straw no less, filled him with a greedy fire. The king did not question whether the boast was true. He was not a man who doubted when there was a chance of profit. Instead, he seized upon the words with hunger. He ordered the miller to bring his daughter to the castle at once. The miller returned home, pale and nervous, yet proud of the impression he had made. He told his daughter she must go to the king. She was frightened and confused, but she obeyed, For what choice did she have? She did not know the false words her father had spoken in his pride. When she arrived at the castle, the king wasted no time. He led her into a great chamber high in a tower. The room was filled from floor to ceiling with piles of dry straw. In the middle stood a spinning wheel, its wooden frame gleaming in the torchlight. The king looked at her with cold eyes. "Here is your chance," he told her. "You must spin this straw into gold by morning. If you succeed, you shall be richly rewarded. But if you fail, you shall pay with your life." The heavy door closed behind him with a thud, and the sound of the lock turning echoed in the chamber. The miller's daughter was left alone, the torchlight flickering across the endless heaps of straw. She sat down before the spinning wheel, her heart pounding in her chest. Her hands trembled as she touched the wheel. She had never spun a thread of gold in her life. She knew nothing of magic, nothing of alchemy. She was only a miller's daughter, and straw was straw. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at the towering piles around her. How could she turn this worthless stalk into shining treasure? She buried her face in her hands, despair washing over her. The king had set a task no human could ever complete, and her life now hung upon it. She thought of her father, whose careless words had brought her here. She thought of her own simple life, of the mill by the river, of the bread she once baked in peace. All of that seemed very far away. As the hours stretched on, the room felt colder, the shadows deeper. The wheel stood silent, the straw untouched. She knew that dawn would bring her death. And so the night pressed on, heavy with dread, while the miller's daughter sat alone in the chamber of straw, her fate sealed by a lie and a king's greed. The miller's daughter sat on the cold stone floor, her face pale and her hands trembling. The spinning wheel stood before her, useless in her eyes, for it could no more turn straw into gold than the moon could fall from the sky. The great piles of straw seemed to grow larger in the flickering torchlight, pressing down on her, suffocating her with their impossible demand. She thought of her father and his foolish boast. She thought of the king and his hard, greedy stare. No matter which way she turned, there was no escape. The door was locked, the windows high above her reach, and the task beyond all reason. She was trapped in a lie she had never spoken. At last, she buried her face in her arms and wept. The sound of her sobs filled the silent room, soft and hopeless. Hours passed like this, her tears falling as steadily as the turning of the night. She had nearly given herself over to despair completely when something strange happened. Out of the quiet air, there came the sound of small footsteps, light and quick, like the tapping of tiny boots on stone. The girl lifted her head, startled, and there in the shadows stood a figure she had never seen before. It was a man, or perhaps not quite a man, no taller than a child, with sharp eyes that glimmered like coals, and a mouth that curled into a crooked smile. His clothes were odd, patched together from scraps of cloth, and his hair stuck out in wild tufts. He seemed both comical and unsettling, as if he belonged to another world. The miller's daughter trembled. She didn't know how he had entered, for the door was locked and the windows barred. Yet there he stood, as real as the straw surrounding her. The little man tilted his head, watching her with interest. She said nothing, for fear caught her tongue, but he spoke first, his voice thin and sly, like a reed pipe playing in the night. He asked why she wept, though of course the piles of straw and the spinning wheel gave the answer plain enough. Still, the girl whispered through her tears, confessing that she could not do what the king had demanded. She was doomed. The little man's crooked smile widened. He stepped closer, his boots tapping softly. Then he offered her a bargain. He could do what she could not. He could spin straw into gold, but he would not do it for nothing. He wanted payment. The girl's hands flew to her neck, where a simple necklace hung, the only piece of adornment she owned. She lifted it and held it out. It was a poor trinket compared to the riches the king demanded, but it was hers to give. The little man's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. He snatched the necklace, slipped it into his pocket, and went straight to the spinning wheel. Without hesitation, he set to work. The wheel hummed beneath his hands, faster and faster, until the spokes blurred with speed. The straw that fed into the wheel glimmered as it turned, changing thread by thread into golden strands that shone in the torchlight. Pile after pile, bundle after bundle, he worked, never tiring, never slowing. The miller's daughter watched with wide eyes, scarcely able to believe what she saw. The straw truly was becoming gold, as fine as any that might have been mined from deep within the earth. The sound of the wheel filled the chamber, steady and constant, while the little man laughed to himself in quiet delight. All through the night he worked, spinning, weaving, and winding the golden thread. The heaps of straw dwindled, and in their place rose shining coils of treasure. At last, when dawn began to touch the high window with pale light, the final stalk was spun, and the wheel fell silent. The little man stood, brushed the straw dust from his clothes, and with a sly grin, he slipped back into the shadows. By the time the girl blinked, he was gone. The door opened with a heavy groan, and the king entered. His eyes fell upon the room, and at once they widened. There was no straw left, only glittering gold, stacked high and gleaming in the morning light. Greed surged through him like fire. He ran his hands through the golden thread, letting it spill through his fingers, and he laughed with delight. The girl, weary and pale, watched in silence, though her heart gave no relief, for she saw the hunger in the king's eyes, and she knew it was not satisfied. He spoke no words of kindness to her. He did not praise her skill, nor did he question how such a miracle had come to pass. To him, it mattered only that she had done it once. If she could do it once, then she could do it again. And if she could do it again, then she could do it forever, until his coffers overflowed with endless gold. So, without pause, the king commanded her to be taken to another chamber. This one was larger than the first, filled with even more straw, stacked in towers that brushed against the rafters. Another wheel stood ready in the centre. The king looked upon her coldly. "Spin all of this by morning," his eyes seemed to say, though he needed no words. And once again, the heavy door closed, the lock clicked into place, and the girl was left alone in her prison of straw. This time she did not weep at once. She sat before the wheel, her heart pounding with dread. She had seen the miracle once, but would it happen again? Would the little man return? Or had he taken his payment and vanished forever? She pressed her hands together and waited, the shadows of the chamber deepening as the night began again. The second chamber was larger than the first, and the piles of straw seemed to rise like golden mountains in waiting. The girl stood in the doorway as the king's guards shoved her inside, their faces blank and uncaring. Behind them came the king, his eyes glittering with hunger. He did not even pretend kindness. He spoke of riches, of rewards, of glory that would be hers if she succeeded again. But beneath those promises was the same sharp threat. If she failed, she would pay with her life. The door shut, the lock clicked, and the silence returned. The girl's heart sank deeper than before. The miracle of the first night seemed like a dream, too strange to be real, too fragile to depend on. Yet what else could she do? She sat once more before the spinning wheel, her hands trembling, her breath shallow. For a long time, nothing happened. She stared at the piles of straw, her mind empty of hope. Then at last, she heard it again, the light tapping of small feet across the stone floor. Her head lifted quickly, and there he was once more. The strange little man, no taller than a child, his crooked smile gleaming in the torchlight. His eyes danced with mischief as he looked at her face, which was still pale with fear. Without asking, he knew what she wanted. He asked what she would give him in return for his help. The girl reached her hand, where a small gold ring sat on her finger. It had been her mother's once, the last memory of her that she still carried. Her heart ached to part with it, but what choice was there? She held it out, her voice barely above a whisper, and he snatched it eagerly. Once again, he took his seat at the wheel. The humming began, soft at first, then growing louder as the wheel spun faster and faster. The straw fed into it, and golden thread spilled out, shimmering in coils that caught the firelight. He worked with tireless speed, never stopping, never faltering. The girl watched, her fear mixed now with awe, but also with dread. She wondered what he truly was, and why he would do such work for such meagre payment. He seemed too strange, too eager, too pleased with their bargains. Yet she asked no questions, for she dared not. The night passed as the first had. When dawn came, every stalk of straw had been spun to shining gold. The chamber glowed with its light, and the girl could scarcely believe her eyes. The little man slipped into the shadows once more, vanishing before the door opened. The king entered, and his greed was like a storm. He laughed, his voice echoing against the walls, and his hands sank into the heaps of gold as though he would drown himself in them. But still, his hunger was not satisfied. Gold was never enough. So he gave no praise, no thanks. Instead, he led her to a third chamber, even greater than the last, so vast and filled with straw that it seemed to stretch forever. The air smelled of dry stalks, and the sheer weight of it all pressed against her chest. This time the king's promises were sharper. If she succeeded again, not only would she live, but she would become his queen. But if she failed, death awaited. The girl's breath caught. To be queen meant power, safety, and a place far above her low birth. But it also meant more chains, for she saw already that she would never be free of this greed. Still she nodded, for she could not say no. Once again, the heavy door closed, leaving her alone in the chamber of straw. She sat before the wheel, her heart heavy. But this night was different. She had nothing left to give. No necklace, no ring, no trinket of any kind. Her hands were empty, and her hope thinner than ever. When the sound of footsteps came again, her relief was swallowed by dread. The crooked little man stepped out from the shadows, his smile sharper than before. His eyes glinted with a strange fire as he looked upon her. She told him her sorrow. She had nothing left to offer, nothing to trade. His grin widened as though he had been waiting for those words. He leaned close, his voice a whisper that seemed to coil around her like smoke. If she could not pay with trinkets, then she must pay with something greater. He made his demand. Her firstborn child, should she become queen? The girl's heart stopped. The thought was unthinkable. To promise her own flesh and blood? Her future, her joy, how could she? But the shadows of the chamber pressed closer, and the weight of the straw seemed to smother her. She thought of the king's cold eyes, of the sword of death that hung over her, if she failed. What good was the thought of a future child, when her own life would be gone before morning? What good was refusing, when death was the only other path? Desperation broke her. She whispered yes. The little man's crooked smile stretched wide. He clapped his hands as though delighted and hurried to the wheel. Once again, the straw vanished, spun into threads of gold finer than any treasure. The wheel hummed, the gold gleamed, and the girl sat still, her body trembling, her heart numb with dread. By dawn, every stalk was gone, and the chamber shone with piles of gold that glimmered like sunlight captured in coils. The little man stepped back, satisfied. He looked at her one last time, his smile strange and knowing. Then, as before, he slipped away into the shadows, gone as though he had never been. The door opened, and the king entered. His eyes widened at the sight, and for the first time he seemed almost humbled before the sheer wealth that lay before him. But his greed quickly swallowed even that. He looked at the girl with new eyes, not as a prisoner, not as a servant, but as something far more valuable. She had given him all the gold he could desire. Now, he thought, she would give him heirs, a future, and the crown beside his. And so the miller's daughter, who had been dragged into the castle by lies and locked away by threats, was promised marriage. She would become queen, her head heavy with jewels, her life bound forever to the king who had demanded the impossible. She smiled faintly, though it was not joy, for deep within her she knew she had bargained her future away. Somewhere in the shadows, the strange little man was waiting, and the price he would claim was darker than any gold. Time passed. The miller's daughter, once poor and frightened, became queen. Her crown was heavy with jewels, her robes thick with gold threads, and her halls lined with treasures beyond count. Yet for all the splendour around her, she did not forget the bargain she had made in the dark of that chamber. At first, she tried to push the memory aside. She told herself that the little man would never return, that he had taken his delight in tricking her, and that the matter was ended. The world was full of shadows and strange things, but surely he belonged to a dream, a nightmare that faded with time. She buried the memory deep in her heart and smiled when she must, though unease never left her. Seasons turned, and at last she bore a child. The babe was strong and healthy, with a cry that filled the palace and eyes that shone with the promise of life. The queen held her child close, her heart overflowing with love. And for the first time she felt something greater than fear or duty. She believed that perhaps her past would never rise again, that the promise spoken in despair could remain forgotten. But the world does not forget so easily. One night, as the queen rocked her child to sleep in the quiet of her chambers, she heard it, the sound she had once prayed never to hear again. A light tapping, soft and quick, like boots too small for a man. Her blood ran cold, and she held her baby tighter. From the shadows stepped the figure she had once bargained with, the strange little man, his crooked smile as sharp as ever, his eyes gleaming with mischief and triumph. He had not aged, not changed, as though time itself could not touch him. The queen's breath caught. She knew why he had come. He looked at her, then at the babe in her arms, and he spoke with sly delight. He had come to claim what was his. The promise she had made, spoken in desperation, was a binding one. The firstborn child of the queen belonged to him. The queen fell to her knees, clutching her baby to her chest. Tears filled her eyes as she begged him to have mercy. She offered him gold, more than any man could count. She offered him jewels, lands and power, the wealth of a kingdom laid at his feet. Surely these things were worth more than a child. But the little man only shook his head, his smile never fading. Gold he could have spun for himself. Jewels he did not need. Power meant nothing to him. What he desired was the life she held in her arms. The queen wept bitterly. Her heart was torn with guilt, for she had spoken the promise herself. She had agreed to it, even if in fear, and now the debt had come to claim her. She saw the shadows of her past stretch long across her present, binding her no matter how far she had risen. At first, the little man would not bend. His voice was sharp, his laughter cruel, but perhaps he enjoyed her suffering. Or perhaps some spark of mischief in him was not entirely heartless. At last, he offered her a chance. "If you can discover my name," he said, "within 3 days' time, the child shall remain yours." The queen lifted her head in shock. His name? Such a strange and simple condition. Yet he spoke it as though it were an impossible riddle, one she could never hope to solve. His eyes glowed with confidence, certain of his own secrecy. Still, he made the bargain, and she clung to it like a drowning soul to driftwood. She agreed at once, her tears falling as she whispered her promise to try. The little man chuckled, his laugh curling through the chamber like smoke. He looked once more at the child, then at the queen, and with a mocking bow he vanished into the shadows, leaving her trembling in the torchlight. The chamber fell silent once more, save for the soft breaths of the sleeping child. The queen pressed her lips to her baby's forehead, her tears wetting his skin, and despair filled her heart. She had 3 days. 3 days to uncover the name of a creature who came and went like smoke, who belonged neither fully to this world nor the next. 3 days to save her child from the grip of a bargain she had once spoken with shaking lips in a tower of straw. Her mind raced with names. Every name she had ever heard. Every name spoken in her father's village. Every name from the courts of the king. Every name that had crossed her ears. But none seemed strange enough, twisted enough, to belong to the man who had saved her and cursed her in the same breath. That night, sleep would not come. She sat with her child, rocking him gently, her thoughts spiralling into fear. The weight of her past lay heavy on her shoulders, and she knew that each hour brought her closer to the moment of reckoning. The shadows stretched across the chamber walls, and in her heart she felt the truth. She had traded away more than her necklace, more than her ring. She had traded away her peace, her safety, her future. And now the cost of that bargain had come due. The queen held her baby tighter, whispering promises she was not sure she could keep. She swore she would not let him go, that she would fight, beg, or die before surrendering him. But the image of the little man's crooked smile haunted her still, and in her soul she feared she would fail. 3 days. That was all the time she had. And the sound of those light footsteps echoed in her mind, promising that the shadow of her bargain was not yet finished. The halls of the palace no longer smelled of straw or fear, but the queen could not shake the memory of that locked chamber. Even as she wore her crown and carried her child in silks finer than any she could have imagined, she knew her past had not been erased. Promises, after all, do not dissolve with time. On the 3rd night after her child's birth, the little man returned, just as he had sworn. His crooked figure stepped from the shadows as though he had been waiting in the walls all along. His smile was thin, his voice sharp. "Now, my queen, give me the child. A bargain is a bargain." The queen fell to her knees, cradling the infant in her arms. "Please," she begged, "take riches instead. Take jewels, take kingdoms, take everything I own, only spare my baby." But he shook his head with cruel delight. "I can have gold whenever I wish it, and I care nothing for kingdoms or crowns. You promised me something dearer, and I have come to claim it." Her tears fell hot upon the child's blanket. She had known this moment would come, but the terror of it was sharper than she had imagined. Yet after a long silence, the little man cocked his head as though savouring the taste of her despair. "I will grant you a game," he said at last. "If you can tell me my name within 3 days, you may keep your child. Fail, and the babe is mine." Then he vanished, leaving the queen clutching her child in the dark. The next morning she began her frantic search. Messengers were sent across the land to gather every name, every possibility. From noble halls to village huts, from marketplaces to faraway hills, names were whispered, written, and delivered to her chambers in endless lists. That night, when the man reappeared, she tried them all. "Is your name Conrad?" Ilias, Frederick, Hans? He only grinned, shaking his head after each. Not even close. 2 nights remain. And with that, he was gone again. The second day was more desperate still. She commanded her servants to scour ancient scrolls, to dig up forgotten names from old legends. She bribed travellers for strange names from foreign lands. By evening, she had 100 more guesses. When he returned, she recited them with a trembling voice. Is it Bartholomew, Caspar, Wilhelm, or even Lucifer himself? The little man's laugh echoed against the chamber walls, mocking her every effort. No, no, no! And now only 1 night remains. The Queen's despair nearly broke her. But fate, or perhaps chance, brought her hope. That night, one of her messengers, weary from riding the borders of the kingdom, stumbled upon a clearing in the deep woods. A fire burned low, and there, dancing with grotesque delight, was the little man himself. The messenger froze in the shadows and listened. The creature leapt and twirled, singing in a voice high and shrill. Tonight I brew, tomorrow I bake, and then the Queen's child I will take. For none can guess, nor understand, that Rumpelstiltskin is my name. The messenger's heart pounded as he turned his horse and raced back to the palace. At dawn, he told the Queen, who nearly collapsed with relief. For the first time since the birth of her child, she dared to believe she might yet prevail. That evening, the little man appeared again, smug and certain of victory. His crooked hands rubbed together as he asked, "Well, my queen, what is my name? Tell me, and keep your child, if you can." The queen steadied herself, forcing calm into her voice though her heart thundered. "Perhaps," she said, "your name is Heinrich, or Caspar, or Wilhelm." His grin widened, confident. "No, no, no!" She let the silence hang a moment longer, then spoke the name as though placing a dagger at his throat. "Or perhaps your name is Rumpelstiltskin." The sound of it shattered the room. The little man froze, his grin collapsing into horror. His eyes bulged, his face twisted, and his voice erupted into a shriek that made the stones tremble. "The devil told you that! The devil himself!" he screamed, stamping his feet so hard the floor cracked beneath him. He tore at his hair, he clawed at his cloak, and his rage swelled into something monstrous. In his fury he lost all control, and with a hideous tearing sound, he split himself in two. What remained was nothing but a dark stain upon the floor, a grotesque mark where once he had stood. The queen stood trembling, her child pressed against her chest. Relief flooded her, but it was a relief mixed with horror so sharp it could never truly soften. She had won, yes, but the image of that violent end, the shriek that would echo in her ears for the rest of her life, left her shaken to the core. She had saved her child, but she could not forget that she had once promised him away. No crown, no cradle, no silks could erase that bargain made in desperation. The king, when told the tale, laughed and declared it a victory of cunning over wickedness. But the queen knew better. She had seen greed and fear twist lives into ruin. She had seen the cost of desperation and the danger of promises made without thought. Her child grew safe and beloved, but always she carried the memory of the man with the strange name, the bargain struck in a locked room, and the terror of nearly losing what she held most dear. For fairy tales do not end simply with happily ever after. They leave scars, they leave lessons, and they leave the echo of warnings whispered from one generation to the next. And so the story ends with both relief and dread. The queen and child safe, the little man destroyed, and the truth lingering like a shadow. That bargains with desperation may be won, but they are never truly forgotten. In a village at the edge of a dark and endless forest, there lived a girl whose bright red hood marked her as both innocent and unforgettable. She was small, curious, and full of trust, unaware that the world could be cruel beneath its beauty. The trees whispered secrets, the shadows moved with intent, and something watched her from just beyond the path, patient and cunning. What began as a simple errand to visit her grandmother would lead her into the heart of danger, into the belly of a predator, and into a tale that has been told for generations to warn the unwary. This is the story of the Little Red Cap, also known as Little Red Riding Hood. Once, there was a girl who lived at the edge of a great forest. She was not rich, nor was her family known for anything remarkable, but she was remembered in her village for the red cap she wore wherever she went. It was a small hood made of bright cloth, given to her by her grandmother. The old woman had stitched it with careful hands, believing the child should always carry something of love and warmth when she wandered outside. The girl grew so fond of it that she would never take it off. Even in the heat of summer, she wore the cap. Even in the shade of her house, she wore it. And so the people began to call her not by her name, but by her cap. They called her Little Red Cap, as if she and the hood were one. Her family was simple. Her mother kept the house and tended to the small garden that grew herbs and vegetables. Her father, when he was home, worked with wood, though often he was gone for days in search of work or in trade with nearby villages. The grandmother lived deeper in the forest, far enough that one had to follow a winding path to reach her small home. She was old and often weak, but she was kind. She had once been strong enough to guide others through the woods, and she still remembered the twists of the paths and the sounds of the animals that lived there. Now she lived alone, kept company only by her small fire and the memories of her long life. Little Red Cap was innocent, the kind of child who believed the world was good simply because she herself was good. She trusted easily, smiled quickly, and thought little of danger. She was curious about the world around her, noticing the way flowers leaned toward the light, or how mushrooms sprouted after a night of rain. When she walked, she often stopped to watch ants building their hills, or birds fluttering in the branches above her. She loved the forest, though her mother warned her never to stray from the path when she passed through it. But to a child, warnings are like shadows, present yet easy to step beyond. The forest itself was a place of two natures. In the morning, when sunlight slipped between the trees, it seemed alive with beauty. The leaves glowed with light, the flowers opened, and the air smelled of earth and green growth. It was easy to believe the forest was a friend, that it offered only wonder and safety. Yet the forest also had its other side. At dusk, the the paths darkened quickly. The trees pressed close, the shadows stretched long, and the silence of the woods grew heavy. There were animals that hunted when the light faded, and sounds that reminded travellers how small and fragile they were among the tall trees. To those who knew its secrets, the forest was not only beautiful, but dangerous. It could shelter or swallow, depending on who walked its paths. One morning, Little Red Cap's mother called her into the kitchen. On the table stood a basket. Inside were bread, cakes, and a small bottle of wine. The mother explained that grandmother was ill and needed something to eat and drink to make her stronger. She asked Little Red Cap to carry the basket to her grandmother's house, for the path was not far, and the girl was light-footed. But she warned her child to be careful, not to dawdle, not to wander, and not to speak with strangers. The mother's words were clear, but like all warnings given to the young, they seemed more like gentle rules than urgent commands. The girl listened with a nod, her red hood tied neatly beneath her chin. She held the basket with excitement, for the thought of visiting her grandmother pleased her. She did not imagine danger waiting in the woods, nor did she think her mother's warning meant anything more than be good. Children often believe the world bends to their innocence, that if they mean no harm will come to them. So it was with Little Red Cap, who believed the forest was only what she had seen in the light. Flowers, animals, trees, and paths leading safely to her grandmother's door. The path stretched ahead, and the day was bright. The girl stepped into the forest with her basket, her red hood catching the light whenever the sun broke through the branches. To the birds, she was just another moving thing in the woods. To the trees, she was small and light, almost unnoticeable. But to the darker eyes that sometimes watched from the shadows, she was something else. Young, trusting, alone, and easy to follow. For the forest was not only made of trees and flowers, it was also home to those who understood how innocence could be turned into opportunity. Among them was one who moved silently, whose fur blended into the shadows, whose eyes shone with a hunger not only for food, but for power over the weak. This creature was patient, clever, and merciless, and he was watching. He was a wolf, though not just an ordinary one. He was a wolf who knew how to wait, how to trick, and how to strike when the moment was right. Little Red Cap, however, knew nothing of this. She walked with the lightness of someone carrying a gift, humming softly to herself, her basket swinging from her arm. She thought only of her grandmother's face when she arrived with food and wine. She thought of the warmth of the small house, and of sitting beside the fire while her grandmother told her stories. She thought of how proud her mother would be that she had gone on the errand all by herself. The girl's heart was full of trust, and her steps were without fear. But the forest had its secrets, and already she was no longer alone on the path. The forest had a way of swallowing sound. When Little Red Cap stepped deeper onto the path, the busy noises of her village faded behind her, and the quiet pressed in like a heavy blanket. It was not silence exactly, for the forest was alive, but its sounds were different from human ones. Leaves whispered against one another high above. Birds called from unseen branches, their songs rising and falling as if speaking in a secret tongue. Somewhere in the distance, a branch cracked under the weight of something moving and then stilled again. The forest never stopped speaking, yet it spoke in ways that reminded travellers they were strangers here, moving through a place that belonged first to the trees and only second to people. To a child, the woods seemed like a game. The shadows were not warnings, but hiding places for imagined creatures that were never truly there. The shifting light was not a danger, but a kind of magic that painted the ground in patterns of gold. Little Red Cap walked with her basket swinging, her red hood bright against the muted colours of the path. The deeper she went, the more she forgot her mother's words. Warnings are easy to remember at the edge of danger, but once a child steps inside, the danger becomes invisible, hidden beneath beauty. Everywhere around her, small distractions called to her eyes. She saw wildflowers sprouting in clusters, their petals stretching open as if smiling at the sun. She paused to look at them, and in her innocent joy, she thought it would be kind to bring some to her grandmother. What harm could it do to gather a little beauty for someone who lived alone? She bent down and picked the first flower, then saw another one, brighter still, a few steps off the path. She followed, her small shoes crunching the leaves, and found another and another, as if the forest itself was tempting her deeper. The air was warm, but the shadows beneath the trees were cool. Little Red Cap moved with the lightness of one who has never been afraid. She was so busy plucking flowers, filling her hands with colours, that she did not notice when the forest itself seemed to shift, for the forest was not empty. Watching from the distance was a figure with sharper eyes than hers, eyes that had watched children and travellers before, eyes that gleamed with a hunger that was not satisfied by berries or flowers. The wolf stood among the shadows, his fur melting into the dark of the trees. His paws were silent on the earth, but his mind was not silent. It was sharp, turning over ideas like stones, searching for the perfect way to strike. He had seen children before, but rarely one so alone. He had smelled the sweetness of food in her basket, but it was not bread or wine that stirred his hunger. It was the girl herself, small, trusting, easy to deceive. To attack her now would be simple, but the wolf was not only a creature of strength, he was also cunning. He knew that true success came from patience, from tricking the prey into offering itself willingly. He crept closer, though still far enough that she did not notice him. She was bent over the flowers, humming to herself, her hood bright against the green. To him she looked almost like a bird that had flown into the wrong nest, unaware of the hawk circling above. The wolf's mouth curved into something like a smile, though it was not a smile of kindness. It was a smile of teeth and certainty. The path through the forest was not one, but many. Those who lived nearby knew the safe way, the short path that led straight to the grandmother's house. But there were other paths too, winding longer through the woods, lined with things that could distract and delay. The wolf knew these paths well. He knew that a child could be led away from safety if only her mind was turned from her mother's warning. And he knew he was the one who could turn it. The wolf stepped carefully, watching her, planning his trick. He did not need to rush. The girl's innocence was already leading her away from the path. All he had to do was push her a little further, and she would be exactly where he wanted her. Deep enough that the forest itself would help him, hiding her from all eyes but his. The longer path wound past thick trees, past streams that glittered in the light, past more flowers than any child could carry. It was slower, but it was also tempting, filled with a kind of beauty that children could not resist. The wolf thought of the grandmother's house waiting at the end of the short path. He thought of the girl's small steps. He thought of how quickly he could reach the house if she was distracted long enough. He would have time to play his part there before she even arrived. And so the trap began to form, not with claws or fangs, but with cunning. The forest seemed to help him, offering the child more flowers, leading her feet further from the safety of the path. The air grew quieter, as though holding its breath. The wolf's plan was simple: to let the girl believe she was free, while in truth she was walking where he wanted. He would give her the illusion of choice, but her choice would always serve him. Little Red Cap, her hands full of flowers, looked around with delight. She thought of how happy her grandmother would be to receive them. The idea filled her so much that she did not feel the shift in the forest around her, nor the eyes that followed every step she took. She only knew that the day was bright, the air was sweet, and the forest was full of treasures waiting for her to gather. The wolf watched, silent and sure, as the girl wandered. He knew her kind. Children who believed the world was safe simply because they were in it. He knew how to wait for the moment when innocence would open the door to danger. And in this forest, doors were many, but all of them, sooner or later, could be led to him. The wolf knew the forest as well as a man knows the walls of his own house. Where others saw only confusion and endless trees, he saw paths, shortcuts, and hidden ways that cut through the undergrowth like veins. He moved swiftly now, no longer watching the girl who lingered among the flowers. He did not need to. She was slow, easily delayed, and the forest would keep her occupied. He, however, could reach her grandmother's house long before she even thought of turning her steps back to the path. The house stood alone, far from the safety of the village. It was small, its walls built of timber darkened by years of weather. Smoke sometimes rose from its chimney, but more often it did not, for the old woman who lived inside lacked the strength to keep a fire burning all day. The roof sagged a little under the weight of years, and moss crept up its edges, softening it into the forest around it. It was not a house of riches, nor of strength, but of memories. Inside, the grandmother sat in her chair. She was frail, her body bent with age and illness. Her hands trembled when she lifted them. Her breathing came slow, and her eyes no longer saw as they once did. She lived in quiet, surrounded by the silence of the woods. She waited often for visits, for company to break the long hours, and it was the thought of her granddaughter's red hood that brightened her spirits. The child came from time to time with gifts from her mother, bread, wine, and laughter that filled the house. Today, the old woman expected her again, and she smiled at the thought, though her strength was little more than a flicker. The wolf knew this too. He had watched, learned, and remembered the pattern of the girl's errands. He knew who waited inside the house. He knew she was weak, alone, and trusting. She would not question the voice of her granddaughter at the door. When he reached the cottage, he did not hesitate. He stood at the door, his breath steady, his plan sharp in his mind. The wolf was not only a hunter of flesh, but of hearts. He knew how to sound harmless, how to wear innocence like a mask. With a low, careful voice, he let out a sound to mimic the girl. Soft, small, the tone of someone carrying kindness in her hands. The grandmother stirred at the sound. Her ears, though dulled with age, still caught the faint call. She thought of her granddaughter and felt relief that she would not be alone for long. She welcomed what she believed was her visitor, telling her to come in. She did not know that with those words she had opened her door not to safety, but to the end. The wolf slipped inside. The house smelled of age and smoke, of herbs hung from the beams and bread long gone stale. The air was warm but thin, the kind of warmth that fought against emptiness but never quite defeated it. The old woman, weak and trusting, tried to rise from her chair, but the effort was too much. She thought she saw her granddaughter's shape in the doorway, but her sight was clouded, and her hope made her blind. In a single motion, the wolf leapt. There was no time for the grandmother to cry out, no time to realize her mistake. His jaws opened, his teeth closed, and she was gone. The house, which had been filled with the slow, tired breath of an old woman, now fell into silence once more. The wolf swallowed, his hunger partly sated but his plan unfinished. For it was not only the grandmother he sought, it was the girl. The red-hooded child still wandered the woods, her basket filled with food, her mind filled with innocent thoughts. And she would come to this house, as her mother had told her, believing she was walking into safety. The wolf meant for her to walk into something else entirely. He turned his eyes to the bed. It was small, simple, with covers patched and worn from years of use. The wolf pulled them back and slipped inside, arranging the blankets around him. His body, larger and rougher than the grandmother's, pressed awkwardly into the mattress, but the shadows of the house and the dim light worked in his favour. He drew the covers up to his chin, letting only his head show. His ears pricked upward, sharper than any grandmother's, but in the gloom they might pass unnoticed. His eyes gleamed, but he narrowed them into slits, pretending weakness. His long snout, with its teeth hidden beneath a thin smile, settled against the pillow. The wolf's disguise was not perfect, but it did not need to be. He counted on the girl's trust, her eagerness to see her grandmother, and her blindness to danger. He counted on the innocence that would explain away every odd shape, every strange shadows, every uneasy feeling. She would not see him for what he was until it was too late. The house itself seemed to shift with the wolf inside. Where once it had been a place of rest, it now felt like a trap disguised as comfort. The fire burned low, casting long shapes across the floor. The walls, once plain, now seemed to close in, holding the air heavy and still. The bed, once a place of safety for an old woman, became the stage for a silent deception. Every corner of the room whispered danger, though there was no one there to hear it. The wolf lay waiting, his breath steady, his eyes half closed. He was patient. He could wait as long as it took for the girl to arrive. Hunger did not make him reckless. It made him precise. He thought of the moment when the door would open, when the red hood would appear, when the child's eyes would light up with recognition that was not real. He thought of her voice calling out, of her footsteps crossing the room, of her trusting approach to the bed. He imagined all of it, savouring it before it even happened. The forest outside was quiet. The girl was still wandering, still gathering flowers, still walking without fear. But the house was no longer the safe destination she believed it to be. It was now the wolf's den, hidden beneath the shape of a grandmother's home. And the wolf, disguised in borrowed shadows, waited. The little cottage in the clearing seemed exactly as it always had, a humble structure resting among the trees, its thatched roof bending slightly with age, its wooden shutters closed against the drifting air of the forest. Smoke no longer curled from the chimney, but Little Red Cap, burdened with her basket and her good intentions, did not notice. Her mind was still filled with the forest's flowers, with the remembered scent of moss and meadow, with the idea that her grandmother would be pleased at such gifts. She approached the door with a heart unguarded. She had heard nothing of footsteps racing before her, no whispers of a creature moving with intent through the trees. To her, the forest was still only trees, and the cottage was still only home. Yet within, the shape of the world had shifted entirely. Grandmother was gone, swallowed whole by shadow and hunger, and in her place the wolf waited. He had made himself small against the bedding, pulling the blankets up to his chest, arranging them with the clumsy precision of a predator imitating what it had devoured. The cap that had once crowned the old woman's hair was now crooked upon his head. The glasses that had rested upon her nose now framed a gaze that gleamed too brightly. His claws were hidden, his teeth concealed behind a mouth that pressed itself closed with exaggerated care. The room itself seemed changed by his presence. What had been warm now felt stifled. What had been comforting now held menace. The hearth, though still warm, threw its glow unevenly, as though the flames themselves hesitated. The wooden beams groaned faintly overhead, as if the house itself wished to warn her, but could not form the words. Little Red Cap stepped across the threshold unaware. She carried her basket to the bedside with the same trusting gait she had always shown, her hood falling slightly back from her face. She saw her grandmother there, or what appeared to be her grandmother, and felt the stirrings of unease, though she could not yet name them. It began subtly with the shape of the eyes. They seemed larger, too round, too fixed upon her, with an intensity that did not belong to age or affection. She thought her grandmother's face looked strange, but she told herself it must be the firelight playing tricks. Then, as she moved closer, other details whispered to her doubts. The ears seemed sharper, higher upon the head, not softened by hair or age. The hands, resting stiffly against the blanket, appeared broader, the nails more pronounced, as though sharpened by something other than household tasks. Still, she was a child, and children are often slow to turn unease into fear. She tried to explain each oddity away. Perhaps her grandmother had changed with illness. Perhaps she simply had not visited in long enough to remember correctly. Each detail pressed upon her innocence, and each time she smoothed it down with reason that did not hold. But reason faltered when she came close enough to see the mouth. It was not the gentle line she remembered, not the mouth that had kissed her forehead or offered bread and comfort. It was wide, stretching too far, lips curling back slightly as though struggling to contain something vast and sharp behind them. The corners twitched, not with mirth, but with restraint. Her heart quivered. A child's mind still clung to hope, still whispered that this must be her grandmother, no matter how strange, no matter how wrong. She wanted to believe in the safety of the familiar, but the wolf, patient and merciless, had waited for precisely this moment. The tipping point where innocence questioned but had not yet fled. The house seemed to hold its breath. The fire cracked once, sharply. The wolf, unable to contain the illusion any longer, stretched himself upward, the blankets falling away from him like discarded skin. His form was too large for the bed, his body straining against the fragile wood of the frame. No disguise could cover the truth now. Little Red Cap saw it all at once, the eyes, the ears, the hands, the mouth, and realised too late what she had entered into. The forest had offered her a choice of paths, and she had walked the one that led here, to this bed, to this trap. The wolf did not hesitate. With a lunge, he cast aside the remnants of his ruse. His jaws opened wide, wider than seemed possible, and before her innocence could even shape itself into a scream, he devoured her whole. It was not a battle. There was no struggle. She was small, he was vast, and the moment had been arranged too carefully for chance to intervene. The basket fell to the floor, its bread and wine spilling across the boards, a mockery of the gift she had meant to give. The room returned to silence, save for the sound of the wolf settling back into the bed, his hunger briefly sated, his belly swollen now with both grandmother and child. The cap still sat upon his head, though now tilted more absurdly than before, and the glasses clung to the bridge of his nose, framing the gleam of satisfaction. In that silence, the story itself seemed to pause. Innocence, so bright and trusting, had been swallowed into darkness. The forest that had seemed both safe and unsafe had revealed its crueler truth. Safety had been an illusion, and danger had worn the face of familiarity. The predator, having succeeded, closed his eyes. He lay in the bed as though nothing had happened, as though the cottage had not shifted into a den of deception. The fire still burned low in the hearth, the beams still groaned with the weight of silence, and the forest outside remained unaware. For now, the wolf rested. For now, the house was quiet. For now, the tale held its breath, lingering in that terrible stillness before the next turn. The darkness had swallowed all, and yet the story was not done. The forest was quiet in the afternoon sun. The leaves whispered softly, and the path through the trees was still bright with dappled light. Birds called to each other, and the small creatures of the underbrush scurried about, unaware of the tragedies that had occurred in the cottage on the edge of the clearing. It was a day like any other, except that not all was right in the quiet wood. A huntsman was moving along the path. He was tall and strong, a man accustomed to tracking, to reading the signs of the forest. He walked with care, his eyes scanning the shadows, his ears tuned to every sound. The forest spoke to him as it never spoke to a child. Every broken twig, every rustle of leaves, every faint sigh of wind was a message he could read. And it was from these small signs that he first noticed that something in the woods was wrong. He came upon the small cottage, its familiar shape among the trees. He had passed it many times before, on errands of work or rest, but today it seemed different. The door was slightly ajar. The air around it smelled faintly of something heavy, a scent that did not belong to the normal quiet of the house. The huntsman paused, hand on his axe, listening. From inside came a sound that raised the hair on the back of his neck, the heavy, uneven breathing of someone sleeping, or something pretending to sleep. It was a snore, slow and deep, far too loud for an old woman alone. The huntsman's mind worked quickly. He knew the woods, and he knew that wolves could be clever, that predators could imitate the innocent and the weak. He could sense the danger before he even saw it, that feeling like a shadow brushing against the skin of his understanding. He stepped closer, cautious, until the cottage door was fully open to him. The snoring continued, rhythmic and strange. Something in its sound told him that the wolf, or something like it, was inside. He could not yet see the form, but instinct and experience guided him. He lifted his axe, the handle firm in his hands, and stepped inside. The room was dim, the fire low in the hearth, and there, in the bed, he saw the wolf. It was larger than any ordinary beast, its belly swollen, its eyes closed in what it believed was victory. The wolf had eaten, and now it slept, unaware that the forest had sent one who could undo its work. The huntsman acted quickly, bringing the axe down. The wolf's eyes opened in shock, but it was too late. One swift strike, and the predator was dead. Yet the story did not end with the fall of the wolf. The huntsman, skilled and careful, cut open the creature's belly, as Grimm's tale described. From the darkness inside, he lifted the grandmother first, coughing but alive, then the little girl, still pale from fear and the closeness of death, yet unharmed. They stumbled from the wolf's belly as though waking from a nightmare, blinking at the firelight, the world outside, and the man who had saved them. It was a rebirth of sorts, a rising from the belly of death itself. What had been swallowed, hidden, and almost lost returned to the world of light. The forest, which had hidden danger so well, now revealed its capacity for rescue, for order restored. The huntsman stood silently, watching them recover, understanding that the balance of the woods was delicate, that innocence must be protected, that predators may always lurk, and that caution, care, and awareness were as necessary as bravery. Little Red Cap, her red hood still perched upon her head, looked at the cottage with new eyes. She understood, though in fragments, what she had survived. The colours of the forest, once distractions for a wandering child, now seemed sharper, more precise. She noticed the paths, the angles of the sunlight, the spaces where shadows moved. She carried the memory of the wolf in a part of her mind that could not be erased, a warning etched into her awareness. The grandmother embraced her granddaughter. Their relief was quiet but profound. The basket lay on the floor, scattered with bread and wine, a small casualty of the day's horrors. but the warmth of reunion replaced the emptiness of fear. They had been consumed and returned, touched by death and spared by intervention. The forest outside continued to breathe, unchanged yet forever altered by the events inside the cottage. And so the moral of the tale settled into the hearts of those who survived it. Straying from the path carried consequences, even when the temptation was beautiful, even when curiosity whispered softly in a child's mind. Innocence was precious, but it was also vulnerable. And the wolves of the world, those who wore disguises, who took the shape of familiarity, could strike in ways no child or even adult might anticipate. The red hood, once only a gift of love from a grandmother, now became a symbol. It marked the girl as innocent, yes, but also as one who had survived, as a warning to others who might wander carelessly. Children who wore red, or who followed paths through the forest, might remember her story, the dangers hidden in beauty, the predator disguised in comfort, the rescue that allowed life to continue. It was both celebration and caution, a tale to teach the eyes to notice what lies beneath the surface. The huntsman left the cottage, returning to the forest paths he knew so well. He did not linger. The danger was ended, the predator dispatched, the victim safe. The forest once more settled into its rhythm, the trees rustling in wind and sunlight, birds calling to each other as though nothing had happened. But for those who had been inside the cottage, nothing would ever be quite the same. The memory of being consumed and returned lived inside them, a mark of awareness and survival. Little Red Cap, holding her grandmother's hand, walked back toward her home. She had seen the forest in both its beauty and its terror. She had witnessed the transformation of a place of safety into a den of danger. And she had emerged alive, aware, and marked forever by what had happened. Her red hood, bright and unmistakable, remained upon her head. It would be a reminder always of innocence, of danger, and of the wisdom earned by surviving what should have destroyed her. The story ended not in fear, but in caution and learning. The paths of the world were many, the dangers hidden among the familiar, and the forest, vast and deep, remained a place where life and death, innocence and cunning, coexisted, teaching all who walked its shadows the importance of vigilance, of respect, and of never underestimating the wolves that might be waiting behind the shapes of those we trust. In the end, the red hood was more than a gift. It was a warning. It was a badge of innocence reclaimed. And for Little Red Cap, it became a mark of wisdom born from darkness. A small child returned from the belly of a wolf, and a story that would echo through the forest and the minds of all who heard it for generations to come. The forest settled around her, quiet but alive, and she walked on, aware, watchful, and unbroken, carrying the memory of danger as closely as the bright red cap upon her head. This is the original story of Hansel and Gretel, as first told by the Brothers Grimm, before it was softened and transformed into the light-hearted tale often read to children. It follows the children through hunger, temptation, and captivity, exploring the harsh realities of survival and the cunning it demands. Unlike the sanitized versions, this story does not shy away from the darker truths of survival and the psychological growth that comes from encountering true peril. The story begins not with a grand castle or a glittering kingdom, but with a cabin, small and worn, crouched at the edge of a forest that seemed to stretch further than sight itself. Inside live 4 people who might have wished, on better days, to be called a family. There was a father whose shoulders were rounded with defeat, a stepmother whose eyes were sharp from necessity, and 2 children, Hansel and Gretel, whose hunger shaped their very way of looking at the world. Poverty is often described in numbers, in accounts of missing coin or failing crops, but in this cabin, poverty was measured in quieter ways. It was in the way the father cut bread so thin that daylight nearly showed through. It was in the way Gretel licked her fingers after meals, as if trying to convince her body that flavour was nourishment. It was in the way Hansel began to carry stones in his pocket, the weight of them reassuring, more reliable than promises of food. The father had not always been weak. Once, before the storms ruined the soil and before the markets closed their doors to him, he had been a man of strong arms and hopeful plans. But hope is a fragile thing when pressed daily by hunger. His love for his children was genuine, but it flickered like a candle near a draught. The stepmother, meanwhile, had long ago stopped calling hope by any name at all. To her, survival was not a dream, but a calculation. She counted the mouths, the bread, the winter days ahead, and the numbers never favoured 4. It is easy to label her as cruel, easier still to call her wicked. Yet, in the cabin, morality had no grand stage. It crouched at the table with them, watching as decisions were made not with malice, but with desperation. When one is pressed between starving slowly or discarding burdens, the mind twists itself into justifications. The stepmother's justifications were sharper than the father's, and so her voice often won. Hansel and Gretel felt this long before they understood it. Children know when adults whisper too long in the dark. They know when silence becomes heavier than sound. They saw it in the way their stepmother measured them with her eyes, not with affection but with arithmetic. They saw it in their father's sighs, which carried more apology than breath. Hunger did strange things to their world. Trees in the forest began to look like breadsticks in the children's minds. Shadows at dusk seemed to take the form of roasted meat. Gretel, still small enough to play pretend, sometimes set pebbles in a circle and called them dumplings. Hansel humoured her, though his eyes darted toward the door, as if he already knew games were no longer enough. It was Hansel who overheard first. The plan spoken low by the firelight. The stepmother's voice was clipped, the father's hesitant. The words were brutal, yet carried the inevitability of a storm. The children would be taken into the forest and left there. Left because there was not enough bread for all. Left because 2 fewer mouths meant 2 more chances for survival. Hansel, listening, did not weep. Instead, he slipped outside into the moonlight and began collecting small, smooth pebbles, tucking them into his pockets like secrets. The next morning came with brittle sunlight and a thin piece of bread each. The stepmother pressed it into their hands with a cheerless efficiency. Hansel kept his eyes lowered, hiding both his fear and his plan. Gretel, though younger, sensed that her brother carried something more than bread in his pockets, and this gave her enough courage to follow where she was led. The forest swallowed sound as they walked. branches knitted together above their heads, casting long shadows even in the early day. The father walked stiffly, his silence louder than any explanation could have been. The stepmother led with firm steps, her gaze set forward, as though glancing back might undo her resolve. Hansel, careful and deliberate, dropped a pebble now and then along the path. They glimmered faintly when caught by shafts of light, small stars fallen to earth, marking a trail invisible to all but those who knew to look. Gretel noticed, her eyes flicking from stone to stone, and though she did not speak, she clung to the quiet hope her brother's action suggested. By midday, the family reached a clearing. There, the stepmother declared it a fine place to rest, though the children understood what was unspoken. The father busied himself with small tasks, breaking twigs, arranging leaves, each movement an apology he could not bring himself to voice. The stepmother urged him back toward the path, her hand firm on his arm, her eyes daring him to resist. When the last sound of footsteps faded, Hansel and Gretel sat in the clearing, the silence pressing close. Gretel's eyes filled with tears, but Hansel's steady hand on her shoulder held them at bay. He waited until the sun dipped lower, then rose and began to guide her back along the trail of stones. One by one they caught the fading light, small gleams that stitched a path through the darkening woods. Each pebble was a reminder that even in abandonment there could be foresight, even in betrayal there could be resistance. The walk was long, and fear pressed against their backs with every shadow, but at last the cabin came into view. The father's face, when the door opened, was a mixture of relief and dread. The stepmother's eyes hardened instantly, as though the children's survival were an inconvenience rather than a blessing. The cabin held them again, but it did not feel like home. Home, after all, is not merely walls and roof, but trust, and trust had already been carried out into the forest and left behind with the broken twigs. That night, Hansel and Gretel lay awake side by side. Gretel's hand sought her brother's, small and trembling. Hansel stared into the dark, his mind already racing ahead, already wondering how many more pebbles it would take to keep them safe. The cabin's thin walls did not keep out hunger, nor did they keep out the knowledge that abandonment was not a single act, but a pattern waiting to repeat itself. And so the children drifted into uneasy sleep, pressed close not for warmth alone, but for the certainty that, when all else failed, they would still have each other. The forest had not claimed them yet, but its shadow stretched long, reaching into the corners of the cabin, reminding them that survival was not a promise, but a question asked anew each day. The cabin did not stay quiet for long. Hunger, like an uninvited guest, pressed in again, demanding notice. The bread grew thinner, the father's shoulders more bowed, and the stepmother's eyes sharper still. If Hansel and Gretel thought their first return home had secured safety, they learned quickly that survival was not so easily won. The stepmother whispered again, her voice as brittle as the crust of stale bread, and the father's sighs grew heavier. Desperation is rarely silenced by one thwarted plan. It simply waits for another chance. Hansel, wiser now, slipped outside under the same moonlight that had aided him before. He reached for the stones, those faithful markers that had led him back once, but the ground yielded nothing. The stepmother, anticipating, had barred the door and ensured no child would wander before dawn. Hansel's pockets remained empty, and when morning arrived, he had only a crust of bread pressed into his hand. His fingers closed around it with a heaviness he did not show, for Gretel's wide eyes were already searching his face for reassurance. They walked again into the forest. The father's silence was a shield of shame, the stepmother's stride a sentence carried out with efficiency. Hansel, unable to collect stones, tried instead to scatter crumbs of his bread along the path. They fell lightly, fragile traces of a boy's last hope, resting on moss and roots as if trust could be mapped in crumbs. Gretel noticed, her small steps careful not to crush them, and for a moment she allowed herself to believe the forest could once more be undone by cleverness. But forests do not bend so easily to children's plans. The birds, quick-eyed and hungry themselves, swooped silently and consumed the crumbs as soon as they were dropped. What Hansel saw as markers of safety, the creatures of the woods saw as nourishment. The trail was erased before it could even be written, and by the time the family stopped, the path behind them had been swallowed entirely. The clearing chosen was deeper, stranger, far from the cabin in ways the children could sense in their bones. The trees grew taller here, their trunks like pillars in some forgotten cathedral, branches arching overhead in a canopy of tangled prayers. The air was thicker, quieter, and when the parents turned away once more, Hansel and Gretel knew, without needing words, that this time the return would not be simple. They waited. The forest shifted around them, shadows lengthening, sounds sharpening. Gretel clutched Hansel's hand, her palm damp with fear, but Hansel's gaze searched the ground for crumbs that were no longer there. His lips pressed thin, and in that silence Gretel understood what had happened. The trail was gone. She did not cry, not then. Instead, she leaned closer to her brother, her trust narrowing to a single person. The day waned. They began to walk, first in circles, then in spirals, then in paths that felt straight but led only back to where they had started. The forest was vast, but worse than vast. It was shifting. What had seemed one way in daylight blurred into another at dusk. Roots twisted like snares, branches pointed in conflicting directions, and the children felt themselves slipping not just deeper into the woods, but deeper into a world where order itself was unreliable. Hunger returned quickly. A day without bread is not a tragedy to those who eat daily, but to children already weakened by scarcity, each missed crumb was a chasm. Hansel's stomach knotted so tightly he pressed a hand against it, as though he could quiet its protests by force. Gretel's steps grew slower, her body too light, too fragile, as if the forest wind might carry her away. Hunger hollowed their cheeks, sharpened their thoughts, and replaced play with endurance. To starve is not merely to lack food, it is to watch the world transform. Leaves above began to look like roasted greens. The bark of trees suggested loaves of bread in their ridges. Even the birds overhead, wings glinting in the slanting sun, seemed less like creatures and more like roasted meat on the edge of thought. Hunger twists imagination until it becomes a torment rather than a gift. Yet the forest, in its strange way, also offered small mercies. A spring bubbled up between roots, cool water that slid down their throats and quieted hunger for a few moments. Berries appeared here and there, though never enough to fill more than a corner of their need. The children learned to chew slowly, to savour each drop, each bite, as though pretending quantity through attention. The nights were harder. Darkness in the forest was not merely an absence of light, but a presence of something else, an endlessness that pressed in on them, making even the closeness of their small bodies seem fragile. The owls called, the branches creaked, and every sound became a question: predator, ghost, or imagination. Hansel stayed awake longer, his body aching but his will stubborn, watching over Gretel as she curled into him. Trust in their father had already fractured. Trust in their stepmother had collapsed entirely. And so the children turned fully to one another. Gretel learned to follow Hansel's lead without question, and Hansel learned that his sister's small endurance lent him courage. The forest might surround them, but between the two of them there was a bond that no shifting shadow could unmake. Days blurred. The children no longer measured time by sun alone, but by the rhythm of hunger and rest. The forest became less of an enemy and more of a reality. Harsh, indifferent, but consistent. It no longer shocked them that paths vanished or that food was scarce. Instead, they began to accept it, to adapt. They foraged, they drank sparingly, they rested when exhaustion overcame them. Childhood, which once held games and laughter, became an exercise in survival. And yet, within this adaptation lay a kind of strength. Each moment endured was a small rebellion against despair. Each night survived without rescue was a lesson in self-reliance. Hansel and Gretel began to understand what many grown adults never grasp, that sometimes salvation does not arrive, and one must carve it instead from persistence and cunning. The forest still loomed vast, disorienting, and at times strangely alluring. It threatened to consume them, yet also offered the challenge that honed their will. Within its endless trees, the children learned that the fragility of adult reliability had cracked and fallen away. What remained was their bond, sharpened by hunger and fear, carrying them forward step by step into whatever waited deeper within. The forest, for all its shifting paths and cruel silences, eventually revealed something extraordinary. After days of wandering, Hansel and Gretel stumbled into a clearing that seemed torn from another world, a place where hunger was not a gnawing absence, but a promise fulfilled. At its centre stood a house unlike any other, a cottage shaped not from wood and stone, but from sweetness itself. The walls were thick slabs of gingerbread, their surfaces dark and spiced, edges trimmed with sugar crusts that glistened in the fading light. Windows dripped with panes of hardened sugar, translucent and golden. The roof was tiled with cookies, stacked in neat patterns, their surfaces speckled with glazes of pink, white and chocolate. Even the chimney exhaled a faint fragrance of cinnamon, as though warmth itself had been seasoned to invite. The children froze, their eyes wide, their bodies tense with disbelief. After days of emptiness, their senses rebelled. The air itself seemed to nourish, so thick with sweetness it felt edible to breathe. For a moment, neither moved, afraid that stepping closer might cause the vision to dissolve like a mirage. Hunger, however, is bolder than caution. Hansel edged forwards, his hand trembling as he broke a corner of sugared trim and pressed it to his lips. It melted instantly, flooding his mouth with richness so intense he nearly staggered. Gretel followed, her small hands pulling at the frosting along the window frame, each bite undoing days of hollowness. In that moment, caution surrendered entirely. Hunger spoke louder than suspicion, louder than memory, louder than every warning whispered in the shadows of the cabin. The children devoured the house in handfuls, laughter breaking from their throats as though sweetness had resurrected joy itself. Their bellies, empty for so long, filled with reckless delight, and the forest, once enemy, once indifference, seemed to retreat, powerless before sugar walls and sugared children. But the house, though silent, was not unoccupied. From within came the creak of a door, slow, deliberate, a sound that cut through their indulgence like a knife through cake. The children froze, crumbs clinging to their lips, as a figure emerged. She was old, yes, but not in the harmless way of a grandmother. Her body was bent, her hands knotted, but her eyes glittered with a sharpness that betrayed neither weakness nor warmth. She wore garments patched with age, stained with kitchen work, yet hung on her frame as though chosen deliberately to disarm. Her voice, when it came, was smooth, practiced, and draped in kindness. It was the voice of someone who understood what children longed to hear, that they were welcome, safe, wanted. Yet beneath the surface of her smile lingered something else. Generosity, yes, but generosity sharpened into calculation. The gaze that swept over Hansel and Gretel lingered too long on their arms, their faces, their shapes. It was the look of someone measuring, someone assessing, not with affection, but with appetite. Still, Hansel and Gretel were children, and children starved of care as much as bread. They wanted desperately to believe. To them, this figure was deliverance, a provider of warmth, of shelter, of more sweetness than their imaginations could contain. Relief washed over them, suspicion retreating into the corners of their minds, powerless against the flood of sugar and the allure of being wanted after so much abandonment. The woman beckoned them inside. The house was even richer within. The walls glowed with the amber sheen of baked goods, the air thick with honey and spice. A table stood laden with cakes, roasted meats, fruits glistening with syrup, and cups brimming with cream. It was abundant not just in sight, but in scent, in texture, in sound. The crackle of crusts, the drip of syrup, the soft weight of bread tearing under small hands. Hansel and Gretel ate until their bodies could no longer bear it. Hunger, once gnawing, now turned into the ache of fullness, the kind of heaviness that pressed eyelids shut and silenced every thought. Their bodies, so accustomed to want, had no language for excess. They drifted into sleep on beds softer than moss, lulled by the security of warmth and plenty. Yet sleep, for all its comfort, was not innocent here. In the stillness of the night, the woman moved through her house, her steps soft but her intentions sharp. She leaned over Hansel first, studying the roundness that fullness was already promising, her eyes calculating what time and sugar could do. Her hand hovered near his arm, as though testing ripeness. She turned next to Gretel, her expression shifting slightly. Not the same hunger, but a recognition of usefulness, of labour that could be demanded. She smiled faintly, not with affection, but with satisfaction. Her plan, long rehearsed, was already in motion. Morning arrived with sunlight filtered through sugar panes. The children woke, their bellies still heavy, their bodies confused by such abrupt relief. The woman greeted them with warmth, urging more food into their hands, her voice dripping with encouragement. Hansel obeyed gladly, his trust bound entirely by flavour. Gretel obeyed more cautiously, a flicker of unease stirring within her, though she did not yet understand its shape. For the children, the house was both haven and trap. The walls that had promised safety now enclosed them in sweetness so rich it dulled their instincts. Hunger, once a weapon that kept them sharp, was now blunted by excess. Suspicion might whisper, but abundance roared louder, drowning it out. The witch, though they did not yet name her as such, embodied this contradiction perfectly. She was at once the giver of food and the shadow behind it, a figure who seemed maternal, yet whose eyes betrayed something colder. To Hansel and Gretel, she was both salvation and unease, generosity and threat. They were caught in the gravity of abundance, unable to step away even as some instinct whispered that such kindness demanded a price. The architecture of temptation is rarely clumsy. It is careful, deliberate, designed not to frighten, but to lull. The candy house was not merely a dwelling, but a snare built from longing itself. Hansel and Gretel had walked willingly into its grasp, their desires entangling them more effectively than ropes or chains. The forest had nearly undone them through scarcity, but here sweetness threatened to undo them by plenty. And so they remained, suspended between relief and dread, too weary to question, too grateful to resist, and too innocent to understand that the walls surrounding them were not merely sugar, but the bars of a cage that had already begun to close. The house that had promised warmth and abundance became a cage. Hansel was confined to a small chamber at the back, a space that smelled of sugar and decay, of flour dust and the lingering tang of too many meals. Gretel was assigned to tasks that began as simple chores, sweeping, washing, stirring, but quickly accumulated into a rhythm designed to tire, to shape, and to dominate. Hunger, which had once driven them, now became the witch's instrument, twisting desire into leverage. Each morning, the witch entered Hansel's room with a tray of food that glimmered like temptation. Porridge thick with cream, cakes baked with care, fruit so glossy they seemed almost unreal. She pressed them into his hands with a sweetness that masked scrutiny, a daily evaluation of his weight, his strength, his endurance. He ate mechanically at first, the pleasure dulled by the unease in the air. His eyes, however, remained cautious, flicking to the doorway where the witch stood, with an expression both mild and calculating. Gretel's mornings were different. She carried buckets of water, scrubbed floors, tended the small hearth that never fully warmed the house, and worked in near silence. Exhaustion pressed down on her shoulders, pulling at her wrists, at her knees, at her attention. Yet even in fatigue, her mind moved faster than her body could act. She began to watch, to notice the witch's small habits, the way she measured food portions, the way she lingered near Hansel with a calculating gaze, the tiny shift in tone that betrayed irritation when Hansel was too thin or too clever. The witch was a personification of hunger transformed. She did not experience want, she experienced the reversal of it. Where others felt emptiness, she carried appetite as power. Her eyes roamed over the children, as if they were both nourishment and entertainment. her mind cataloguing, assessing, calculating how each morsel, each hour, each sigh could be turned to advantage. Gretel recognised, slowly, that the witch's generosity was a weapon, not a kindness, and that survival meant not only evading physical hunger, but outthinking one who had long since mastered it. Days bled into one another, indistinguishable except by small variations. A different tray of food for Hansel, a new stack of logs for Gretel, a shift in the forested light filtering through sugar windows. In this monotony, Gretel's mind began to sharpen. Fear was present, yes, fear that was as natural as breathing, but alongside it grew calculation. She began testing boundaries, observing reactions, noting inconsistencies. When the witch left a window ajar, Gretel memorized the latch. When the witch hummed, she noted the rhythm and pauses, timing them as though they were clues to an unspoken strategy. Hansel, meanwhile, learned to slow his responses. He extended hope just enough to satisfy the witch, yet withheld the truth of his strength, measuring his fingers as he feigned weakness, offering bones instead of flesh when prompted. In small, deliberate acts, both children discovered that survival was a negotiation with observation, a delicate balance of compliance and concealment. One morning, after a night thick with dreams of freedom, Gretel noticed a shift in the witch's routine. The door to Hansel's cell was left ajar for a brief moment longer than usual. Her back turned, her attention on preparations for the day. A question crystallized in Gretel's mind. If the witch could be distracted, if her attention could be bent toward other tasks, perhaps the inevitable might be turned. Perhaps the predator could be outmaneuvered. Gretel's contemplation was not instantaneous courage. It was calculation born of prolonged pressure. Fear remained, but it was now harnessed, compressed into focus. She rehearsed in the quiet hours while tending to chores, each motion she might make, each instruction she might offer, each word she might feign in compliance. The witch, she understood, was not unthinking. She required performance. The children had learned that deception was survival, and now Gretel was prepared to wield it actively rather than reactively. The moment came at noon, the sun spilling through sugared panes, warming the heavy, perfumed air. The witch leaned over the oven, tending it with the casual precision of someone accustomed to control. She called for Gretel to assist, guiding her forward with the same practiced sweetness that had maintained compliance for days. Gretel stepped carefully, her pulse steady despite the rush of adrenaline beneath skin and bones. Every instinct told her to hesitate, but calculation prevailed. Movement would now replace waiting, and the hour demanded it. She positioned herself at the edge of the oven, its mouth yawning like a cavern of heat and potential. The witch demonstrated how to check the fire, coaxing Gretel to lean closer, to show attentiveness, to move in rhythm with the adults. Each instruction was an opportunity, each slight distraction a window. Gretel's body obeyed the motions of compliance, her mind rehearsing each step in advance. She imagined the sequence in miniature: hesitation feigned, sudden shove, closing of the door, and escape. The fantasy of reversal solidified into plan. The witch, confident and distracted, leaned fully into instruction. She did not perceive the weight behind Gretel's hand, the awareness sharpened by days of observation. When the moment arrived, Gretel acted with the precision of someone who had rehearsed countless times. Her push was sudden yet controlled, her body coiled with anticipation and determination. The witch's surprise was brief, a flicker of realization that could not outweigh the inevitability of the action. The oven door closed, the witch's presence consumed by the heat she had herself prepared. Gretel staggered back, the immediacy of triumph coursing through her limbs, tempered by the shock of having confronted and overcome the figure of fear itself. Hansel, watching from his cell, understood the transformation instantly. The sister, who had been frightened, obedient, and cautious, was now the agent of liberation. Her mind had turned fear into strategy, helplessness into calculation, and the predator into the conquered. For a long moment, the house seemed suspended, the air holding its breath. Hunger, which had once been a weapon wielded by the witch, now pulsed in their veins as a reminder of resilience. The children, though weary and still small, understood that survival demanded not mere endurance, but cunning, the capacity to seize opportunity where once they had only waited. The sugar walls, once alluring, now seemed fragile. The sweet architecture that had held them captive had no power against a mind sharpened by necessity. Gretel's eyes, scanning the room, catalogued exit routes, potential obstacles, and the remaining treasures. Hansel's body, once caged and passive, was ready to follow the path she forged. Together, they began the slow process of reclaiming their agency, a movement from dependence to mastery, from fear to deliberate action. The oven, hot and consuming, was more than a tool of revenge. It was a threshold. The children crossed it, in spirit if not in body, stepping from helplessness into a capacity for command over their own fate. The witch, the figure who had seemed to embody hunger itself, was now a memory marked by cautionary detail, a symbol of the dangers of desire, manipulated by those who had learned to feed on others. The house that had once imprisoned them no longer held power. The oven, still hot and fragrant with the memory of the witch's presence, had become the symbol of their liberation. Gretel and Hansel moved through the rooms slowly, deliberately, as though each step reaffirmed their survival. The furniture, the walls, even the remaining sweets on the shelves, all were now objects to be examined, repurposed, or abandoned. They gathered what they could carry. Small treasures, glints of gold hidden under flour-dusted floorboards, trinkets the witch had accumulated over years, perhaps stolen, perhaps earned. These were their inheritance, not from parents but from the world that had tested them, a token of the cunning and endurance that had carried them through. Outside, the forest awaited. The trees, which had once loomed with disorienting, shifting menace, now appeared as familiar companions. Hansel led the way, mapping their path by memory and instinct, noting routes, rocks and streams. Every shadowed nook and sunlit glade was a reminder of lessons learned. The forest had demanded vigilance, patience, and ingenuity. It had tested their bond and reshaped their understanding of safety, but it could no longer terrify them. Hunger and fear had taught them its patterns, and in knowing them, the forest's power had diminished. The journey home was arduous but manageable. Hansel and Gretel moved with deliberate care, avoiding overgrown paths and fallen logs, tracing what they could of familiar terrain. Hunger remained a faint companion, a reminder that survival had been won, but that want had not been entirely forgotten. The children carried the weight of treasure and experience in equal measure, and each step home was a negotiation between exhaustion and exhilaration. When the cabin came into view, the father emerged, a figure weathered and anxious, shaped by worry and regret. His eyes widened at the sight of them, alive, safe, and changed. Relief contended with guilt, for he understood, without need for explanation, the magnitude of what the children had endured. The stepmother, by contrast, was absent, a shadow already removed from their lives. Whether she had succumbed to illness, left in despair, or simply faded into absence mattered less than the children's return. The threat she represented had been neutralized, replaced by the tentative possibility of safety. The reunion was bittersweet. Joy coursed through the cabin, tempered by memory. Hansel and Gretel, though smiling and touching their father's hands, carried the quiet scars of betrayal. The abandonment had imprinted itself on their trust, leaving them wary, cautious, and eternally aware of the fragility of adult reliability. They had returned to the familiar, yet the familiar could no longer contain the entirety of their experience. Their childhood, already accelerated by hunger and fear, had shifted irrevocably. Treasure, gathered in secret and carried through forest and fear, was laid before the father. Gold and jewels, trinkets and coins were not merely currency, but proof of survival. They were tokens of initiative, of cunning, of the ability to seize advantage in a world that offered none freely. The father received them with quiet astonishment, a symbol of the children's growth and resilience. Yet even as he counted coins and weighed gems, the weight of absence remained. No treasure could entirely substitute for the guidance, protection, or affection lost during those days in the forest. Hansel and Gretel, for their part, understood this. The lessons of the woods and the witch had etched themselves into their minds and bodies. Hunger had taught restraint and resourcefulness. The witch had taught caution and strategy. Abandonment had taught independence. And in these lessons there was power, but also the recognition that some innocence could not be reclaimed. The sweetness of the candy house had left a memory as potent as the ache of empty bellies, an enduring reminder that pleasure and danger often share the same space. Days passed in the cabin as routines resumed. Bread was divided, chores carried out, and meals prepared with care. Yet each act was imbued with the knowledge of what hunger and neglect had meant. Hansel and Gretel moved differently now, quieter, more deliberate, aware that survival required attentiveness not just to the body, but to the motives and moods of others. The father, still weighted by guilt, attempted compensation through care, through attention, through cautious gestures of affection. It was not perfect. It could never erase the past. But it was recognition, the acknowledgement of lessons learned through trial. Evenings were filled with stories of the forest, the treasures discovered, and the cunning required to evade danger. The children recounted the paths, the pebbles, the crumbs, and the witch's routines, as though reconstructing experience into knowledge. Each memory was sharpened by reflection, turning trauma into narrative, confusion into strategy, fear into understanding. They were narrating not merely events, but the principles of survival that had carried them through. And yet, memory carried shadow alongside triumph. Hansel remembered the weight of his hunger, the small gnawing ache that had pressed into him from the first abandonment until the gingerbread house appeared. Gretel remembered the fear, the calculated deception, the moment of empowerment at the oven. Both remembered the stepmother's absence, the father's weakness, and the fragility of trust. These shadows were not erased, they were reframed, acknowledged as part of the journey that had forced them from dependence into agency. By night, the cabin felt quieter than before, not empty but full with the weight of experience. Hansel and Gretel lay in their beds, bodies sated and minds alert, each aware of the other's presence as the most enduring certainty. The forest, though outside the walls, was no longer foreign. It had become a repository of knowledge, a landscape mapped not only in geography, but in resilience and foresight. The children slept lightly, aware that the lessons of survival could not be forgotten, even if the immediate threat had passed. In these quiet hours, the story found its final reflection. Hansel and Gretel were no longer merely children. They were survivors, shaped by the interplay of hunger, deprivation, danger, and cunning. They had crossed thresholds their peers might never face, moving from innocence into an awareness both practical and profound. The past, with its betrayals and threats, remained, a series of shadows that could not be banished, but within it lay also the knowledge that they could endure, that they could act, and that they could emerge not only alive but capable. The treasure, the forest, the witch, the hunger, all had exacted a cost, yet they had also forged capability. Hansel and Gretel, in reclaiming themselves from danger, had discovered a measure of empowerment not granted, but seized. The world, once framed by scarcity and fear, now offered glimpses of control, opportunity, and wisdom. And though they would always remember the weight of what had been endured, they carried forward a quiet reckoning that survival exacts its price, that childhood can be shortened by necessity, and that resilience is the legacy of those who have faced hunger, deception, and abandonment, and lived to understand both its cost and its reward. The cabin, now filled with both relief and memory, held them together. The forest waited outside, conquered not by force, but by understanding. The stepmother's absence was no longer a threat, the father's presence a cautious balm. Hansel and Gretel lay in quiet reflection, the past and its lessons settling around them like dust in sunbeams, tangible yet softly illuminated, marking the end of one journey and the beginning of another. The story of survival, of cunning, and of endurance had reached its conclusion, leaving them changed forever, yet alive and profoundly aware of both the hunger and abundance that had shaped them. In a quiet village, life seems normal, but beneath the surface, secrets are waiting. In the garden stands a juniper tree, silent yet full of power, having seen both joy and sorrow. Beneath its branches, a child is born and a mother dies, setting off a chain of envy, betrayal, and revenge that no one could imagine. In this house, innocence will be harmed, cruelty will be revealed, and yet something miraculous will happen. A song, justice, and a life returned. This is the story of the Juniper Tree, a story of sadness and hope, where life and death meet, and a single tree watches over it all, holding the power to restore what was lost. In a village where wealth was measured in the fullness of one's larder and the soundness of one's house, there lived a man whose fortune seemed steady, though not extravagant. He was not known for cruelty nor for excess. He was, to most who observed him, simply a man who prospered. His household was marked by order, and his wife, who was gentle and fair, kept its rhythms steady. Yet amid all this comfort, there was one absence that gnawed at her heart. She had no child. Her longing for a child deepened with each passing season. It was not envy that sharpened her sorrow, though she saw other women cradle infants in the marketplace or lead small hands along dusty paths. Rather, it was an emptiness that weighed heavily upon her, the sense that her life was unfinished. She often lingered in the garden, where a great juniper tree grew tall and unbending. Its branches offered shade in the summer. Its evergreen needles endured the winter, and its roots seemed to burrow into the heart of the earth itself. The woman came to think of the juniper tree as a silent confidant. Its stillness gave her comfort when her thoughts grew restless. Beneath its branches she prayed, not to the household gods, nor to saints or spirits by name, but to something older, less defined. She asked the earth, the air, the tree itself for the gift of a child. She did not ask with impatience or bitterness, but with a quiet plea, spoken with the kind of devotion that comes from years of waiting. It was in winter, when snow fell in soft mounds against the tree's dark limbs, that her wish was granted. Standing beneath the juniper, she felt something stir within her body, a sign that life had taken root. She placed her hand against the rough bark of the tree, and in her heart she tied her hope to it. The child would be hers, and the tree would be its witness. In that moment, though she could not know it, she bound life and death together beneath the tree's shadow. As her belly grew, so did her joy. She walked the garden slowly now, touching the leaves of herbs, pausing to rest against the tree when her body felt heavy. The neighbours remarked on her glow, though she herself felt both fragile and strong, as if she carried not only a child but a destiny that reached beyond her. When she pressed her hand against her womb, she felt the faint stirring of her unborn son, and she whispered promises only the tree heard. The seasons turned once more, and when the blossoms of spring began to open, her time came. It was not an easy labour. She cried out in pain, and her cries echoed through the halls of the house. Servants rushed about, carrying water and cloths, while her husband waited in the next room, pacing, powerless to ease her suffering. At last, a child was born. It was a boy, strong and beautiful, with bright eyes that seemed almost too aware for a newborn. The mother looked upon him with wonder, and for a moment her heart felt complete. She pressed him to her breast, breathing in the sweet, raw scent of his skin, and thought that all her prayers had been answered. But joy was not to last. The strain of birth had been too great, and her strength waned. Her body grew cold even as the child's warmth nestled against her. She tried to speak, to bless him, but her breath faltered. The midwife covered the infant carefully, and the husband was brought in just as her eyes closed for the final time. Grief fell over the house like a shadow. The man wept, though quietly, for he was not accustomed to loud displays. He ordered that she be buried with honour, and her wish was followed. She was laid to rest beneath the juniper tree. The roots that had witnessed her prayers now cradled her body, and the earth closed over her with solemn finality. The juniper tree stood as it always had, evergreen and unmoved. Yet to those who had eyes to see, its branches seemed heavier now, as though it bore the weight of her absence. The boy, too small to know his loss, grew in the house without the warmth of his mother, though the servants cared for him, and his father watched over him as best he could. Still, something of his mother lingered around him, a quiet presence tied to the tree where she lay. The house did not crumble, nor did life stop entirely. Meals were eaten, tasks completed, neighbours visited. Outwardly, the man's life continued as it had before, but the air of the household had shifted. Where once there had been ease, now there was a silence that could not be ignored. The boy's laughter was bright, but it seemed to echo against something hollow, reminding those who heard it of what had been lost. The juniper tree became more than a fixture of the garden. It grew into a marker of fate, a monument to the bond between the living and the dead. In winter, when snow lay thick upon its branches, it seemed like a shroud. In spring, when new shoots emerged, it was a reminder of renewal. The child grew, and the tree grew, each tied to the other, in ways neither could yet understand. Time, in its quiet way, pressed forward. The man, though wounded by grief, was still of an age to take another wife. The neighbours whispered that it would be better for the child to have a mother in the house, and for the man to have companionship again. It was not long before these whispers became reality, and a new presence entered the home. But that belonged to the unfolding of another chapter. For now, the boy lived under the watch of the juniper tree, his mother's spirit buried at its roots, and the story of his fate waiting in silence among its branches. The man, who had buried his grief beneath the quiet shade of the juniper tree, did not remain alone for long. Time softens wounds, though it does not heal them fully, and neighbours, ever eager to see a household made whole, spoke of women who might suit him. They said the boy should not grow without a mother's guidance, and that a man of means should not sit solitary at his table. Their words took root in him, and in due course he remarried. The new wife entered the household with a grace that masked a sharper edge. She was well kept and proper, with manners polished enough to win approval from those who judged appearances first. She brought with her a daughter from her earlier years, a girl who, though not plain, carried herself with a kind of vanity that seemed beyond her youth. The servants whispered that the new mistress was ambitious, and the daughter, though still a child, mirrored her mother's pride. For a time, all seemed settled. The man was content to have company again, and the girl played at being sister to the boy, who was gentle and welcoming by nature. Yet beneath this surface calm, the seeds of discord had already begun to sprout. The new wife watched the boy closely. His beauty was evident even in his youth. His hair shone in the sun. His eyes carried the same brightness that had stirred his mother's heart, and his manners were sweet without effort. The father's affection rested on him most naturally, for he was his only son and the heir to his name and fortune. The stepmother felt this distinction keenly. Her own daughter, though loved by her, did not shine with the same natural grace. She was fussy, demanding, and eager for praise, yet the father gave her little notice. It was the boy he looked to, the boy whose laughter brought a rare smile to his lips. The stepmother, though she smiled at both children when others watched, could not contain the bitterness that grew within her. At first her envy was a fleeting thing, dismissed as weakness. She told herself that in time her daughter would blossom, that beauty and favour would come. But each passing day sharpened the contrast. The boy's innocence made him beloved of all who saw him, while her daughter's vanity made her seem smaller, pettier. The more the stepmother compared them, the more her heart curdled. Her thoughts darkened in secret. She would watch the boy from the window as he played in the garden, his steps light, his face bright with wonder. She would watch him run to his father with some trinket or flower, and see the man's hand fall warmly on his head. The stepmother's smile would freeze, her jaw tightening, her eyes cold. The sight filled her not with tenderness, but with rage at her own exclusion. She told herself that her daughter deserved more, that her daughter should be first in the father's heart. But as long as the boy lived, she knew that place would not be hers. The juniper tree, which stood solemn in the garden, seemed to her a reminder of the boy's true mother. She knew the first wife had been buried beneath it, and she hated that tree as much as she hated the son who was bound to it. It stood there as if guarding him, as if bearing silent witness to his claim upon the household. When she passed it, she averted her eyes. Sometimes she thought she could feel its branches lean toward her, heavy with judgment. In her private moments, the stepmother allowed her thoughts to wander toward terrible imaginings. What if the boy were gone? How different would her life be? How different her daughter's? The house would no longer echo with his laughter. The father would have no heir but the girl. Wealth, affection, future, all would belong to her and her child. These were thoughts she pushed away at first, horrified by their sharpness. But like thorns beneath the skin, they festered. The more she dwelt on her envy, the more natural these thoughts became. The boy himself remained blameless. He treated his stepsister with kindness, though she met him with condescension more often than not. He shared his toys, his food, even his little secrets. He trusted easily, as children do, unaware of the shadows growing around him. The girl tolerated him, sometimes even played with him. But deep inside, she felt her mother's resentment seep into her own heart. She knew her mother's gaze lingered longer on her than on him, that her mother's whispers carried words of contempt about the boy. And so she began to mirror them, not with her own full conviction, but with the pliable cruelty of a child seeking approval. The household seemed ordinary to those outside its walls, but within it the tension thickened. The father, blinded by his work and his comfort in seeing two children together, noticed little. He assumed harmony where there was quiet, and affection where there was simply the absence of complaint. The servants, more observant, sensed unease but said nothing. Who would challenge the mistress of the house? They busied themselves with chores, keeping their eyes lowered, avoiding the storm they felt gathering. It was in these quiet shadows that the stepmother's plan took shape. She would not wait for fate to change the order of things. She would change it herself. Yet how could such a deed be done? A boy cannot simply vanish without raising questions. His father would demand answers, and the household would buzz with suspicion. No, she thought, it must be done with cunning, so that none would suspect her hand in it. She turned her thoughts over carefully, like a miser counting coins. There must be a way to rid herself of him without blame. Perhaps an accident? Perhaps a trick that would shift guilt elsewhere? She studied the boy's habits, the things he loved, the places he lingered. She saw how his eyes brightened at the sight of fruit, how he reached eagerly for an apple, how trustingly he obeyed when called. These small observations became the tools with which she shaped her plan. It was not yet complete, but the seed of it had been planted. And like all seeds, it would grow, fed by her envy, watered by her malice, and guarded by her unrelenting resolve. The boy remained innocent, playing beneath the branches of the juniper tree, never knowing that his own stepmother's heart had marked him for ruin. The tree stood tall and silent, watching, though whether it mourned or merely bore witness, none could say. The air of the household grew heavier, though life continued outwardly unchanged. Meals were served, the father worked, the children played. Yet beneath this surface, betrayal was taking root. Soon the stepmother would act, and the boy's fate would turn upon the plan she carried in her heart. The stepmother, whose envy had fermented into a precise and terrible resolve, waited for the proper moment. She observed the boy as he played, noting his eagerness for fruit, his habit of bending over to examine objects close to the ground. She chose a day when the house was quiet, when the father had gone into the fields and the servants were busy with chores that kept them at a distance. The girl, her daughter, was near, instructed to attend to minor tasks. Yet her mother's tone left no room for refusal. From a chest that sat in the corner of the kitchen, the stepmother retrieved a bright red apple. Its skin gleamed in the morning light, polished as if it had been touched by magic. The boy's eyes, upon seeing it, shone with desire. He approached without suspicion, for he had known no cruelty from the woman who had been introduced as his mother. He had learned, in his innocence, to trust the adults around him. The stepmother held the apple high, teasing him. The boy stretched his small arms toward it, his fingers brushing the polished surface, then recoiling when she drew it just beyond reach. He laughed, a clear, light sound, unaware that this laughter was the last innocence he would exercise in the house. With a sudden and deliberate motion, she dropped the apple into the chest, then spoke softly, coaxingly, urging him to retrieve it. The boy, eager and trusting, leaned over the edge of the chest. It was at that precise instant that the stepmother struck. With a swift, cruel motion, the lid of the chest fell upon him. The sound, sudden and final, echoed in the room. The boy lay motionless, and the stepmother bent down to confirm the deed. The child, the living embodiment of her envy, had been taken from her, though the act was swift and cold, leaving only a silence that seemed to thrum with unnatural weight. The daughter, small and impressionable, came running at the sound, her eyes wide with alarm. Her mother bent to her, whispering words carefully chosen to twist her understanding. "It is your fault," she said. "You should have warned him. You should have been careful. Now he is gone." The girl's heart sank with guilt that was not hers to bear. She wept silently, pressing her hands to her mouth. while the stepmother allowed her tears to fall as if in sympathy. In the days that followed, the stepmother's cruelty took a form more grotesque than mere murder. She took the boy's body and, with the detachment of one preparing a meal, transformed it into a stew. The kitchen was filled with the scent of herbs, onions, and simmering meat, masking the horror of the act. When the father returned, he found the table set and the aroma inviting. He ate with delight, unaware that the dish he praised was made from the son he loved. The stepmother's eyes were careful to show nothing, her lips pressed in the smallest of smiles, hiding her triumph beneath the guise of domestic propriety. The girl, meanwhile, wept quietly, her small hands trembling as she thought of the boy she had known as brother. She did not dare speak, for the stepmother's authority was absolute, but in her heart she felt the full weight of a grief imposed upon her by manipulation. Each bite of the stew was a reminder of her perceived guilt, a shadow cast over a childhood that should have been free of such horrors. It was during the quiet hours of evening that the girl found herself alone near the juniper tree. The cold wind stirred its branches, and she pressed her palms against the trunk as if seeking comfort from the silent witness that had cradled the boy's mother. She thought of her brother's laughter, his trusting eyes, the way he had run across the garden, carefree. In her sorrow, she began to gather what remained of him, the bones that had been hidden beneath layers of stew and oblivion. Careful, reverent and trembling, she collected each fragment, feeling as though she were piecing together not just a body, but the memory of the boy he had been. She did not speak, for words felt inadequate and unworthy of the act she was performing. Her small hands worked quickly, guided by grief and a sense that the boy's spirit lingered somewhere, aware of her devotion. Once the bones were gathered, she took them to the juniper tree. The roots, dark and solid in the cool soil, seemed to accept them willingly, as though the earth itself recognized the rightful return of its charge. She laid the bones carefully beneath the evergreen branches, pressing them into the soil with tears streaming down her cheeks. Each stone, each root, seemed to watch silently, a witness to both tragedy and fidelity. The juniper tree, ever constant, seemed heavier now with the weight of a loss and secrecy. Its branches swayed slightly in the wind, as if acknowledging the girl's act, the hidden truth, and the impending reckoning that would grow out of it. The tree had stood beneath the mother's prayers and had now accepted the boy's remains. In its evergreen permanence, it held both the sorrow of death and the quiet promise of return. The household continued its outward routines. The father, oblivious, carried on his work, unaware of the horror he had consumed in his meal. The stepmother maintained her composure, her triumph carefully veiled beneath domestic order. The daughter, bearing her secret guilt, walked among them silently, carrying within her both sorrow and hope. Hope that perhaps the tree, in its unyielding presence, might bear witness to justice in a way the household itself could not. Outside, the seasons moved as they always had. Snow melted into spring, rain nourished the garden, and the sun marked the passage of days. Yet within the house, a tension persisted, a silence beneath the surface, a weight of wrong that no words could lift. The juniper tree, silent and steadfast, stood as guardian over the bones beneath its roots, a monument to grief, memory, and the quiet insistence of truth. And in that stillness, the boy's spirit lingered, though unseen, awaiting the hour when the scales of justice, bound as tightly as the juniper's roots, would finally tip. Beneath the juniper tree, where grief had been laid in silence and secrecy, something extraordinary began to stir. The bones, once cold and inert, trembled with the weight of memory. In the hush of the night, a soft rustling arose among the roots, so faint that even the wind seemed to hold its breath. From the gathered fragments of the boy, a form began to take shape, a creature of air and song, of feather and light. It was a bird, not ordinary in any way, but one of startling beauty. Its feathers shimmered with hues that reflected both the morning sun and the twilight sky, colours that seemed impossible yet undeniable. Its eyes held the quiet intelligence of the boy it had once been, and when it opened its beak to sing, the sound carried not only melody but memory. The song was clear, a ballad woven with sorrow and justice, recounting the cruel deeds done within the household. At first, the villagers paused in their daily routines, unsure whether the sound came from heaven or from some shadowed corner of the world. Doors were left open as people stepped outside, ears straining to catch the notes that filled the air. The song told of a boy, beloved and gentle, who had been taken from life by the hand of one sworn to care for him. It spoke of deceit, of envy, of the innocence betrayed, and yet it did so without anger, simply plainly with the inevitability of truth. As the bird flew through the village, the people watched in astonishment. Some wept at the beauty and the sorrow, others listened in awe to the ballad that seemed to touch a chord in the heart that remembered injustice even when it was long buried. The song itself demanded recognition. Its clarity left no room for denial. Its purity shone a light upon the household's dark secret. Those who heard the song felt compelled to give something in return. They left coins, small trinkets, and tokens of respect where the bird alighted. One woman placed a chain of fine gold around its neck, a gleaming circle of acknowledgement for the innocence lost. Another child, moved by the melody, slipped a pair of tiny red shoes beneath the branches where the bird rested, a gift born of simple admiration and hope. Yet one man, a miller who had always been wary of injustice in his village, brought a small, smooth millstone, not for harm but for its weight, a symbol of the inevitable judgment that must follow wrongdoing. Each gift seemed to strengthen the bird. Its feathers gleamed brighter, its song carried farther, and its presence grew ever more commanding. It was as if the tokens themselves infused it with power, each act of recognition a thread that bound the boy's spirit to the world above the roots that had once held his mortal remains. Where the gifts touched, the juniper tree shivered faintly, as though acknowledging that the balance of sorrow and justice was tilting toward truth. The daughter, who had placed her brother's bones beneath the juniper, felt the bird's arrival in a way that surpassed sight or sound. She sensed it before it landed, a subtle shift in the air, a warmth that seemed to come from within the earth itself. Her heart, long burdened with grief and manipulated guilt, fluttered with hope. She knew deep in her bones that this bird was not merely a creature of plumage and song, but the spirit of her brother returned in a form the world could perceive. She followed its flight across the village, her small feet treading softly upon the soil, careful not to disturb the delicate air that carried the melody. She watched as neighbours, curious and awed, left their gifts, each act amplifying the bird's song. With every note, the story of the boy's life and untimely death was made known, and the inevitability of reckoning became a tangible force. The stepmother, wherever she might have been, could not escape the reach of this song. It was a sound that travelled into homes, across walls, and through the closed eyes of those who sought to ignore it. The bird alighted upon the roofs, the fences, and the garden walls, turning its gaze to the juniper tree now and then, as if to remind the daughter that the sacred witness beneath whose branches the boy's mother had been buried was also bound to this new presence. It sang of sorrow and betrayal, but also of patience, of endurance, of the inevitability of justice for those who had wronged the innocent. The villagers, who at first had been merely curious, began to understand the song's gravity. The chain of gold, the red shoes, the millstone, all symbols of attention, recognition, and retribution, were now interwoven with the bird's existence. The creature became more than the boy. It became the instrument of truth itself, a herald that could not be ignored. Even those who had long forgotten sorrow or wrongdoing found their hearts compelled to recognize the story, to acknowledge the crime, and to consider the weight of consequence. The daughter, who had long endured her mother's manipulations and her own feelings of guilt, felt something shift inside her. The grief that had pressed her chest and clouded her vision lifted slightly with each note of the bird's song. She understood that her brother, though transformed, had returned to her. The injustice, though still raw, was now made visible, tangible, undeniable. She whispered to the wind, to the tree, to the bird itself, and in her heart she spoke promises she had no words for. Promises of recognition, of remembrance, of loyalty. In the coming days, the bird's song became a fixture of the village. Merchants, children, and neighbours alike stopped to hear it, each listener adding their own acknowledgement to its growing power. The golden chain shimmered against its neck as it rested upon the garden gate. The red shoes, bright and vivid, reflected the sunlight when the bird landed near them. The millstone, heavy and enduring, remained beneath a tree branch where the bird had chosen it as a perch. Each gift was more than mere ornament. It was a testament, a reinforcement of the truth carried in song. And in the quiet moments, when the daughter alone observed, she felt the fullness of her brother's presence. He was no longer the small boy of flesh and bone, but the boy she knew in memory, amplified by song and by the gifts of those who recognized injustice. He was patient, watchful, and alive in a form both fragile and unassailable, bound by music, by memory, and by the rooted permanence of the juniper tree beneath which his mother had rested. The stepmother, though she might have believed herself cunning and untouchable, could not escape the bird. Its song penetrated walls, silenced pretense, and reminded all who listened of what had been taken. The bird's flight and melody were a reckoning in themselves, a herald of what was to come. And the daughter, whose hands had laid the bones beneath the sacred tree, felt hope for the first time since the night of loss. Her brother had returned, though changed, and the balance of truth had begun to right itself. The bird, brilliant in its plumage and unwavering in its purpose, returned to the household under the same sky where the boy had once played. Its song, now more assured and commanding, filled the halls and rooms that had once been quiet with sorrow. The father, busy with his work and accustomed to routine, paused in surprise, his hands still and ears alert to the melody that seemed to speak both to him and of him. It alighted upon the garden gate first, the golden chain around its neck gleaming in the sun. The bird song carried the story of the boy, the betrayal he had suffered, and the cruel deception hidden beneath ordinary life. The father, listening, understood in sudden clarity that the joy he had taken in the household's meals, in the daily rhythms of life, had concealed a grievous wrong. Yet he was not left to despair, for the bird's voice was not only one of accusation, but also of restoration. With deliberate grace, the bird bestowed the gifts it carried. It dropped the golden chain at the father's feet, a token of recognition, an acknowledgement of both grief and endurance. The father received it quietly, sensing the weight of its meaning, and felt the connection to his lost son deepen within him. Though he had been blind to the crime, the gift and the song together guided him toward understanding, toward a patience and vigilance that would prepare him for what was to follow. The daughter, who had long borne the secret of her brother's death beneath the juniper tree, knelt in the garden as the bird approached her. Its feathers glimmered in the afternoon light, and the red shoes were laid gently before her. She touched them with a trembling hand, feeling both the presence of her brother and the acknowledgement of her loyalty, of her faithfulness in guarding the bones beneath the tree. Her heart, long heavy with grief and manipulated guilt, lifted at last, the bird's song entwining hope with memory, sorrow with inevitability. It was not to remain in symbols alone that the bird acted. Turning its gaze upon the stepmother, who watched from the doorway with a semblance of composure, it uttered a final, powerful note. The melody carried not anger, but the inevitability of justice, clear and inescapable. The millstone, placed beneath the tree, and offered as part of the gift from the villagers, was lifted by unseen force and dropped with precise weight upon the stepmother. There was no scream, for the act was swift, and in an instant the malice that had long haunted the house was extinguished. The household, previously shadowed by envy and cruelty, now felt a remarkable stillness, a release from the tension that had thickened its air. The daughter, still kneeling, watched the final act unfold with a mixture of awe and relief. The boy, her brother, had not yet returned in flesh, but the instruments of justice were now in place. The juniper tree, silent and eternal, seemed to breathe a little more easily, its branches swaying in acknowledgement of the rebalancing of life within its shadow. Its roots, which had once held both mother and child in separate layers of memory, now pulsed with the promise of restoration. Then, with a subtle rustling and a lightness that defied grief itself, the boy emerged from beneath the juniper tree. The earth, dark and firm, had preserved him, cradling him until the moment was right. His eyes opened as before, bright with the innocence of life returned, and he stepped into the sunlight, whole once more. The daughter ran to him, embracing the boy who was no longer merely memory, no longer merely spirit, but alive and restored. The father, now fully aware of the past horrors and the miraculous return, gathered them both close. The warmth that had once been shadowed by grief and deception returned in a steady, living presence. The household, now free from envy, from cruelty, and from the oppressive silence that had followed the boy's death, began to breathe again. Life, though touched by sorrow, had reclaimed its rightful course. The juniper tree stood at the centre of the garden, unchanged yet profoundly altered in its significance. It had borne witness to loss, to deceit, to sorrow, and now to restoration. Its evergreen branches stretched skyward, unbowed and eternal. Beneath it, the soil held the memory of the first wife, whose prayers had initiated the chain of events, and the boy who had returned from death itself. The tree remained a silent guardian, a reminder that sorrow could be endured, that injustice could be righted, and that life, bound with the threads of love and memory, could be renewed. The father, son, and daughter moved through the household together, their bonds deepened by suffering, strengthened by endurance, and now affirmed by the miraculous. The house, once marked by quiet tension and shadowed grief, was now filled with the light of restored family. Meals were shared not with oblivion, but with awareness, each act of daily life imbued with gratitude and care. The son played as the garden, the daughter watched with pride, and the father, steady and attentive, observed them both, knowing the cost at which such restoration had come. Outside, the villagers continued their daily lives, aware only that a marvellous bird had appeared, that gifts had been left, and that some unseen measure of justice had been fulfilled. They did not know the exact mechanisms of the household's restoration, nor did they need to. The world had witnessed both sorrow and reparation, and the balance, once tipped by cruelty, had been righted. In the garden, the juniper tree remained, silent and eternal. Its branches swayed in the wind, as though whispering to those who would listen of the events it had borne witness to, of a mother's prayers, of a boy's death, of cruelty and its consequences, and of a family reunited through the inexorable persistence of truth. Beneath it, life continued, and yet the memory of sorrow remained, intertwined with the promise of renewal, a reminder that even the darkest of tales could end in justice and reunion. Thus, the story concluded. The boy restored, the daughter reconciled, the father enlightened, and the stepmother removed from the path of life. The juniper tree stood eternal, a testament to grief endured, justice fulfilled, and love preserved across the boundaries of mortality. It remained, as it always had, silent, steadfast, and ever watchful. The Fisherman and His Wife. At first, it seems simple. A poor couple, a magical fish, and a string of wishes. But beneath its surface lies one of the darkest currents of human nature, the endless hunger for more. Unlike the bright, cheerful fables told to children, this is a story that grows darker with every wish, showing how greed can ruin a life, and how the world around us can change because of our desires. There once lived a fisherman and his wife in a hut so miserable that even the sparrows that sometimes nested in its thatch seemed to mock them for choosing it as a home. The walls leaned unevenly as though tired of standing, the roof leaked when it rained, and the single window gave a view of little more than mud and marsh. Yet it was shelter, and for many years it had been enough for the fisherman, though never for his wife. She saw the crooked timbers and the empty shelves as proof of what she had been denied, while he saw them as the only certainty in a life of meagre certainties. Their existence was bound to the sea. The fisherman rose each morning before the sun, dragging his nets from the hut to the shore, while his wife remained behind, muttering over the fire that never burned hot enough and the pot that never filled high enough. He did not complain of his work, for what else was there for him but the sea? Yet the sea was a fickle master, sometimes generous with its silver-scaled offerings, more often tight-fisted, leaving his nets nearly empty. A few small fish were usually all he brought back, enough to keep hunger from the door, but never enough to silence his wife's constant sighs of disappointment. The sea itself was no gentle companion. It spread endlessly before him each day, a grey and restless body that changed its face with every hour. At dawn it could be still and pale, mirroring the clouds in perfect silence. By noon it might be flashing with light, all glitter and deception, luring him to believe it held treasure just beneath the surface. By evening it darkened and heaved, speaking in the language of waves that crashed against the rocks with discontent. The fisherman had learned long ago that the sea cared nothing for him. It was not cruel nor kind, but vast and indifferent, as if reminding him daily of his smallness. Still, he respected it, for to disrespect the sea was to invite ruin. So life continued in its weary cycle. The fisherman endured, the wife resented. She wished for more than patched clothing and thin broth, more than neighbours who passed their hut with pity in their eyes. She dreamed of sturdier walls, of food enough to last the winter, of possessions that spoke of worth. Her husband listened little to these dreams, for he knew the sea gave what it wished and nothing more. Yet her dissatisfaction hung about him like a fog, heavier each year, pressing upon his shoulders even when he walked alone on the shore. It was on one such day, unremarkable at first, that the fisherman cast his net and felt a weight within it unlike any he had known. It was not the sluggish drag of seaweed, nor the frantic thrash of an ordinary fish. It was heavier, stranger, as though the net had caught hold of a piece of the sea itself. With effort, he pulled it up, and there within the mesh shone a flounder, but not like any flounder he had ever seen. Its scales glimmered with colours that shifted like oil upon water, green, gold, silver, all at once. Its eyes, too, were not the dull eyes of a creature of the deep, but bright and knowing, as if it were looking at him rather than through him. The fisherman's breath caught in his throat, for before he could think what to do, the flounder spoke. Its voice was not loud, but carried as though the sea itself lent it strength. It told him it was no common fish, but an enchanted prince, bound in this form by some ancient spell. It begged him to spare its life and let it slip back into the waves. The fisherman stood in silence, the net heavy in his hands, his heart thudding with a mixture of wonder and dread. He had lived long enough by the shore to know that strange things sometimes lay hidden beneath the water. Old stories told of spirits, of cursed beings, of treasures that destroyed those who touched them. The sight of this fish, speaking with the tongue of men, was enough to chill him to the bone. He did not ask for proof of its words. He did not ask for riches or reward. The fisherman was a simple man, and all he wished in that moment was to be rid of the creature before its presence unbalanced his quiet world any further. With trembling hands, he lowered the net and let the flounder slide back into the sea. It vanished with a flick of its tail, leaving only ripples to mark where it had been. For a long while he remained there, staring at the water as though it might rise up again to speak. But the sea rolled on as it always did, its surface hiding all secrets. Only the waves answered him, breaking against the shore in their ceaseless rhythm. He felt relief wash over him, as though he had narrowly escaped something dangerous. Yet unease lingered too. To have held such a being in his hands and let it go seemed a dream he would not soon forget. At last, with his nets empty and the day waning, the fisherman trudged back toward the hut. His steps were slow, his thoughts heavy. He imagined how his wife would scold him for returning with nothing once more, though he knew he could not tell her the truth without sounding mad. Yet he also knew the memory of that shining flounder would not leave him, nor the strange voice that still echoed faintly in his mind. The sea, vast and unknowable, had revealed a secret to him that day, and though he tried to push it from his thoughts, he sensed it would not be the end of the matter. For the sea was never finished with those who depended on it, and what it gave or took was seldom without purpose. And so the fisherman returned to his wife, the taste of salt still on his lips, carrying no fish in his basket but a story that would soon change both their lives. When the fisherman returned to his hut that evening, the sea clinging to his clothes and the weight of silence clinging heavier still, he found his wife as he had left her, crouched by the fire, stirring a pot that gave off little more than steam. The walls leaned more than ever in the twilight, and the floor bore patches where the earth showed through. The fisherman set down his empty basket, and his wife's sharp glance fell upon it like a knife. She asked no questions, for she already knew the answer. Another day wasted, another net cast for little or nothing. Yet when he sat down by the hearth, weary and unsettled, the story slipped from him as though the words had been waiting all along. He spoke of the strange flounder, of its gleaming scales and the uncanny voice that begged for mercy. He told her how it claimed to be an enchanted prince, and how he had spared it without hesitation. At first, his wife merely stared at him. Her eyes did not widen with wonder, nor did her mouth form a smile at the marvel of it. Instead, a look of calculation crept across her face, as though she were tallying debts in her mind. When she finally spoke, it was not to marvel at the flounder's enchantment, nor to praise her husband's mercy. It was to ask why, with such an opportunity, he had asked for nothing in return. The fisherman's heart sank, for he had known, even as he recounted the tale, that she would say such words. He had hoped, foolishly, that the strangeness of the encounter might quiet her hunger for more. Instead, it sharpened it. She reminded him of the hut they lived in, of the mud and leaks and broken boards, of the pity in the neighbours' eyes. She spoke of her long years of endurance, and how little they had to show for them. If the flounder were indeed enchanted, she argued, then surely it had the power to grant them some small comfort in return for its freedom. A cottage, nothing grand, but something sturdy, clean, and fitting for people tired of misery. The fisherman tried to resist. He muttered that the sea was not to be troubled, that magic was a dangerous business, that perhaps the flounder had already vanished into depths beyond reach. But his wife's voice pressed harder than the waves themselves. She would not accept his refusal, nor the idea that such a chance should be wasted. She insisted until the fisherman felt the weight of her words heavier than any net he had ever dragged ashore. At last, weary and beaten, he agreed to return. So he went again to the sea. The morning light was dim, clouded over, and the air tasted of iron. The water, though not yet stormy, had lost the pale calm of the day before. It moved restlessly, its surface streaked with shadows that seemed to breathe. The fisherman's heart thudded as he stood upon the shore and called out, uncertain of what voice should answer him. He did not know the flounder's name, nor if it would hear him. Yet he spoke to the sea as though it were listening, recounting his wife's wish with a trembling tongue. For a time there was nothing but the churn of the waves. Then the water seemed to swell, not in anger but in acknowledgement. From the depths the flounder rose, its body flashing with shifting colours, its eyes as knowing as before. The fisherman's knees weakened at the sight of it. He stammered out the request, ashamed to make it, yet unable to resist the command of his wife. The flounder listened silently, then flicked its tail, and the sea rolled once more into silence. The fisherman stood on the shore for a long while, feeling the air thicken with the weight of something unseen. At last he turned homeward, dreading what he might find. And there, where their sagging hut had stood, now rose a cottage of modest charm. Its walls were straight and sturdy, its roof sealed against the rain, and smoke curled from a chimney that promised warmth within. The door was painted, the windows clear, and a small garden stretched out front where herbs and flowers already grew. His wife was standing in the doorway, her face alight not with surprise but with triumph, as though she had expected no less. She welcomed him inside, and together they walked through rooms that were not grand yet ample, with a hearth that burned brightly and shelves that held more than dust. The fisherman felt a strange peace settle over him. For the first time in many years, the walls did not groan with the wind, and the roof did not drip upon his head. He thought, perhaps, that his wife might now be content, and that their lives would ease into quiet comfort. For a little while, it seemed so. His wife busied herself with the new rooms, arranging and admiring, speaking of how pleasant it was to live decently at last. She praised the thick walls and the clean floors, the windows that let in the light, the cupboard filled with bread and cheese. The fisherman, seeing her so pleased, allowed himself a measure of relief. He walked to the sea with lighter steps, and though the waves still moved with an odd restlessness, he told himself it was nothing. But peace, as he would learn, is a fleeting guest. His wife soon tired of her gratitude. The cottage that had seemed so splendid one day appeared to her smaller next. She counted the rooms and found them too few. She looked upon the furnishings and called them plain. She saw the garden and called it meagre. Though she had once despised the hut for its poverty, she now despised the cottage for its simplicity. Her eyes, which had gleamed with triumph, now narrowed with discontent. The fisherman watched this change with dread. He knew the look upon her face, for he had seen it too often in the hut. the restless hunger for more, the refusal to rest in what was given. He prayed silently that she might let it pass, that the newness would hold her longer. Yet in his heart he knew the truth. The cottage was but the beginning, and even as he tried to silence his fears, the sea outside shifted in its mood, as though it too knew what was yet to come. For some days the cottage was enough. The wife busied herself with its rooms, polishing the tables, tending the small garden, arranging her possessions in a way that made her feel mistress of something proper at last. Neighbours who passed by took notice, remarking that the fisherman and his wife had risen in the world. Their comments pleased her, and she walked with her head held higher than before. The fisherman, meanwhile, enjoyed a rare calm. He rose to the sound of birds rather than the groan of a sagging roof. He returned from the shore to find a hearth that glowed warmly and a meal that did not taste of smoke and damp. In those days, he almost believed the flounder's magic had brought an end to their misfortune. But comfort is a fickle thing, and gratitude even more so. Soon, the wife began to see in the cottage not its virtues, but its limits. The rooms, though clean, were small. The garden, though green, was meagre. The walls, though sturdy, were not the grand stone walls of those who lived in mansions. Each morning she woke with new complaints, and each evening she spoke of what might be if only they had more. The fisherman listened with growing heaviness. He had thought the miracle complete, but it seemed only to have opened a door through which dissatisfaction could walk more boldly. When his wife told him to return to the sea and ask for a grander dwelling, he resisted, pleading that the cottage was already more than they had ever dreamed. Yet her words pressed against him like waves against a cliff. She told him it was foolish to stop at so little when fortune had offered them more. She spoke of deserving better, of being meant for something greater than a fisherman's life. Reluctantly, the fisherman returned to the shore. This time the sea looked different. Its surface was not calm but shifting, restless, as though stirred by unseen hands. The colour of it was darker, and the air hung heavy with the scent of salt and decay. The fisherman's heart sank, but he called for the flounder nonetheless. The water heaved, and once again the shimmering fish appeared. Its eyes gleamed with a strange patience, though the fisherman thought he saw weariness in them as well. He stammered out his wife's new demand, not a cottage, but a mansion fit for those above their station. The flounder listened in silence and then flicked its tail and sank into the depths. The sea rolled back into its endless rhythm, though the waves broke harder than before against the shore. When the fisherman returned home, he found not the modest cottage, but a mansion rising in its place. Tall windows glittered in the light, carved doors swung open to welcome him, and rooms stretched wide and high, filled with furnishings richer than he had ever seen. Servants moved about, tending to fires and carrying trays. His wife stood at the top of a staircase, adorned in finer garments, her face lit with satisfaction that seemed almost fierce. For a short while, the splendour pleased her. She walked through the halls, admiring the chandeliers, the painted ceilings, the long tables that could seat dozens. She spoke of the grandeur they now commanded, of how their neighbours could scarcely believe it. The fisherman, too, was astonished, though unease gnawed at him whenever he thought of the sea's darkened waters. But as before, her contentment withered quickly. Soon the mansion seemed too small, its walls not high enough, its grounds not wide enough. The servants were too few, the furniture too plain compared to what she imagined elsewhere. She began to look upon the mansion not as a gift, but as a stepping stone, proof that greater heights were within her reach. So it was that she demanded more. A palace, she said, not a mansion. Something fit for royalty, with towers that pierced the sky and halls that echoed with majesty. She told her husband she was no longer content to be the wife of a fisherman, nor even mistress of a grand house. She was meant to be more, something the world would bow to, not merely envy. The fisherman trembled at her words. He begged her to stop, to see the ruin her desires might bring. But she dismissed his fear as weakness. She told him he did not understand destiny, that he was too simple to see the truth of her greatness. And so, weary and beaten down, he returned once more to the shore. This time the sea was worse still. The wind lashed at the water, whipping it into dark, frothing peaks. The sky above was heavy with clouds that pressed low upon the horizon. The fisherman's heart thudded with dread as he called for the flounder. The waves seemed to resist him, but at last the fish appeared, its colours muted in the gloom. The fisherman bowed his head and spoke his wife's wish, his voice nearly drowned by the roar of the water. Again the flounder listened, again it flicked its tail, and again it vanished into the depths. But the sea did not calm as it had before. It churned and groaned, as though reluctant to release what had been asked of it. When the fisherman returned home, he found a palace where the mansion had stood. Its walls were of gleaming stone, its towers rose into the clouds, and banners fluttered from its battlements. Within were gilded halls, endless chambers, vast gardens, and fountains that sang with water. His wife now wore robes embroidered with gold, her head held higher than ever as she strode through her new domain. She no longer looked like the woman who had once lived in a crooked hut. She looked as though she had been born to such splendour, as though the palace had been hers all along. The fisherman, though dazzled by what he saw, felt no joy. For each time he had gone to the sea, the water had grown darker, more violent, and the air had thickened with a dread that clung to him still. He knew, though he could not say how, that the sea did not give freely. It shifted and groaned like a living thing burdened by each wish, and he feared the day it would groan no more but roar with fury instead. Yet his wife did not see the danger. She looked upon her palace not with gratitude but with hunger. She no longer spoke of luck, nor of marvels, but of destiny. The cottage had been a kindness, the mansion a step, the palace an inevitability. She told herself she had been meant for such greatness from the beginning, and that still greater heights awaited her. And the fisherman, standing at the threshold of the palace, knew in his bones that she would never stop. The palace stood vast and gleaming, yet within its walls the wife soon found the same unrest that had plagued her in the hut and the cottage and the mansion. The splendour of its marble halls and jewelled chambers faded quickly in her eyes. For splendour that belongs to others, she thought, should also belong to her. She walked the corridors with growing dissatisfaction, as though each gilded surface mocked her by reminding her there was still more to be had. It was no longer enough to dwell in luxury. She longed now for power, for dominion, for crowns upon her brow and subjects at her feet. The palace seemed only half a gift to her, walls without meaning, wealth without authority. She spoke of how little it was to sit in grandeur if others did not bow before her grandeur. Her eyes no longer lingered on gold or tapestries. They turned outward, past the palace gates, toward thrones and crowns. The fisherman heard her words with dread. He knew where they would lead. Yet when she demanded that he go to the sea again, he found himself powerless to resist. His own will had been worn down as surely as stones wear down beneath the tide. Though his heart quailed, his feet carried him once more to the shore. The sea was darker than he had ever seen it. The waves rose in angry swells, crashing hard against the rocks, and the air was filled with the taste of storm. The fisherman's voice trembled as he called for the flounder. At length the fish rose, its scales no longer shimmering with joy but dulled, as though weighed with a burden. Again the fisherman stammered out his wife's wish, that she might not only live in a palace, but reign as queen. The flounder flicked its tail. The sea churned, groaned, and rolled, but at last it calmed enough for the fisherman to walk home. There he found the palace transformed into a royal fortress, its banners bearing his wife's crest, its gates guarded by men in armour. And upon a high throne sat his wife, a crown upon her head, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. For a time, the wife revelled in her new station. She issued commands, received homage, and paraded through her lands as though the world had always belonged to her. Yet soon she grew restless again. The title of queen, she decided, was too small, the throne too narrow. Queens were many. She was meant to be singular. What was the rule of one kingdom when empires stretched beyond it? She began to see herself as destined for an authority that could not be contained by borders. So again she pressed her husband, her words sharp with impatience, her tone heavy with inevitability. She would be empress, she said, mistress of all lands, not only one. The fisherman pleaded, begged her to rest content with her crown, but her ambition drowned out his pleas. He went again to the sea. The waters now raged as though they wished to tear the shore away. Black clouds gathered above, and the spray stung his eyes. The fisherman felt small before its fury, yet he called out as always. The flounder rose once more, its eyes gleaming with a light that was no longer patient, but perilous. The fisherman spoke his wife's new desire, ashamed to shape the words. The flounder did not answer, but with a flick of its tail, the sea swelled high, and the fisherman staggered back from the shore. When he returned, he found not merely a throne, but an empire. His wife now dwelled in a castle vast beyond measure, its halls lined with rulers who had bent their knees to her. Crowns of conquered lands were displayed as tokens of her might. She sat upon a throne that rose higher than all others, draped in robes that glittered with the jewels of the world. But grandeur has its own poison. The wife, now empress, looked upon her empire and found it hollow. To command armies and crush nations was still too little. To her, it was not dominion, but burden. For even emperors must bow to powers greater than themselves. She spoke of the heavens, of the church, of thrones loftier than earthly crowns. Her eyes burned with an obsession that no empire could quench. She wanted not only men and kings to kneel before her, but priests and popes. She demanded not only earthly dominion, but spiritual authority. So once more she sent her husband to the sea. He tried to resist, his heart breaking under the weight of fear, but her words left no room for refusal. He stumbled to the shore, his voice weak with dread as he called again for the flounder. The sea was monstrous now. It surged and roared as if all its depths had risen to the surface. The fisherman could scarcely keep his footing on the shore. Yet still the flounder appeared, its scales dim, its gaze like the fathoms themselves, deep, endless, weary. The fisherman spoke of his wife's demand, that she be pope, and his words felt like blasphemy as they left his lips. The flounder listened, then sank with a flick of its tail. When the fisherman returned, he found his wife robed in papal garments, crowned with the triple tiara, her throne placed within a vast cathedral. Bells rang out, incense filled the air, and multitudes knelt before her as though she were God's voice on earth. She sat in majesty, but her eyes betrayed no peace. For even now, seated as Pope, she was not content. The trappings of holiness felt to her like chains. She despised the prayers whispered before her, despised the robes that weighed her down. Power tasted bitter on her tongue, for it was still power borrowed from another. She did not want to speak in God's name. She wanted to be God. The fisherman, seeing this fire in her eyes, felt terror greater than ever before. Each wish had darkened the sea. Each ambition had deepened its fury. He could not imagine what storm might rise if she dared to demand heaven itself. Yet he knew, as he looked upon her restless face, that the demand would come, for ambition, once unchained, is never satisfied. And the sea, though it had granted her all thus far, churned now with a darkness that promised an end. Ambition, once awakened, is rarely lulled back to rest. The fisherman's wife had risen through more stations than most mortals could ever dream. Queen, empress, pope. Yet none of these mantles weighed enough to quiet her hunger. Each crown she placed upon her brow seemed lighter than the last, and in its hollowness she found nothing but dissatisfaction. Dominion over kingdoms, and the church no longer dazzled her. Her eyes, fixed upon the heavens, searched for something larger, something unbounded. What she wanted now was not to reign over man, nor woman, nor institution. She wished to command the very forces that governed creation. In her palace of blinding white stone and gold-leafed pillars, she paced endlessly. Her robes trailed behind her like shadows of former desires, and her voice echoed against walls that no longer impressed her. When she looked upon the people kneeling, she felt only contempt. Their reverence was too small, their voices too thin. When she looked upon the fisherman, weary and bowed, she thought not of gratitude, but of how far beyond him she had soared. Her gaze was fixed above, always above. She wanted to be as God. The fisherman knew it before she ever gave the command. He saw it in her restlessness, in the way she lingered at windows as though straining to pierce the clouds with her will. When at last she spoke the words, that she desired to command heaven itself, to rule over the rising and setting of the sun, the tides of the sea, the motions of the stars. His heart sank into his stomach like a stone. There was no pause in her tone, no trace of hesitation. She demanded it as one might demand water to quench thirst, with the simple arrogance of necessity. The fisherman did not argue, for he was too weary for argument. His protests had long ago dissolved into silence. Each step of her rise had worn away his will until only submission remained. His dread was not of her wrath, but of the sea itself, that old and tireless expanse whose moods mirrored the shifting scales of ambition. To go to the sea again was to confront its judgment, yet he had no choice. She had ordered, and he obeyed, so he set out. The day was heavy with clouds, the air thick with the scent of rain. The path to the shore seemed longer than ever, though he had walked it countless times. Each footprint sank deeper into the damp earth, as though the land itself wished to drag him back, to keep him from reaching the water. But forward he trudged, guided less by will than by inevitability. When at last he came to the shore, the sea was no longer the shifting, sulking presence of earlier days. It was rage embodied. A living fury stretched the horizon. The water heaved and crashed, its waves black with storm, each crest crowned with foam like teeth. The wind tore at his clothes and flung spray into his face, stinging like needles. The fisherman could scarcely keep his footing. The sea seemed intent on swallowing both him and his plea before it could ever be spoken. Still, he cupped his hands to his mouth and called for the flounder. His voice was nearly lost in the roar of the waves, but he forced it forth, pleading for his wife's final blasphemous wish. The words trembled from his lips, that she might rule as God, not merely over men, but over creation itself. Then silence. Not the silence of calm, but of vast refusal. The sea did not answer, nor did the flounder appear. The waves churned and crashed, but no voice broke through. It was as though the water itself had turned its back on him, swallowing his words into its endless depths. The fisherman waited, drenched and shivering, but no reply came. The sea raged on, unheeding, indifferent. At last, exhausted and numb, he turned away. The walk home was heavier than all the journeys before. Each step pressed upon him like a burden too great to bear. He no longer wondered what he would find when he reached his dwelling. He merely trudged forward, hollow and resigned. When he arrived, the palace was gone. The towering spires, the gold, the throngs of attendants, all vanished as though it had been mist. In their place stood the same wretched hovel that had once been their home. Crooked walls patched with sodden wood, a roof that sagged and leaked, a single door hanging on its rusted hinges. The fisherman paused before it, scarcely surprised, scarcely saddened. Inside, his wife sat on the rough wooden bench, clad not in robes or crowns, but in her old coarse gown. Her hands, once adorned with rings, lay bare upon her lap. Her face was not softened by humility, nor hardened by anger. It was simply empty, the gaze of one who had reached beyond the world and grasped nothing. The silence between them was thick, broken only by the moan of the wind through the cracks of their hut. So they lived again where they had begun, poor, obscure, forgotten by all, save the sea that had once answered their calls. No riches remained, no crowns, no thrones, only the memory of what had been, and the gnawing truth of what ambition had devoured. The tale, if it teaches anything, teaches this: that desire without end is a pit without bottom, and those who fall into it may climb for a time, but will at last return to the dust from which they rose. The fisherman's wife sought everything and gained nothing. The fisherman himself, patient and long-suffering, was carried with her on that tide of greed, unable to resist, unable to refuse. Both were left with the same squalor, the same hut, as though nothing had ever happened. And the sea remained, vast and indifferent, its waves rolling on, unmoved by human longing. It gave, and it took away, and it would continue to do so long after the fisherman and his wife were gone, long after their tale was forgotten. For the sea is older than greed, older than kingdoms, older even than the desire to rival God. It endures while all else crumbles back into nothing.